Execute. Share the stream.
G'day and welcome to the Inforunners. Thanks for that, Algared, while I'm trying to do an intro on a live stream. Love it, mate. Thanks for it so much. Appreciate it. Could have waited. I was in the middle of something. It's all good.
Well, there was a silence, and I thought, okay.
No, it's not
Has
silent.
He started yet?
No, it's not silent.
It's live. I couldn't tell.
Professional.
The joys of live TV.
Anyway, yeah, so thanks to those that joined me on the stream earlier today, by the way. Helped me test the bot. So the bot's back up and running, hopefully. Problem with the bot, though, is obviously, because it's a custom bot, the only way we can do it is to test it. So I had to do a test stream to make sure it was working. So thanks to those that helped me with that. And sorry to everyone for the fake notifications, but I did say, please ignore this. It's a test stream. It was the only way I could get it done, so apologies for that. Yeah, but today I wanted to talk about with you guys. I have an upcoming show. I've also talked with a few other content creators, and we have someone from CIG that we've talked to as well. And we want to look into more about CIG's communication and what they can do to improve. So as a kind of a primer for that show, if you guys have got questions on that today, that's what we're going to be talking about. I want to hear from you guys on what you firmly believe, and I don't want to go, their communication sucks. I want critical feedback. So I want you to tell me what they're doing wrong and how they can fix it. And that's what we're going to be talking about today.
It's actually constructive criticism. What
did I say? Critical. Sorry. Yeah. Constructive feedback.
Constructive criticism. So we don't want just being critical and saying they suck, they're useless, they don't do this or that. They know and we know what they're doing wrong, and I think you guys know what they're doing is wrong as well. But how can they fix it?
Yeah, so it's a good thing if it's not just myself and other content creators kind of having their say. I want to give you guys an opportunity to say, and we'll do a few polls. And get your guys thing, and we can say it in the video. We did a few polls during a live stream, and these are the responses. So this is a test bed of 100-odd people that are really into Star Citizen, and what are their thoughts. So that's what we're going to go through today. I did a video this week, right? But it wasn't the best place to give away the Steve. So I think what we might do, Algared, is give the Steve away from that, the video we did?
Yep.
We'll go through and do that. And yeah, I think that's about it. But yeah, other than that, we'll be taking questions. I'm hoping the bot is running. It's it's doing the same issue again. So apparently YouTube's just clogged up at the moment, and that was why it wasn't working properly. And if I give it enough time, apparently according to Pickles it'll work, but I'll believe it when I see it. There we go. See, now it's working.
Yay.
Yeah, so if
And g'day Divyok, and glad to have you with us.
Cool.
You're the first. You can say first.
Yeah. Anyway, so the bot is up and working, so we'll be good to go.
And thanks for the test question, Cam.
Cool.
Okay.
Yep. And it's working. Thank you, Ken. All right. So Algared, why I enjoy my morning tea. What do you think is your primary problem? Just a short answer of what could they do better for their communication?
I sometimes get the feeling that there's a disconnect between the decisions made by management and the community team, as if there's a lack of communication there. Now, whether that's actually true or not is yet to be seen. My fear is part of that comes from that fear of, oh no, we reveal this and we don't do it, and the community has a heart failure and riots, or we say this and the community riots anyway. And I think along with that is that fear that as the company has grown and they've pulled in people from other areas of industry, some are still in that old industry of we keep everything secret, keep it safe until we're ready to go.
Yeah. So,
g'day Scott F and Shampasta, and glad to see you.
Just a bit of a shout out to Shampasta. There was a live CitizenCon or a virtual CitizenCon on the weekend that I didn't even know about. I got invited to it like a couple of days beforehand because I was talking to Stim, and he was hosting it, and then he invited me along, and then he asked me to be a panelist as well. I had an absolute whale of a time. Apparently it's the 6th or 7th one of these they've ever done, and I got to put names to faces and stuff of people that I'd seen, and Shem was one of them. Lemming was there. There was a few other people there as well that I knew. And it was just really good to have those almost bar-like discussions with people, because you could put names to faces, and it really humanized everyone. And I really enjoyed it. Had a great time, really great discussions. Yeah, it was really great. And I was kind of surprised, 250 people in one room, and it was absorbable. Like, it wasn't too much over talk and stuff like that. It was really well done, and I would very happily do it again. And I had a great time, and I think Shem, and you didn't go blind. No, I didn't go blind. Thanks, Shem. But yeah, it was really good, great discussions. We broke off into little rooms, and so we talked about CitizenCon. We went through all the panels and talked about all the different things they showed off and stuff like that. It was really interesting, and apparently they do the same thing for AIE and Invictus. So I'm definitely going to be turning up to those, and I highly recommend all of you turn up, because it was really enjoyable, and all you have to do is be able to be there. I think what they might, if I was ever to give them a bit of feedback, would be you're obviously going to have to rotate the time zones a little bit. So if you actually think about it, that means you'd get a morning session where you live, and like an afternoon or evening session where you live, and then one that's just that really awkward AM session. That way everyone gets a turn, at least to turn up to 2 at reasonable times. But other than that, because I had to get up at 6 a.m. and went through to noon, so for Australia time it was actually pretty good. But then that obviously means people in Europe, there wasn't many Europeans there because of that time. So but yeah, really good. There was people from CIG there, and surprisingly Xylo and Lando turned up, and then they all gave us Banu cubes, which was just a huge perk that none of us were expecting. And so everyone that was there was a few people that just imaginarily turned up because they heard there was Banu cubes. So there was a lot of freeloaders that came in near the end, but it was still pretty funny. And I had a great time. It was really casual, and it did capture that bar citizen feel that we had in Sydney, Algared. And I think if you can make the next one, I'd highly recommend it, and not just to you, but to everyone watching as well.
I would have liked to have attended. I didn't actually realise it was on. I hadn't heard. I knew there was one coming. I think you'd mentioned either the virtual CitizenCon coming up.
Yeah, I've got PMs. I PM'd you about it, but obviously you were too busy. But that's okay.
And that was about all and I didn't get any on the day. I didn't see anything. I was just flapjack doing stuff, but yeah,
that's fine. Message deleted by Knight Rider CIG. Yeah, actually, Knight Rider was there as well. It actually really, as I said, it really humanized people, because anyone that knows Knight Rider, he's notorious for deleting posts on Spectrum, but he actually talked a bit about that and like his job and stuff like that. And it's really interesting. Like, a lot of that stuff, like you see with the big corporate overlords, like out of sight, out of mind. And when those people are in front of you on camera and actually talking, it totally changes. Yeah, it's really hard to explain, but I think anyone that's been in that situation will know what I mean. Like they'll send you an email, but then you call them on the phone and it totally changes everything. It was a little bit like that. So it was just really interesting to spend time, and you get even more personal time. So they broke us down into rooms. I think they had there was about 25 to 27 people in each room, and so when you went into these smaller groups, it got even more personal again. And I remember Lemming telling me he was hanging out with Lando and talking to Lando and stuff like that, and we got to talk with Xylo, and I got to talk with Toast. He was there as well, Knight Rider, as I mentioned. But not only that, there was a whole bunch of content creators like Veridity, and I got to host a panel. And stuff like that. And it was you have to play moderator a little bit, so it was almost like you were playing kindergarten cop, if you know what I mean. But I know I'm going a little bit on about this, but I really had a good time. And you got to remember, I live in Tasmania, Australia, which is literally the arse end. Like, Antarctica's the next stop after me. So it's almost impossible for me to get to a CitizenCon or an AIE without a really great expense. And the fact that we had people from all over. There were other Australians there. There were Asian people there, like people that English was not their first language and stuff like that. It just globalized the whole. It was like a global CitizenCon. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if CIG could somehow do that as the CitizenCon, it would be the most popular thing ever. I don't know how they would do it. Like, it would require a heap of management, but it's what they should have done during COVID. Now I've experienced it. It would have been amazing, and especially during COVID, where we all were kind of isolated and we didn't have each other. It would have been socially amazing to do that. Kind of like when you saw people working in Zoom calls and stuff, Algared, as a yeah, which is how they did it, by the way. It was all through Zoom.
My experience with Zoom calls for teaching was the teacher was on screen.
Yeah.
And all the teacher would have would be nameplates.
Yeah. So yeah.
So that was most teachers' experience with Zoom. I was talking to teachers I know in Bali, and they were saying they'd have their class and they'd be on screen and they'd just see this black name plate because the students would never be on camera. Happy to be on camera with each other, but no, not in the classroom. Yeah. It was great frustration. But yeah.
But yeah.
So. But yes, I agree, Parker. Knight Rider does get an unenviable job of being a moderator on the chat and drawing the line of where to, I think sometimes as a moderator you err on the side of being heavy-handed rather than letting things go, because, if you let one post go, then that can morph into something horrible, and just trying to work out which ones are going to do that. And sometimes you mute someone or delete the post, and it's not necessarily bad, but you're just doing the best you can in a horrible situation. And
well, from my perspective, Algared, we do these streams every week, and it's kind of very there's no face on the other side. It's all text based and stuff like that. So it's really good to know that you get to meet the people. And it was the same thing when we went to the Barsis, and people would walk up to you because they knew who you were, they knew your face, and it was really weird because they'd walk up like they knew you and you had no idea who they were. But it was kind of the same thing at the Barsis, because people would throw questions at you and stuff like that, and you didn't know who they were and stuff like that. But again, name to faces. So I got a lot out of it. I would assume, like, again, as Sem Pastor saying in chat, he got a lot out of it as well, and I would highly recommend it. But going back to the theme of this this stream, now we've talked about that. So I kind of agree with what you said earlier about there does seem to be a disconnect. For me, I think communication, if we're talking about internal communication, I would like to see more communication between the marketing team and the community team, right? Because an example I'll give you before, don't go on a rant, is the Odyssey. I don't think that would have happened if they'd talked to the community team. I think they would have said, this is a really bad idea. And I think they need, I don't know how to word this because it sounds like overkill, but I think they need to treat us with like we're not invalids. Like, we do know a little bit about this game now. We've been here for a while. Yes, there are people that will criticize you. No matter what you say, you're going to get critics, right? But the other option was to try and market it like market a regular game, and that's not what this game is.
I don't think it works that way. It is bigger than a regular game, and even if you look at Squadron 42 and you try and market it, if you try and market it the same way as
well, it's like you're marketing it to casuals, right? And we're not we're not casuals. We're hardcore gamers. We know this game a lot better, kind of backwards and forwards. And for me, if they just sold that ship as actually what it was, they might not have sold as much, but I guarantee you they wouldn't have people melting them, right? So,
like I look at it in terms of the way that it's certainly not Red Dead, and it's certainly not a Cyberpunk. And you can tell that just by the number of personalities who are involved in Squadron 42. Yeah. You look at the credits for Squadron 42 and it's like an A-list movie. Yeah. You look at the credits for Cyberpunk and it's...
I think they had more big celebrity music people than they did celebrity voice actors, didn't they? So yeah.
Yeah. So that's huge for a big difference between them. But yeah, I think the marketing sometimes does go overboard. And with the Odyssey, I'm not sure at the time they even know what they want it to be. And part of that reason is, I know we look at it and we say, oh, it's clearly a da-da-da-da-da. But when you look at the Q&A and the design documents and everything else, it seems as if it's got things they want, and yet it seems to be missing that information. So it's almost as though filling in the gaps because we don't know what X, Y, and Z is going to be.
So guys, just because of, again, how our bot works, when you're making a statement, so I'm looking here, Riven's made a statement about their communication. Can you please put question in there? Because the bot won't grab it if there's no question in there. I know they're statements, they're not questions. I do know that. Maybe I should add statement to the thing, right? But please just preface it with questions so I can see them come up, because it won't be... it won't just be questions today, it'll also be statements. So I know I'm asking you to put question in it, and I know it's not a question, but yep, sorry guys, you know how it works.
And it is difficult for us because we try and read the stream, but we're also checking the questions, and once the chat starts going, if we're not looking at the chat screen right at that moment,
and I'm going to be honest with you, I really do value your input, and I want your ideas on communication, because I am going to put this out there, and just so you know, this is going to be a push by a few content creators too. So you'll hopefully hear a lot about CI communication over the next couple of weeks, right? So because this is something we're trying to get out there and help people. We want to make it clear to them that they need to communicate more. So no, sorry, Revan, you don't have to apologize. You're the one that brought it to my attention. It's me who should have stated that earlier. But thank you all the same, Revan. So I want some statements from you guys on what you think they can communicate better with, and basically, just put question in there. And I think we've lost Algared, but you'll come back in a flurry.
Yeah, it is one of the things that we. Yes, I'm frozen.
You're back. Yeah. So yeah, what are you gonna say, Algared?
I'll just wait till I'm back.
You are back.
I'll take your your advice. I'm back. I'm still lagging a little bit, which is frustrating.
Yeah.
I'm getting the 10-second late on the stream.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, it's one of the things that we've always said on Inforunners is many voices are better than one, which is why I think it's very rare that there's only ever one of us on the screen at the same time. And even if there is one of us on the screen, the content has been worked through by committee and
well, it's usually me, and I look like this. Who wants to see me this hideous, this big? I think that's terrible. So we'll just we'll get rid of that real quick. But anyway, I don't use that screen very often, as you can tell. But all right.
Oh my god. Yes, I just saw the hideousness, the caveman. Getting a bit grey there.
Yeah, and it with the new camera, it really doesn't like the grey. It comes out very digitally pixely, I've noticed. But yes. Yeah. Well, no, it's all right. I almost had a shave for yesterday's show. So for those of you,
you need to get it. You need to just become an old man Hurston.
I shave probably every 3 months because otherwise it just drives me mental. But
no, you need to become an old man Hurston. Go have a goat.
Well, that's what I do, but then it goes back to this. So but yeah, I had a show yesterday with we did another casual conversation, me and Space Matter. But our guest this time was Level Cap, and he actually was had some really interesting things to say, and we went for about an hour and 40 minutes, and then I had to kind of cut it off. But there was still more things we wanted to talk about, and I said, "Well, I'll get you back for another one." So he'll be back for another one down the line. But yeah, he had some. We talked about everything from Legos, Battlefield, things to learn from Battlefield for Star Citizen and Star Citizen itself. And it was a really interesting chat because I actually do share a lot in common with Level Cap because I've played every single Battlefield, and I had a really stumping question in there that I wanted to ask him, and that he managed to actually have an answer to, which really blew my mind because he knew what it was, which tells me he is the hardcore of the hardcore Battlefield people. Again, a bit of Lego stuff, not a lot, but just a little bit because we share that in common. And then a lot of Star Citizen stuff and just his thoughts, and it was really interesting to say the least. But that'll be out at the regular time. I'm still trying to set one up. Dad just wants to do one with Morph. He's never met Morph, so I'm trying to get that organized, but you can imagine Morph is taking a bit of a break at the moment. I won't say any more than that, but yeah. All right.
Everyone needs to take a break occasionally.
Well, we are in that. We have a kind of this is a weird time of year, isn't it, for us? Because we have this quiet August, quiet September. Then you have CitizenCon that's like a brief spark. and then it goes quiet again for a month and a half before the anniversary hits, and then it goes really quiet. So it's a really weird 6 months, this period. But then
Mm.
then it kicks up again in March, and so like March to June is really good because it's just this steady news period. Again, I'm talking about content creator stuff, but you guys are there as well, so you would have to agree the news is a bit more stable between March to June, but then it fluctuates heaps at the end of the year. So it's just a weird time to follow this game because they kind of hold it in and let it go, hold it in and let it go, rather than just letting it flow. It's kind of like they're on a hose or something, just clamping and unclamping. It's really strange. So yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a bot. I've just realized. Thanks, Ken. So yeah, we need to get a bot set up in the Twitch chat to tell people to put question in their questions. Add that to the list of another thing I'm gonna do today. So yeah. Yeah. So we've got a few statements there now. So Algared, I'll let you go ahead and
Hang on.
You want to read them, or do you want me to read the first one?
Yeah, do the first one. I'm just writing a message into the Twitch.
Okay, cool. So Gideon Sanders asks, question, Algared and X, are there any references to the Karathi in Star Citizen or Squadron 42? And if so, what are they? If not, but what are you sure they? Wait, but you are sure they are there? They be account to you? Oh, okay. Broken English as hell, but I think we'll take the first part there. So Karathi in the game, Algared. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously, just so for reference, anyone that doesn't know, the Karathi are the enemies from Wing Commander, the cat people. Ow. So Algared, any
if I recall correctly, when they first started, the Van Duel were kind of pitched as kind of cat people. So I can remember hearing Chris talk about them having cat-like tendencies and even looking at that. That has since morphed away.
Yeah.
But that was certainly one area that was originally, from my memory, there. But we also see that in terms of the naming of the Bengal carrier, which is like the Bengal tiger, which is picking up the idea of a tiger claw.
Yeah.
You see that in some of the other ships as well, where they pick up names from ships from Squadron 42. So there are lots of Easter eggs and thrown in there.
Well, there's lots of little references if you think about it all the way through. Because you just said Tiger Claw, and I remember there was a ship. It was I don't know if it's been changed, but it was a ship called the Bear Claw. Tiger Bear, like that's kind of very similar.
Yeah.
And I'd also expect that, like, when you go through and you might find lost civilizations and they're like bones of cat people, or something like that. They'll definitely have Easter eggs. Look at all the Easter eggs we have already. They're definitely going to have ones back to the old days.
And and for those of who don't remember how much Ben is an absolute not Squadron 42, but Wing Commander lorehead. Like he probably knows more lore and more stuff about Wing Commander and the franchise than probably any other person I know.
Yeah. And
he was key in helping devise the naming and lore and process behind a lot of the ships in the early days. So they were drawing on that history and that knowledge of Squadron of Wing Commander. If you want to go the weird connection to even Wing Commander, that's why we've got John Rhys Davies and Mark Hamill in Squadron 42, because they were characters from. But yeah, Ava Kilrafian, probably not by name now, but they certainly are in influence, and they've certainly influenced Squadron 42 and the PU. It'll be interesting to see how much that goes down the line, or whether we do actually have the Kilrafi actually making a resurgence.
Yeah. I'm just gonna. So what I'm actually trying to set up this bot at the same time. Yeah, I also think it's with the new stuff, like as in new aliens and stuff. It is an opportunity to add new aliens to the game, and I also think if they ever got the rights back from Electronic Arts, how as the universe fans out, we've heard about aliens behind the Banu. We've heard about aliens behind the Zion. Why can't there be another alien? Well, there's 4 directions, north, east, south, west type of thing. Why can't there maybe more aliens out in other directions, or even beyond those as time goes by? So maybe we do run into the Kilrathi if they get the rights back. It's just it's just how long is it going to take?
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Because in Squadron 42, the expansions will be the advance of the game. In the PU, those expansions are going to be, Tilvaran as a player race. Eventually down the track, there'll be battle as a player race. I can see that being a thing. Where down the track, we'll have those other player races. But if you want to add an expansion or add more planets to the verse than 100, you have the Kithrak or whatever, how you say that, the name of the evil race according to the Xi'an, which probably means they're awesome.
Yeah.
Coming from the person who probably is least trustful of the Xi'an, i.e. me. So I could see that being grounds for expanding the verse and expanding the universe, the planets that we've got, because the verse is only the planets that humanity is aware of, that we've been able to, that we've been able to get jump points to, or we know the jump points. We don't know beyond that, and we know the stuff beyond that because we don't have all of Xi'an space, and on the other side of Xi'an space of the Kithrak. So the universe is bigger than we think.
How long? Every 5 minutes, you reckon?
What's
5
that for?
minutes. 5 minutes every 5.
Oh, for the bot, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same as the other one. Every 5 minutes, every 5 lines, at least every 5 minutes. And its alias will be question bot. Or just, question. I think that'll be fine.
Yep.
Submit. All right, hopefully if that loads, you should now have a question bot in, I'll just leave that open for a second. Hopefully you'll have a question bot in Twitch from now on. Sorry, I thought that's a good idea.
We'll do that in a second.
Saves me one thing to do later. Yeah, go for it.
No, Razor has a question for us. He says, or they say, did anyone else think it was odd that the Spirit Q&A didn't touch on the ship size issues? I haven't actually had a chance to check the Q&A because
let's do that.
But
let's do that right now.
Why don't we have a look at that? Yeah, because we haven't got an ISC to look at. So let's have a look at the questions. But I think part of that would have come through. It'd be interesting to know whether people had put the questions in about the size, and whether that was deliberately ignored by CIG, as sometimes happens, or whether those questions just hadn't made it to the top 10.
I'm going to be honest while we're talking about communication. The downvote arrow. I've actually since found out that it was a design decision not to put the downvote arrow. This is one of the things I found during the CitizenCon when I was talking to CIG people. They deliberately didn't put in the downvote arrow, and I think this Q&A specifically, there's at least 2 or 3 questions in here that were just didn't need to be there. Like the really big one was I'm trying to find it now.
What fits?
What fits is always one, which they should just standardly talk about now because it's asked so often. But there was one about the site. Yeah, this one. The PDF shows 48 SCU confirmed of each variant. This is probably a copy paste error. Could you confirm? This was a copy paste error. Try the website correct. So the person should have gone in and deleted this because they updated it literally 24 hours later. This didn't need to be there, right? So that's one of 10 questions that didn't need to be there.
And of course, because it was there and got upvoted and hadn't been deleted, CIG went, awesome, free question, we'll take that one.
Yeah, and if any of you know anything about how I'm all spotty all of a sudden.
I'll call you Spot from now on.
Yeah, I think you're gonna have to hang on. I don't have my green.
You got to fix that. That is way too speculative. Even I'm getting my OCD getting hit by that. You speckly half invisible person, you.
Defaults. I think if I turn this to hang on.
But I think while you're fixing it, I think that's one of the issues with. Like,
I don't think I can fix it. But yeah.
Oh no! But I think that would be one of the issues with communication.
Yeah.
Whereas
they
will take.
Well, if you think about it, how do you get things off that page? And you can't, right? So it basically means that only the mods do it, and then that makes more works for the modded, and the spectrum is over modded as it is. But it means they don't trust us to downvote toxic stuff, or things that don't need to be answered.
But even that question, like CIG knows, okay, we've updated the files. It was an error. Why take that as one of the questions of the 10 questions when you're only answering 10 questions?
Yeah, exactly.
that almost says that taking the easy answers because we don't want to deal with the tough questions.
Yeah.
That is a lack of communication. That is a and when it's and we're talking money here. We're talking this is the information people are using to determine, do I really want to buy this ship? Is this ship going to fit into what I want? And yet you're not giving the information. You know, you're asking people buy this ship based on a very nebulous idea that we've put forward, without any clarification of the things we've said that we've contradicted, and trust us. And then, so I get frustrated by that.
Yeah.
It goes back to the Odyssey.
Well, what? Don't go there. I can't hand you talking about the Odyssey here again because you just ran right.
It is that type of problem, isn't it? It's that lack of communication or missing the key aspects of communication, and taking the easy questions, like that one, really does.
Well, one of the things we also talked about with Sandy is we talked about these the downvoting stuff, and if you actually look in the statistics of how search engines work, right? So with a Google search engine, 70% of people, or only 30%, go to the second page, right? So with the way this works with the voting, most people only come to the front page. They never even bother going to the second page. But to get something off the front page, you have to go to the second page and upvote things onto the front page. But if only 30% of doing that, and 70 people are on the front page are upvoting, you know what I mean? It's impossible to get it off the front page. It's just, it literally is impossible. So anyway, all right, we better go through these questions because we're now getting a whole stockpile of questions coming up. And
just saw a comment on Twitch from Siganaut, and he said it's actually easier to type on Twitch at work than it is on YouTube. So that's an interesting one. But a case for continuing our Twitch streams just to make it easier for you guys. So, carrying on with our questions. Third question is from Voodoo Child.
We're going to do the Q&A first, bro. So hang
on.
Oh,
sorry, we were.
That's right.
Sorry.
So is a secondary...
You said going back to the question, so I...
It's all right. All right, I get where you... sorry, my fault for not wording it properly. Is a secondary entrance included in the design, or will we only be able to access the Spirit via the ramp? And they obviously say no. That was really obvious to me, because the ship's fairly small. If the Mercury Star Runner doesn't have one, there's no way this is going to get one. If you were going to add an entrance, Algared, how do you think it could have been done? I'm thinking the only way they could have done is like some kind of elevator, like behind the cockpit or something, you know, in that space where the beds are, basically. Yeah.
I think an elevator would have worked. I could have seen a docking collar. You know, so a place. You know, you think of airports where, you know, the plane comes in and you've got the tube that goes onto the area, or you've got the stairs that come up to the side, so you walk down the stairs, and I could see something like that having worked as well.
They could have done something unique. Instead of having an entrance from the ground, they could have done like the Corsair and actually had an elevator that goes out the top. That could have been something different, because now we've seen the Corsair, people are going to be asking for that left, right, and center. I guarantee it, because it's handy.
I could have even seen something like just an entrance like a ladder that just went into the pilot section, you know, so you've got a bridge entrance rather than a Anyway, it is what it is.
I'm working, but I'm being harassed. That's all right. All right, so this ship almost looks stealthy. Will the Spirit have a low EMR signature than the Cutlass? Now, I would have honestly say, without even reading the answer, it's component based, but I would say it has a smaller cross section. Isn't that what you'd kind of...
So smaller cross section. I would have said smaller cross, because we saw it. It's low down. It's fairly flat. That's going to go low cross section. That should mean it's going to be harder to pick up. Even if you looked at the long side, because it's so low, it should be a lower cross section.
Yeah. So, and obviously the answer is signatures is generated by the components attached to the ship. And their use. The ship's appearances has no impact. However, the cross section. Yeah, it's literally is what I just said.
So null and void, another easy question that really could have been avoided. It was common sense. Components, cross-section.
Yeah, so, yes, obviously there are new people, right? And this is something Algared and I said ages ago when they were doing the Tenford chairman questions. This has been a permanent, ongoing problem, is why don't you build a wiki of responses to questions from Tenford the chairman, so they can go back and people can just type in a tag or a keyword and it brings up, so you typed in Spirit, it would bring up every question that Chris answered from Tenford the chairman on the Spirit. And so in this case, you could do the same thing with all these questions. And that way there's never any double ups or stupid questions. And so basically if someone typed in signature or EM or IR, it would have come up and said, this is how it works. And therefore they don't have to ask repetitive questions.
Yeah.
But they've never...
You ask a question on stealth. You ask a question on stealth, it is going to say, stealth is going to be determined by components and cross-section.
But I almost think they like it being this way so they don't have to answer hard questions, but that's just me.
But it goes back to the first comment I made. It's taking those easy choices so you don't have to really answer the questions that help people make an informed decision on whether the ship is going to be... It drives sales because people... in a sense, it's almost a drive sales because it means we can make the general comments. Our general comments are going to be true, and there's less chance of people getting their knickers in a knot because it doesn't have X component, because we didn't say it's got X component.
Can the tractor beam mount on the C1 be swapped to the remote turret of the A1 and E1? Now, what's your first thoughts on that before I read it? My thoughts would be no, because it's a gameplay balance thing.
My thoughts would be no, because it's not a utility mount.
Yeah, well, yes, that's the same answer as what I gave. But yeah, it is not currently planned to allow this, but the ship progress through the pipeline will evaluate whether it is a trade-off we needed to look at. By the way, people that think I'm looking at the screen and able to read the questions, I'm actually alternating between two screens, so I can see the question, but I can't see the answer. So that's it. Like, see when it probably goes brighter when I do this. I don't know if that does for you, but if it goes brighter, that's me reading the answer. Yeah, that's me. Yes.
And while I've still got the answer there, it's so small I can't read it.
Yeah. So basically, that's what it is for me. It's so small that I can't read it either. But I can read the question, and that's why I'm doing it this way. So, so for me, that one's a better question, but okay, maybe it's not as obvious for most people, or maybe he was just really hopeful. But there was one in here about the tractor beam that I did find interesting, and I think that'll be lower down, so I'll talk about it when we get down there.
Well, I see that question as going back to the old way of building ships, because think back in the day, there was talk about you could put a mining laser on a Hornet. You could do it. It just wouldn't have a storage space. But that has developed over the many years now, and that is it's not a utility mount, so it doesn't have a piping and all the rest of it to do X, Y, and Z. So.
Will there be different types of bombs like precision strikes or carpet bombs that we can use with the A1 Spirit? So my thought was if we plan to do them, maybe. What's your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's always been going to be extra types of bombs. We already know from the C1.
Yep.
Or the A2 that there's the bombs that the cluster bombs and the big bombs. We know that the Retaliator is supposed to be a bomb, and we know that the Gladiator is supposed to have bombs. So
So at launch, we only plan to use a single type of bomb, which will be a bomb, which will be a dumb high explosive. But however, in the future, if alternative options do exist, they will be swappable, just like we support on other ships, where you can customize your missile tracker type. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Basically, different. If we decide to do more, we'll let you do it, but no plans for it. Which weapon system can be controlled by the pilot, and which can be controlled by the co-pilot? That's a good question. So by default, the pilot has control over the nose gun and wing guns, and the co-pilot has control over the rear turret. Those nose guns are also additionally can be controlled by the pilot if desired. So that ironically makes it a little bit like the the ship in Star Wars where they tie up the AT-ATs. I've forgotten the name of it off the top of my head, but one guy facing forward and one guy facing back, essentially. That's fine. I got no problem with that at all.
You're talking about the sand speeder. No, the snow speeder.
That's the one. Yeah, the snow speeder. It had a technical name too, but yeah.
But that's a bit like the Connies. It's a bit like the MSR. The pilot controls the nose guns. I don't think on the Connie, my co-pilot can do that. Same on the MSR. You can't control. If you're a co-pilot on the MSR, you can't do that. If I'm in the Redeemer, I can't control the nose guns. Even it's pilot controlled. So. Again, I tend to think that's a nuts question. It's low-hanging fruit. pilot's going to control the nail guns, because in every other ship that's what the pilot does, and
Well, isn't it just where
the controlled by co-pilots or others?
It's kind of obvious it's where the guns face. So this is
Yep.
another one. Anyway, looking at the stats of the Freelancer and the Cutlass Black, the Spirit seems to be in the lower end equipment-wise, shields, firepower, cargo capacity, defense capabilities. Is this ship going to keep up with high-speed capabilities of Crusader? However, does the speed maneuverability of a Spirit compare to the ships of similar size roles such as Cutlass and Freelancer? So my thing would be what we said last week about the rock paper scissors stuff, and obviously it's based on speed. So
yeah,
you want to respond to that one?
Just trying to digest that question because it is fairly wordy, but I would just based on that. You got 3 ships.
He's basically saying, is the Crusader Spirit going to be fast? That's what he's asking.
And it's going to fit into that same category we've said with the Corsair, Connie, and 400. It's going to be in this. It's that whole balancing that you just said. It's scissors, paper, rock. One's going to be good at X. One's going to be good at Y. One's going to be at Z. And
actually, Algared, I haven't updated you on this, but I actually got linked some lines of code, and I kind of have to do a retraction post on that community tab, because we actually found out the exact measurements of the metrics of the landing pads, which is something we have not had before. But I got it linked to me, and it turns out that this, so you know how the Carrack is 2 meters short of the 130 meter landing pad. Yep. This ship is 2 meters short of that landing pad, so the actual metrics is 48, but we've never actually had the metrics for that. So it turns out this is almost like the largest ship you can fit on that pad. So it actually does fall back into the same size class as the Cutlass, the Freelancer, and you know how we were talking about the Legionnaire being bigger? This is now officially the biggest ship that can take off from that. Yeah, as far as I'm aware. I have to go back and check, but yeah, it's because of its length. So yeah, man, they really need to release some stuff on the stats of the landing pads, because let's be honest, that affects purchasing decisions. It really does. And
the landing pad decisions is a nightmare. Like, the naming is confusing, because I get it, because the design, the process has changed and it's been iterative as time goes on, and what used to be small is now medium, and then we've got the vehicle pads as well, and they're extra small. So it is confusing at times. So yeah.
So the answer is just like other Crusader ships, the Spirit can be more maneuverable than its size would normally dictate, allowing it to run lower component loadouts while still being effective. So you can turn down your signature and stuff like that. See, that would have been a good response to chuck in with the one from above. But yeah.
Yeah, that would have been a good response to put in with a stealth, but then it's still basically answering that stealth question. It's the components we're going to make it there.
Can the rear turrets on the A1 and the E1 fire forward? And he says no. Now, I found this a really interesting question, but I think the person that asked it didn't ask it correctly, and that's one of the problems I have with these. They don't ever detail the responses. So because I would have asked, because it looks like there's a track, so it's like the Scorpius, they really, because there are shots of the turret on top and the shots of the turret on bottom, and there's a turret that looks like there's a track there, right? So if that track only works for the tractor beam, or does it not work at all? Because that means, and if they can't go up and fire forward, then how can the tractor beam go up and fire forward? So now I'm just at the thing where, okay, so no, it only ever fires backwards now. So it's changed again. So maybe that isn't a track. But if you look at it, it clearly is a track. So it's really confusing. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, obviously. So that damages the ship a little bit for me, not being able to, if it had that track at Scorpius, it would have been really cool. But yeah, especially for cargo. What docking capabilities does this ship have? For example, can it dock with larger vessels? And it just says there is no docking capability, as the Spirit is small enough to land at any location within a closed hangar, which brings it back to what we were saying about the metric sizes. So it is definitely on the same metrics as the other two, because those small hangars are pretty much everywhere. But as soon as you go up one, they dissipate. What kind of...
My question would be, could you get it inside, and I know it doesn't, but could you get it inside an 890 jump? Because if you could get it inside an 890 jump, then it becomes the perfect shuttle for taking rich customers up to your 890 jump.
Well, no, because it's technically...
And it doesn't, because it's too big.
It's two tiny pads, and you basically need mediums. Again, I can argue the names backwards and forwards, but basically they're two snub pads, and this thing is a cutlass size. So basically, it's the 2 pads on the Kraken, and
I know that it won't because you can't get a cutlass in there, but that's the type of thing you'd have wanted to be able to do with this.
That is one of the reasons why the X85 exists, though. That's what that's for, and that's why there's 2 of them.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah.
But yes, I could have seen that as being used, and I could see that being almost being behind the question of can it dock, because that was, if it could dock, you could bring it up beside the 890 jump or the other luxury ships and dock to the side. The passengers would get off, and you use your E1 as your luxury transport to take people up to those ships from atmosphere up.
I actually think they should have expanded this to 20 questions because there is 3 variants, and they should have taken at least, like 5 questions from each variant or something like that. I don't know. But, because we're getting A1 questions, E1 questions. We haven't had any C1 specific questions. So that kind of shows you. What kind of living amenities can we expect to see for the crew? Will the E1 have a better living amenities for the crew? And will the E1 passengers have a separate VIP bathroom? I would say yes and yes.
My gut feeling is no, because it's really a shuttle. But
all 3 variants have the same crew living quarters with a shared space featuring a beds, a small kitchen area, and an integrated shower and toilet. However, the E1 passengers have a separate toilet and shower located beneath the main seating area. Yeah, because it's part of the module.
So what they've done is they've actually taken criticisms that people made of the Phoenix and actually finally put them into a ship.
Yeah. The other thing I put there is the entrance algorithm, like how people come up into the ramp. Is that going to have a more luxurious entrance? Is it going to actually have stairs as a part of like because if you're not driving vehicles in there, right? Would you put a staircase in the middle of the ramp so it's easy for people to get up and in?
Yep.
You can technically still get wheels either side of the stairs. So, well, that's what I would do if I was doing it. But yeah.
This is again the problem with the Constellation Phoenix. You've got your luxury passengers either coming through the crew quarters, which look absolute crap and crowded and smelly and dirty, or they're coming through the hangar or the garage, which is again rather dirty looking and deliberately because it's a hangar. And this, you've got the passengers having to come through the cargo hold to enter their luxury seating. That doesn't make sense. It's
well, that's what I'm saying. If they somehow do up that entrance so it is different, but they've specifically said it is it's a thing. And the other thing I found really interesting is they actually, one of the ones we're about to go into, they actually say that it is not modular and it can't be modular because of its design. I will assess that when it comes out, but I don't believe it. Because of the way they talk about it, they just say they even use the word the modular center part.
Yeah.
They've actually said that, and it's like
the modular center part can't do this. Oh no, it's not modular.
It's not. But I'll assess it from an art perspective and a 3D design model perspective when it comes out. But which Spirit variants can carry vehicles and what size? And I'm just going to read the answer. So only on the C1 Spirit is it designed to fit a vehicle which can Cyclone size or smaller. The E1 and A1 do not officially support vehicles, but we expect players to smash smaller ones in there. That's pretty standard. The A1 Spirit Bomber variant has a round dish on top of the roof. So I think this is a good question, right? But the specs don't show that the same size 2 scanner radar as the other variants. What is this round feature? And they literally go, the round dish on top is just a rule of cool aesthetic feature and provides no gameplay benefit. Yet it looks identical to the one on the MSR and other scanning ships. So why did you use that, and why didn't you make something more bespoke that doesn't look like other scanning dishes? That I even brought it up myself. I said, "Oh, is this a scanner? Like it looks like a scanner." So there's no consistency there in telling you that it's a scanner ship. You know what I mean? So yeah.
But at least they haven't. They didn't bring attention to that and say, "Hey, it's got this really cool thing for really cool." That's actually a good answer. That said, no, it's not. It doesn't have a special scanner. It's just a really cool thing. It's just agreeable.
Well, I really hope that changes because again, it actually damages scanning ships because seeing that on a ship tells you that's a scanning ship. So I think them putting the same thing on the ship was a really bad idea, personally. It ruins that silhouette of going, hey, they've got a scanner. They might know information about us, and
they might have more information, or they might be able to use it for X, Y, and Z. So I agree, but I'm I'm more responding to the answer they've given, that no, it doesn't. That's probably the best answer, because they've actually said no, it can't.
I just remember I skipped this question. So, will it be modular? For example, could we buy one model and then maybe sometime in the future swap modules to make the C1 into an E1 or an A1? And it goes, no. Early on during the development, we looked at making the ship modular, but decided against us. It required fundamental changes to how the sections are made. I don't believe that to be true. But
no, what they really mean is
prove me wrong.
Fundamental changes to marketing.
Yeah, and that's what I think it is too. So the last question here: Spirit seems to break from the naming convention of Crusader line. You and Paul are going to hate this, by the way. Most Crusader ships are named in the reference for Greek Roman mythology. Where did the name Spirit come from? Because I thought exactly the same thing. I'm like, why are they calling this Spirit? Like, it's not the worst name. By the way, just so people know, where I'm from in Tasmania, the ship that goes between here and the mainland is called the Spirit. So it's actually ironically funny that it's called that to me. But yeah, the answer is actually
from that just proves it's a shuttle.
Yeah. So the answer to me is from the law team. It says Crusader is seeing the Spirit as a new direction for the brand. Starting with the Starfighter, the company has been moving away from transporter dedicated routes and is expanding into new markets. With the Spirit's multi-role functions, it is decided to leave the old nomenclature behind. So newer ships are not going to be named from the Greek and Roman mythology.
I see that as being
nothing is sacred anymore.
I didn't see that as a change, because in Greek the word spirit is pneuma, which is breath or spirit. So when you're talking, it's certainly in Christianity, if you're talking the Holy Spirit, you're talking the breath of God. Or
what was it in Roman or Greek again? Sorry.
Pneuma. It's where we get our word in pneumonia from, or
how do you spell that? Sorry, I'm just gonna
PNU. However you spell pneumonia. But it's the word for spirit is
just
actually.
Wonder if they could have named it that instead. Is my whole point. But yeah.
Spirit or breath is the same word. So in Greek, the word for spirit is actually the same word as breath. So if you're looking at, and this is, sorry for those who don't like theology or biblical stuff, but if you're looking at the Greek translation of Genesis, it's the breath of God was moving across the water, or the Spirit of God was moving across the water by the Greek. And so, and that comes into history where when you sneeze, people used to say bless you because one of the beliefs was that at that point your spirit has left your body and Satan could jump in and possess you. So I bless you so that so you can't get possessed. But it's coming from that whole idea. So for me, the idea of it being called the Spirit doesn't take away from the roots of Crusader. It actually almost goes back to the roots of being this.
All right, we've got almost a whole page of questions and statements to go through now. So I think we'll kick it off there. Hang on, I'm just going to...
So we're up to Voodoo Child's question. So Voodoo Child's question was, does PCs getting skill levels like we've known NPCs will have, cult the speculation that extra digital downloads can function as NPC crew members, as was stated in ancient history? No, it doesn't. Because if you've got if you're using a character slot as an NPC, that's just going to have the NPC character slots. Having those skill levels for you,
Sorry, where did you read that question from? Because that is different to the question I have.
Voodoo's question in the chat.
Does PC getting skill levels? Is that's
yep.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
We missed one actually. We missed null raises, but we'll go back to that next. That's fine. Sorry. That's why I was lost.
Sorry about that.
All right, answer the question. That's fine.
No, because that's null raises question is why we went to the Q&A.
Oh yeah, we just.
So yeah,
you're right.
So no, I don't think it has an impact on the NPCs. NPCs have always said, those extra characters have always said they could become personalized NPCs. That meant you could change the clothing and employ them yourself to pay them, but they're NPCs. The skills that they're talking about for characters is that if you're constantly listing boxes, you may get a little boost in terms of how long you can run or do stuff for. If you're always shooting, you might become better at breathing and aiming or something. I don't see it as being a big impact. What about you?
I think things are always subject to change. I'll say that as well. And I think a lot of that stuff is from back in the earlier days. And I would also say everything that is from back then has changed a little bit. And I don't think CIG is 100% sure exactly how that's going to land, because I think there has been some big changes. But it'll always come down to gameplay at the end of the day. If you're getting a massive advantage of having that, they'll remove it. And if it's not too strong, then they won't care too much. So it'll be gameplay that does the talking, essentially. I'm just going through these. Hang on.
Brevin has a question. He says, "Can you swap IMO for question?" In my opinion,
no.
Probably not.
Algared. that's the ones I'm trying to skip, because that was back when we were talking about one big issue. So here we go. Mad Mike's probably the next one, really. It says one big issue with CID's communication is how vague everything is. Pretty much encourage to theorycraft, and CIG then tries to avoid clarifying it for years before dumbing it down. Yeah, I tend to agree. I think one of the things that I'm kind of realizing, and I don't know, you guys correct me if you think I'm wrong, they kind of treat IRC like they're doing a show for casuals. But most of us that watch IRC are hardcore of the hardcore. We watch it week after week after week after week. Why are they dumbing down the questions? They should be dialing up to 11, you know, like to getting that real nitty gritty, juicy details that we're after.
I get the impression they take the view that the live stream session is for the diehards, and the Inside Star Citizen is for the general everybody.
Yeah.
But
I don't watch the live stuff because there's never anything on it.
No, and I don't watch the live stuff because it's on. Well, I don't watch it because it's on too late.
But there's nothing on it. You can watch a Noobifier video on it, and they basically answer 5 questions that are they're even more casual than the IC stuff. So, I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one there. So yeah. Chabawok asks, question, with engineering gameplay incoming, I think that many will melt the big ships like the BMM since the crew requirements will be too high. What do you think? And will your ship recommendations change with FMF? No, they won't. Not in that regard anyway. Because again, of that earned down economy, even if so let's take your better merchantman. You know, you're looking, what's your career requirements, like 5 to 15 or something like that? I'd have to go back and look at it. Let's just say it's 15 for argument's sake, right? So let's make it exaggerated and silly, right? You could still, like a mole, swap yourself between those 15 stations. It'll take you a long time, I have no doubt. But when you get that done, the amount of money you will earn from that one mission, you could very easily take and buy a smaller cargo ship like a Nomad or a Hull A, and then go out and do it on your own. And that doesn't cost you any new money, you see. But if you've got to buy lots of small little ships, you're not getting your value.
Yep. I think it really does come to value. Like, we know for a fact that those big ships are going to be significantly more expensive in game. Chris has often talked about the price being exponential. You know, the price of a small ship being like that, buying a Datsun, the price of a big ship being like trying to buy a Ford aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
It's just not going to, the price is just not going to equate. And being able to buy the ships now is generally going to be cheaper than buying them in future. And we think the capital ships or the bigger ships are insanely priced compared to what the small ships are. That's going to be 10 times worse in game. When that's the plan. So that's generally why when people say, look, I've got this much credits, this is where I want to go. That's generally why we'll go for the bigger ships. It's not saying those small ships are bad to have. It's just saying, in terms of fix my fleet stuff, it's if you really know you want to do mining, then why don't you pick up your Orion now? So it's going to be, otherwise you're going to be grinding forever and to get it.
I think the kind of pinnacle for that from a fix my fleet perspective was John Citizen, because it took us about 2 months to convince John, and once he understood what we're trying to say, he was on board. And he was like, he loves his Prospector. He is, that is his ship, right? But us telling him to get rid of that and get like an Orion just broke his brain initially. But once he understood that he has the Orion and how quickly he can get it, what we were trying to say to him is he can take that Orion, and it's not just an Orion, it's a Prospector, it's a Mole, and whatever that other mining ship is, all in one, he then understood. So it's not just having a prospector and like if you've got a prospector and a mole, you might as well just have an Orion because it's almost the same price at that point. You see what I mean? But you also get the Orion. So what we're trying to tell you is it's just added value. But by having that bigger ship, you are kind of essentially like in very little work getting all the other ships underneath it. Not to mention, Algared, we do kind of always line it up so it makes sense. So we say mining, but there is no reason you can't take an Orion and buy a Vulture, or buy a Vulcan, or buy a Terrapin, right? So you only really do need one of those bigger ships. That's all you need, right? And that's why we also recommend things like Krakens and Idrises and all that stuff, because if you've got one of those really big ones, that's almost essentially every ship in the game. You know, after that, you know, one big ship, you just really are funding the game after that point, in my opinion. But
yeah, well, you know, anyone who's funding the game, anyone who's buying anything beyond a starter pack is funding the game, and certain things are going to do that more than others.
So I've got a super chat there, Algared. Do you want to read that?
Yeah, we do have a super chat. Our super chat question is from T-Jack, and he says, "Do you think CIG are backing themselves into he says a wall, but I'm going to say corner, with the whole direction they're heading with ship stations? While we all know this would eventually be a thing, I feel like it might hurt their ship sales. Yes and no. Like it's the same question with the big ships, which I think Tabawaki was coming back to as a problem with ship stations. Is it going to make those big ships difficult to have? Yeah, but to a certain point, you will be able to do that swap between stations. Yes, we never say that having those big ships is going to be easy. We say it's economically more valuable at this time to get those ships. We never say those small ships aren't good to have. The question is, if I've only got $350 and I know I want an Orion, which is better for me to get the Orion, which is going to take me forever to grind in game, or the Prospector, which I can run by myself, but it's going to take me forever to have, and it's going to be cheaper. To me, it seems you go the Orion. Now, that might be the worst advice ever, but that's our opinion, and that's generally where we've come from in terms of our thinking with the Fix My Fleet and the Earn Down economy.
No, I agree, this is stuff we formulated years ago, and back when we formulated it was all speculation. But as time's gone past, it's become true. It was speculation. There was a lot of stuff that we had that we speculated on. Like one of the big ones that we speculated on really early on was like, if you were going to sit down and you were going to sell ships, how would you do it to maximize your profit? And you would go from worst to best. And that's literally what they're doing. They've been like it came up again this week. Just to give an example, someone was talking about, I dropped an image because I missed the UTV when it dropped on CitizenCon because I went to the bathroom, and when I come back, the image had come and gone, so I never heard about it. And I was like, this UTV comes out, and it literally just crushes the Cyclone in almost every single way, because obviously you can fit it in smaller ships where the Cyclone can't go. But not only that, if you're putting it into a cargo ship, why would you have obviously there's a speed factor of the Cyclone, but why would you have that in a ship that carries cargo when you could have a smaller footprinted ship so you carry more cargo and it carries just as much cargo as the Cyclone? You know what I mean? So it's a no-brainer. This ship, that little UTV is going to kill the default Cyclone. It's gone. And that basically means the other versions of the Cyclone, like the ones with the turrets and stuff, are the only ones you're really ever going to see, because very rare you're going to actually want a Cyclone unless it becomes modular. That's the only other reason. So it has to become modular. So yeah.
And then that goes into that whole question in terms of why not have modular? Because it cuts into sales. Because if it's modular, people will buy the base model and all the modules for it down the track. Or they'll say, "I'll just buy the modules in game." It's a bit like we say with the Endeavour. Do I buy the master pack, or do I just buy the base and get the modules in game? Well, we look at the modules and the price in game.
Oh, I did it again. Sorry, I accidentally clicked and changed channels, so people missed what you said there. That was 100% my fault. And my screen's obviously stopped sharing. I clicked the wrong thing. I was trying to find the image from earlier this week. Sorry, so repeat what you were saying. Sorry. Totally my fault.
I was saying that lost my train of thought.
All right. Well, if you want to move on to the next...
Brains in gear. But yeah, it was looking at that whole think back to the question. No, I've lost it. I can't even get my train of thought back. I'm gone. Sorry. So you'll have to refresh them. What was I saying? Sorry. Where was I?
I've totally forgotten. We'll just move on to the next question. It's fine. So
Sorry, guys.
I'll let you read the
if
next
I remember,
one.
I'll come back to it.
Yeah.
So the next question from Craig B is CIG needs to do better on checking their documentation before posting it. It's unacceptable to post ship brochures, briefs that and have them look like copy-paste jobs and then admit 2 weeks later.
Yep. That's a really, really, really good one. I really like that one. Who was that one again? So that was Craig.
That was Craig B.
Yeah. So just so you know, I'm marking the really good ones. So that's a really, really good one, Craig. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and it is a frustration, and sometimes it's the ideas are there and things change. Sometimes it's like I find a frustration when you've got the brochure says one thing, ship shape says another, Q&A says a third thing, and the live stream says a fourth thing, and you've got 4 ideas that are going through. And that was my big thing with the Odyssey. You had
he's right
things
though,
that were being said all the way along.
With the Spirit though, who puts 48 SCU on every single one of them? Who puts the bombs on the ship that's not a bomb? Like, was that just like chucked out in the last 10 seconds? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like I know they probably only had one person doing it or whatever, and that person's really, really busy. But when you're asking for money, you have to be on damn point, right? Seriously, like, and how long have they been doing this for now? It's like they're not learning.
Yep. Joshua Sloan has reminded me where it was talking about the Endeavour in the pack and why not get the you say you got the Endeavour and people say should I get the Master Pack, and we usually say no because the modules in that are so cheap compared to what they are. The rest of it is you buy them in game, and so if they make the ships modular, people will just buy the base and buy the modules in game, which cuts into their sales. Where if they make the ships all independent, so you have to buy each ship if you want that component, you actually increase your sales. It's a full-on, from my perspective, it's a full-on marketing ploy, which does them very nicely because people like me who are foolish idiots or whatever end up going, ooh, pretty.
It goes back to what I said earlier. They do need to have the community team talking with the marketing team. So Algared, Can was nice enough to find that image for me. And so this is the UTV for those that haven't seen it. And I really, really like it. The only change I would make, obviously, is I change all the orange bits to red, but you know, that's my colors. So, but I really like it. It's kind of like a moon buggy crossed with you know, it reminds me, there's a vehicle in Jurassic Park in the second movie where they're going along and they're shooting the dinosaurs. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
and they're going between.
I know the one you're talking about.
And I literally, the comment when I posted was like, I could finally shoot dinosaurs in the park, in space. But yeah, and apparently the rumor is at the moment, so behind that back seat, I'm not sure if it's accurate because it looks a bit too small to me. But apparently the rumor is this thing can carry 1 SCU of cargo, just like the Cyclone. Now I don't know about you guys, and I could probably do it. Actually, let's do a poll. All right. So for me. If we do a poll, that answers the question. If the UTV carries 1 SCU, does this kill the... Oh shit, I forgot the name of the other one. Brain farted. What is the other one called? Shit. Cyclone. Cyclone default variant for you. Yes or no? Here we go. All right. So polls out because for me it does. So yeah, you guys let us know.
Like for me, it does. For me that looks a nicer version of a PTV as well. So you can see that the lineage.
Yeah, it's like an upgraded PTV but a downgraded Cyclone, and I really like that.
I'd actually. I know it's weird, but it's almost the PTV is a downgrade of that because the PTV that I could see as being the mining vehicle because it's got the place where you can put your tools, and the PTV is let's take off the roll bars and protection for the crew, and let's make it a nice little vehicle for running around the factory. So it's almost a reverse. Yep.
Restart your camera for me, but I think you're frozen. So yeah. I'm going to have to take one of these hardcore lozenges. My cough is getting really bad.
Okay, here we come again. Hopefully that works.
I'll let you know. At the moment, you're frozen. You just...
Yep.
Anyway, enough of that. We'll kick it back over. So, yeah. Next question on the stream. What are we up to? Monster AV asks...
okay, that should be back.
Overly... Yep, you're back. You got no background though, but overly vague info, lack of info. I realize some things are vague and through the nature of development, but I feel some of it is deliberate and try to make ships more important. Yeah, so that kind of comes back to that whole casual thing. They're treating us like we're a casual audience, and that's another poll question I'm going to do. Do you think that the people that watch ISC are a casual audience or a more hardcore audience? And I would argue that we're more hardcore, but I'll do that in a minute. Okay, interesting. So, just looking at the poll right now, 60% says yes, 40% says no, but we've only been running for 1 minute. But there are 45 votes, so I think that's rather telling.
Yeah.
So yeah. I didn't want that one there because I do want to ask this other question. So apologies for that in advance if you wanted to answer. Do you find ISC is a more hardcore audience? Or more casual audience? And I'm also going to put a I'll put a middle ground option in there.
You're going to change the answers from yes or no.
Yes, I know that. Thank you, Dad.
No worries. Just making sure.
Yes. Forever the teacher, Algared. You're just like my mum. My mum was a teacher too, just so you guys are aware. All right, there we go. That one's up as well. So yeah. All right. Next question. Thank you for that, Monster Avery.
I do have a couple of students who insist on calling me Dad.
Oh really?
Yep.
Oh, we actually missed. Oh, actually, I didn't miss 2 questions. Sorry, I read the wrong ones.
Yep.
So Death Factor asks, not to salt mine, but why did CIG tease us with a stripper pole variant of the Caterpillar, but then never release it in game or at least confirm stripper pole modules for the Cat? How long? Man, that must have been a long time ago. I don't remember that one. Do you?
Yeah, that was the IAE several years ago when they had the McCleary was going past the Drake and they had the Drake. So I was saying, Drake, uses girls to get you to buy their ships, and and they had the stripper girls on the poles of the doors. We don't have strippers yet in game, so get used to it. You can have stripper poles.
Strippers confirmed though.
No girls.
Yeah, I think it's strippers confirmed. We could probably use that against them to get strippers in game, but that'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, they're the Uwu girls for those who are interested, by the way.
Yes. All right, Death Factor. Wait, no, that was Death Factor's question.
I think we're up to
Gideon asks, Kathak equals Kilrathi 3.0. Looks like Kilrathi language. Yeah. I'll believe it when I see it, man. I'll believe it when I see it. Because I have my own theories about that one. I think they're robots, and that's why it's called the Spirit Wars, because they have no spirit. But believe when I see it.
I've never thought that the Kathak were the Kilrathi, but and even early on, like they were never seen that. They could have morphed them back into that in the same way that if you look at the very earliest stuff I saw of Evandul, they were talking about the cat-like features, and that was clearly a drawback to Wing Commander. Clearly, but yeah.
Yeah. So, along with vague info, this is from Monster Avery again. Another question. Along with vague info, would be more info on time frame and how solid it is, near future, far future, in development, profitable versus theory, one development. So what they've learned though over time is giving dates is a really bad idea. Even giving time frames is a really bad idea because people don't understand
the nature of development.
The hardcore people do, right? We understand that it's research and development, and basically sometimes things don't work out. You can work for 6 months on something. The way I put it, right, if you don't understand it or don't agree with it, is I put it this way. If I hired you to cure cancer, could you tell me how long it takes to cure cancer? You can't. Right? It's exactly the same thing. You are trying to, it's not as advanced as cancer, and it's not as unknown as cancer, but you can literally try to do things that are not doable. It's just that simple.
and unfortunately, people who want to, and this might sound a bit like white knighting, but people often make the comparison with, say, Red or Cyberpunk or other games, and say, "Oh, look, this game came, version 2 of this came out in 2 weeks or 2 years or 5 years, and this is taking 10 years." And the difference is, those games are coming from established studios that are already using material and gameplay and loops and programming that's actually in the game and in the world.
So the other way to
do.
So the other way to do this, rather than say it that way, is there are so many unknowns that we can't see that they don't share with us. Like, we don't know how the engine works. We don't know how like the limitations of the engine. We don't know the new stuff they're trying to do. We don't know how they're going about it. It's the same. And the other way to put it is like I have experience in game development, and I don't even know that because they don't share it with us, right? It's the same thing. Like, if someone was trying to cure cancer again, do you know the processes they go through to get to curing cancer? Do you know all the little... You don't. You just don't know the allegories. Yep. So it's just... You just got to let it go, because you have to trust that they know what they're doing, but you've also got to realize that things fail. That's just a part of life. And to get out everything that we discover in this world, if you think about all the lots of things that are discovered by mistake, there are lots of things that are discovered by R&D, and sometimes I guarantee you there are positives and negatives that have come out of things they've done. They've probably found things in that engine. Hey, we could actually use this to do this. They found it by accident, and that would happen. So there are pros and cons. So we're probably only really seeing the negatives, but I guarantee they won't be as big as the negatives. But there are things that would have come out of it that we haven't seen.
I think one of the classics is the pupil to planet thing, where you've got the cryo-engineers who have come in and they're working on the system, and they're now almost given a free rein. Show us what you can do, and they go, "Oh yeah, we can do this." Whereas when they were working on the other games in CryEngine, it was no, keep to this system, keep to this world size, because it's working and we've got it and we don't need it, and we just need another game. So when you're given the time to develop stuff, you can. And I think that's the blessing and the curse of Cloud Imperium. The developers have the time to develop stuff, which is a blessing, but the curse is they're also developing stuff, which takes time, and that might mean it fails, as you said. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Sometimes it's 1 step forward and 3 steps back, because you get something, but it breaks something else, and you're constantly trying to reiterate and build the tools and work stuff out. So yeah.
So the poll, which was, do you find ISC as a more hardcore audience or more casual audience, and 47% of people said middle ground, hardcore said 38, and casual said 15. Wow, I find that really interesting, because I find it casual as shit. So that shows I am completely not in line with you guys at all. So that is me on the outer, but that is, again, valuable information for me, because it shows that I'm in a different perspective to everyone else. Wow. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Next question is from Shempast, who asks, "What are your thoughts on the Spirit after the Q&A?" Take it away, Algared.
Nothing has changed.
Yep.
For me.
It's exactly the same for me.
It's just...
Oh, maybe that turret a little bit. Like, if the turret doesn't have that track stuff, it was really cool. I just love the idea of that for the C1. But if it's not there and it's just all greebly shit, then that's a disappointment to me.
For me, the turret just being, it's got a rear turret like the Freelancer. I just expect it to act like a rear turret. Can it fire forward? Well, that would have been nice if it could have had a 360-degree turn, because it would have covered the top a lot better. But the other turrets can't, rear firing turrets can't. So for me, it wasn't something that made me go, "Ooh, it can fire forward." It was just, "Oh yeah, whatever." Yeah. So it didn't really do anything. It's another ship in that Crusade, in that Freelancer / Cutlass size range. My biggest concern was the size increase, whether that was going to take it out of that size category.
I still think it was very cool that we did polls here that said, would you rather a starter ship or a freelancer cutlass size ship? And then the next poll we did straight after that was, what manufacturer should it be? And it was Crusader. And I just found that really ironically funny. And then, like, literally, I think less than a month later, here's the Spirit. I think the community here called it really well. I thought that was, and when it came up on stream, I was like, oh my God, they called it, you know? So,
absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Like, so I don't think it was. It's just giving people the choice of the ship to have. The E1 is to me just a shuttle. The C is just a cargo vehicle, and the A1 that's probably the more unique one of the lot. But it doesn't change my view, and I like the idea that they're slightly different from the other three because it gives you three branches to go into in terms of professions. So they're the same size ship, but choose your flavour, and then that's going to have an impact on choosing your manufacturer. The pricing didn't change because the pricing was comparable to those other two. So in terms of ship size and everything else, to me it's just perfect. But is it a ship that everyone wants or should go out and buy? No, unless you're someone with OCD type tendencies and you must have every ship or
Algared. Algared, sorry, real back off there. Sorry, my bad. Yeah.
The other reason you might buy is as giveaways or for down the track. But if you've got a cutlass and you love your cutlass and you think the cutlass is the best thing ever, then why would you ever consider getting a Spirit? If you're thinking, I like the cutlass, I like the freelancer, but I want something that's in between, then maybe the Spirit is the option to go for. It's that type of 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So.
Okay, I'm just checking the Twitch bot again.
Justin Bailey
doesn't want to work.
I think Justin Bailey says CIG comms is one reason I never completely stopped funding past 2 years.
Yeah.
The CIG comms is the number one reason I nearly completely stopped funding the last 2 years. Lying about ships to bolster sales, blaming passionate players for mistakes, blaming other departments for issues, etc. I think sometimes, like, the comms issue also gets down to sometimes you can identify a problem, but communicating that so others see the problem, or if they don't see the problem, how do you communicate that without jumping down their throat?
Yeah.
There's a problem if it can't be if people at the other end are clearly not seeing the problem, or they're too fearful. If we let this out, then so yeah. Anyway, your thoughts, X?
No, I kind of agree, man. It's just, I think he wrapped it up in the question there perfectly.
Yeah.
They've, we've said for a while, like, when some of the marketing people they've brought in are just a little bit too casual. They treated it like every other game, but, like, if you think about how this game was funded, it hasn't been funded like every other game. It was funded on the the promise of, well, it started out as a PC game, because back then they were talking about, consoles are going to rule the world. And look at what's happened in 10 years. Consoles are now, it's the opposite. Consoles are on the way out, And a lot of when the publishers, or stuff that's pushed by the publishers, is said, I often know it's going to fail because they're pushing it because that's what they want to happen, right?
Yep.
So they pushed loot boxes, they pushed NFTs, they pushed, the death of PC because that's what they wanted, because then they would make more money. So you instantly, like, I now know it's not going to work every single time. Like, you had all these, let's just take NFTs. Look at the sheer number of companies that came out and said they were going to go into NFTs, and look where that's gone. NFTs are basically dead in less than 12 months because everyone knew what it was. It was just a cash grab. We're not stupid. We're not idiots anymore. We are now informed. Like, you go back 20 years ago, and NVIDIA would bring out a graphics card, and let's say 10 years ago, NVIDIA brings out a graphics card. They would come up with shitty naming conventions, and we would just have to put up with it. They brought out one, the 24080s recently, and it's now literally the one that was really the 470 was retracted from sale because there was so many complaints. It is no longer these individual little islands or communities. We are now a global village. So we now have the tools to communicate and get shit done. It is not the same game we're in a world space sense. I'm talking here. We no longer live in that individual little island world. So CIG are just going to have to play ball. You can't treat us like idiots anymore because we talk to each other. Not just content creators. Like, you could take the content creators out of it as far as I'm concerned. Everyone in this audience will talk to someone else and someone else. And they'll be like, I'm not buying that shit because they lied to me. You know, so they can no longer do marketing the way they've been doing it for the last X number of years. They now need to start treating their customers like they are intelligent. Because even if I'm as dumb as a monkey, my mate that's intelligent, he's going to tell me not to buy it, isn't he? So,
and you know, it's the same thing you see all the time. So, yeah, it is a frustration. That's all I can say. It's a frustration. We just got to keep going. But as you said, even if it's that, to use a geographic term, it's globalization. It's that fact that we can communicate and we're not just isolated. And, you know, I talk to Paul, who's in the States, and I talk to other people in the States, and I talk to Badgers, who's in England. And even if we weren't streaming, I'd still be talking to those guys, and we'd still be saying, yeah, this ship sucks, this ship's good, this ship's awesome, this ship's crap. No, they haven't told us enough. They're BS us. So,
yeah. The kind of, it's not a personal question, but a personal note. Did you watch that video I linked you from Korea?
Yes.
So there's a video of Chris Roberts for when they're talking at Korea, and I can probably link it in chat if anyone's really interested. But he's basically got Korean subtitles, and he's talking about it. And he one of the things that I found was interesting was they mentioned that the people that were there, and one of the people that they mentioned was there was the head of marketing. I now have a photo of the person as the head of marketing, and I know his name. So I'm going to try and seek him out and see if I can actually ever talk to him, because I want to know what what his thought process is, because I don't want to hassle him, right? Don't want to hassle him. But I think I'd love to sit down and just get his thought process. Like, what is he thinking and where he's going and stuff. And I don't think any of us want to hassle him, right? We don't want to hassle people. We just want to, we want to kind of fix things, or at least improve things. So, yeah.
And one of the, I know we often feel like, it often feels like we're bagging out marketing and the way they do things. But
yeah,
I also know that different countries, you market things totally different to them.
Yep.
And so if you're appealing to the Asian market, you're going to be doing things in a slightly different way. I know in Australia, if you know, you don't. There's different ways you do marketing and to different countries, and I think what we probably see is a more American-centric marketing scheme, and that's probably what cheeses us off or others off more than.
Well, because they can say whatever they want in the States, and once you buy it, you're stuffed. That's not the case. Like, for example, in Australia, if they release Squadron 42 and it's a really, really bad state, every single Australian can get a refund based on their ships, because the ships are for the multiplayer. So if they don't make that game really good, every Australian's just going to go get a refund and try and get their money back. In the Netherlands, it's the extreme opposite of the United States, where at any time, for any reason, they can get a refund. So if you like 20 years from now, if they want a refund, someone could go get a refund. Their laws are completely harsh in the other direction.
I know from back in the day when I used to work in retail, there was a looking at an aspect of returns, and it was even said that even if the store salesperson said, "Oh, this product can do X, Y, and Z," even if the package said it can't, you'd be entitled to get a refund, because the salesperson saw you it can.
I could see you working at a pipe store, Algared, for some reason. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know where you worked. I was just guessing. All right, we really do need to
I worked in several retail places. The one I enjoyed most was the bookshop.
Oh, actually,
so there you go.
I can see that. Actually. That would suit you to a T. All right, Parker says the wasted SCU questions. So many. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. As that one was wasted. Thanks, mate. That's fine.
No, that was the Parker's 2 seconds of fame.
The Akato asks, example, one problem with the core gameplay mechanics, communication, specifically character-based skills. Yeah, see, that was kind of like propped up on us. Why didn't they kind of tell, why wasn't that on an ISC to prep us? Hey, we're going to talk more about this on on that. But I honestly believe, I think that's probably a little bit more mild than what we think it is. I think it's kind of going to be like eating, drink, and food. I think that's going to be like a mild perk. And I also think it'll deteriorate over time. Like it'll be one of those things, if you don't use it, you lose it. And so if you're being really fit in one area, you can't maintain them all. So basically, if you're doing all the box stuff, yeah, awesome. Your strength will be really high. But if you're using a computer all the time, you're obviously not using your strength, so you lose your strength. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's just going to be as bad as people think, and I think it's only ever going to be temporary.
Yeah, and I got the impression it's a very, it's like 10% of 100 at most, and it's going up and down depending on how well you're doing it.
Yeah, well, this
using
actually
the skill to go with it. And
I was just going to say, this came up a lot during the discussion at the CitizenCon, and one of the things that a lot of people brought up, there was like these stats that increased by 1 to 3% in this game, and the difference was astronomical between someone that had a 3% and a 1% difference. So realistically, again, the way because I said 20% when I was there, I just threw out a number, right? And what I was trying to say there, like they took me at my word when I said 20%, and what I said after they said that 1 to 3% is it's obviously going to be tested on gameplay and whatever they deem to be fair and balanced. So if Algared throws out a number like 10 or I throw out 20, just remember we're using that as an example.
We're just chucking hyperboles out there deliberately, so not expecting you to take those numbers as literal.
Yeah.
It's just saying, just chucking it out there for example.
That's exactly right.
I can remember playing Dark Age of Camelot. And if you had realm rank in Dark Age of Camelot, 1% of realm rank was a massive difference. So if you had a slightly higher realm rank than a friend, you were significantly tougher.
It depends what that base stat is, doesn't it? You know, because if that base stat's 1,000, 1% is, that's 100. That's not 100. Sorry, that's it's 10. So that's actually quite a drastic bit of difference. Are you mathing in your head as I said that? Yeah, I had to math too. Don't worry, my math is terrible. But you get the point. Point is, it just depends on what your base stat is and what that money is. So again, 20% of 1 is obviously a lot lower than 10% of 1,000 is my whole point. So you got to look at your base stats and stuff like that. Anyway, so the Equator asks again, question: here is the details on the player character skills that they are adding to. Where? It's not here. It's not here. You lied to me. It's not here at all. He obviously linked it earlier and we've missed it. So.
Yeah, obviously linked it, but yeah.
Yeah. Monster Avery asks, dumping up the bomb swap question was another. Yeah, okay, right. Yes, Nightbot. Yeah, okay, I'm getting Nightbot stuff as well. Stigma Mall question from Twitch says, in a follow-up on my posted question as Craig B, why did it take so long to update the details? It's really rookie from the developer. Now, if I remember correctly, he was talking about when they updated the PDF. So what he's talking about, why did it take him so long? Well, I think it might have just been missed, right? Someone missed it, but it's like anything. Why is something overseen? Obviously, there's someone working and they missed it. Should have this been checked and triple checked? Absolutely. Is it forgivable? Yeah, it's forgivable. But again, it's common sense. And again, when people are buying something though, you want to have that stuff on point because again, especially with what Algared said about laws in America being really strict. If you brought an A1 thinking it had 48 cargo, you'd actually be entitled to a refund because it's misinformation. But also I think they also have what do they have, a 30-day return policy, which is really good considering most other most other places in the States,
Yep. But I've got to defend them as well. Like I know from teaching when you're doing reports, and you're typing up reports, and you want them to be grammatically correct, and you want them to be perfect, and not have any missing words or spelling or misphrases. And so we would, at my school, we'd go. I do it. I proofread it. I check it myself. I give it to another teacher. They check it and proofread it and give me advice and I make changes. It goes to my head teacher. He does the same. Goes to we do multiple checks, and you'll get it back after 5 or 6 checks, and you'll be reading it and go, oh, there's an error there we didn't pick up.
Same thing in Inforunners. That's why I run it all through multiple heads because then there's less mistakes. And one of the things we always say is.
And you do pick up, you do pick up 99.9% the things. But often when you're reading something and you're reading it for fourth or fifth time, you're reading what you expect to see, not what is actually there. And it's just
it's the same
so
thing.
I can understand the errors being there. So
yeah, it's the same thing with our speculation. That's why we always say never do it alone, because as soon as you have one other person to check it, it's exactly the same thing as what Algared read there with proofreading. 100%. But obviously there was just some kind of oversight. Maybe there was only one person working on that, and the details, maybe they didn't come in to right at the end, and it was already sitting there ready to go, and it just got sucked into the system. So yeah, I don't know. That'd be, again,
or someone made the changes and forgot to save.
It comes back to that communication thing. There is clearly some form of lack in communication there. So yeah, that's why we're looking at all this stuff today, guys. So yeah. Mr. Stunner asks, I would help to have better forethought in communication on new ship releases for initial concept sales and specific details info on the tech needed to make the game what we all want. It does not roll off my tongue. Do you want to read?
It would help to have a better forethought in communication on new ships released for initial concept sale and specific detail info on the tech needed to make the game what we all want. I think that's a twofold question. I think, yes, it would be great to have a better communication on the concept ships and where the ships are going in terms of what gameplay loops they're going to field into.
Yep.
And also, it would be better to have a better idea of where they want to go into, or what tech they're looking at and working on in terms of to help the game get to where they want and where we want. And we do see that. We saw that type of discussion with the River Tech. We saw that with a discussion on nav mesh. We saw that discussion on so we've seen those types of discussions in where we want things to go and the implications of that. I don't think we see it as much on the ships, which is why I rant so much about the Odyssey and why we've got the problems with the Spirit and why we've got the problems with the Phoenix and why we've got the problems with you pick the ship and the problems are there, and that's part of the problem. And sometimes those problems are because they say, hey, this would be cool, this is where we want to go, but then they don't really know how the tech's going to be or what the tech's going to be to get there. So yes, it'd be good, but I think sometimes it's just the information is just not there, or they know they're working on it, but they're not sure how that's going to work out. So they're trying to be general in the comments, which are working for those ships, so they don't back themselves into a corner. Yet that problem is also, it's part of the marketing for the concept ship, and so we want the detail, but they can't give a detail, and so it ends up being a nebulous void. Thoughts?
I was doing stuff in the background. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get this Nightbot to work. It's driving me nuts. But yeah.
So that were my thoughts on that question. You'll have to. So what do you think, X? What would help in terms of better communication on the ships, the concept ships, or the detail on the tech needed to make the game what we want?
So you know how we had the kind of standardized layout where they showed what a ship was? So they had I remember they Terrapin Pathfinder. You know how they had that grid that everything fell into? Yep. That. I want that. So I want that grid come up and I want to say this ship falls into this category and this category if it cross-pollinates, right? And then you start to build up this thing of where every ship lands. And I think that's required.
Yep. Yeah, that would make sense. It would be a very simple thing, and that keeps it general. It's these are the profession. I suppose it's that profession chart where you've got the touring is this, and this, and then you say, okay, this ship falls into here, this ship falls into here. It gives you that better idea. So yeah, that'd be a good thing to put in. It'd certainly help us work out where the ship's falling, and it does fall into what CIG have often said. In terms of the matrix, everything on the matrix can change apart from the role of a ship. And they've often said, look at the role of a ship rather than what components the ship's got at the moment or how the ship flies at the moment. Look at what the stated role or purpose of a ship is. And that will give you an idea of where it will fall. Because I can guarantee you what meta now is not going to be meta 6 months down the track. It'll change. Just because of the nature of games and the way balance is working. So,
yeah. All right, we're getting a few bots coming back, but I think they're learning our secrets. I found out how to block them for a couple of weeks, but they're back now. So yeah. All right.
I think I'm frozen again.
Yeah, you are a little bit. Yep. So
Back.
answered that one. Where are we up to? So we're up to Robert Voles. The
I
size issue was a
do believe
misprint.
so.
Why do we need a question for it? Yeah, exactly. So Robert just asks, what is
Yeah.
the size issue was a misprint? Why do we need a question for it? Yeah, 100%. That was exactly what we said, Robert. Mr. Stunner, question. And actually, thanks for doing this, guys. It's an awesome idea and great way to get meaningful feedback. Appreciate all you do. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for being a part of enjoying the show.
We do. A question, obviously, for badges.
Hang on. Well, I was just going to say we do this as much for us as we do it as much for you. So we like helping people, and yeah, everything I do, I can't speak for Algared, but everything I do is for the community and just my love of the game. And I think
and our discussions were, we'd be doing these discussions in voice even if we weren't on stage. So.
That's it. SA asks question: the lack of second entrance and docking collar really hurt the ship in the verse. What are your opinions?
I think it hurts the E1 more than anything else. Because the E1, because of the purpose of the E1, it's a luxury transport ship, and yet you got to take your passengers through the cargo hold.
Do you remember when I kind of floated the idea of it was an elevator that could raise up to the glass? Can you imagine if it also went all the way down to the ground?
Yeah. That if that whole thing went down, if that whole module went down to the ground and the door and little steps you walked in, that would actually solve that problem. Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
But at the moment, that one entrance.
Do the other ones need? Do all the other ones need a second one? I think tactically it makes it weaker. So I know SA is a military guy, right? So SA is thinking from a boarding perspective. Like if pirates come up on you and they've got that door, you're stuffed. Where do you go? It's like the MSR. It's the same thing with the MSR, yeah.
And it's got the same problem as the MSR from memory, where the component room is basically off from a cargo bay. I remember looking at it when they were doing it, and I thought, man, the components are really, really close to the back. And so, the entrance, components.
Do you know what I just thought of? If those beds were escape pods, that kind of fixes the problem. You could just jump in the escape pod and get the hell out of there. That might fix it.
But I might not want to lose my ship. I might want to, I might have valuable cargo. So. Having the one entrance is a blessing and a curse. But I think for the E1, where you've got high paying clientele, taking them through a dirty cargo bay, and even if you polish your cargo bay up, it's still a dirty cargo bay, is not. It's counter to the idea of luxury transport. Yeah. How many people going on a luxury cruise go through the docking, the cargo of a crew access? Yeah. The ordinary crew. You don't. You go through the luxury areas and the normal thoroughfares. You don't go through the narrow corridors for crew.
So SA has just added me and said, not one passenger or +3 plane in the world only has one door, and he is technically correct.
Yep.
Which is the best kind of correct, obviously. But these are spaceship designers in a video game. They are not real world rocket scientists. So and you got to gamification is the word. I've chucked it at SA so many times. But I do agree it would definitely be helpful to have one. But like they said in the answer, where does it go? And this ship is already the biggest ship that fits on that small pad. And the way I explained it to Algared is I said, if you actually look at, and we had that picture, I'll do it again. All right, man, we're going to get super chats thick and fast here again. This always happens when I do this. Hang a link again. And we're going to check out the Freelancer and the others. So let's have a look at this. So we've got Freelancer. We've got the Catalas. No, we just want the normal one. Thanks. Nope. Yep, that one. And the Spirit. Now, just for this example, I'm just going to use the one because I don't know which one I use there, but I'm just going to grab one. And then if I select all and we do it like this, and then we where is it? Delete ship. No, I'm looking for the auto layout. There we go. Right. So now if I unlock if you are just looking at the kind of like chop off the wings of everything, right? If you kind of look at this is like, you know, kind of a square one, right? And then if I had like a rolling pin, Algared, remember I was trying to explain it like that? So if you have like a rolling pin and you've got your piece of dough, it's a chunky piece of dough, that's your cutlass. And then if you kind of roll it and it goes a bit thinner, you get the freelancer. And then if you go extremely thin and you get into like almost like a sausage or a hot dog, you get to the Spirit. And that's half the problem with the Spirit, is because it's so long and so thin. You can literally see it here. Look, the ship gets bigger and bigger as it gets longer and longer. So, but again, you've only got a limited number of shapes you can use in spaceship design, and that's half the problem. So the only other option would be to go the other way, and literally the ship is a complete square, you know, or multi-layered or something like that. So again, they could have gone into verticality. We haven't seen a lot, like, besides the Reliant. Do you reckon we'll get more vertical ships based on, you know, like the Zion and the and Misk? I'm hoping that is a thing, but
I think we will get more vertical ships when we get more Xi'an, but will I do more? I don't know. Is it something that catches on with the community or otherwise? So
yeah. So you can see there on the Spirit Owl, I'm not going to lose that name now. Spirit Owl. It's 46.5 meters, and the metrics that I got linked was 48 meters. So that's literally that's 75 centimeters either side of that ship to land on that pad. That is not a lot of space. So yeah. All right. Vidal Charles question says, question statement. Sorry, I didn't catch the opening about this stream not being an AMA. Yeah, that's totally fine. Don't worry about that. That is totally fine. Aurelius Indominus asked question, will they show more work when it is done on the BMM with AIE?
Probably.
I'd hope for an update on the BMM at that. You know how the ship talk they have tend to be at the end of the year? But I think we'd all kind of agree with what we saw last, even if it was delayed. I don't know, Algared, do you think it's doable by the end of the year? I think it's probably early next year at the earliest at this point.
I think based on what they've got, it's a lady ship. And I think given the cargo size and everything else, I think they'll want to have that out as being, because it's mainly a cargo ship and shops. If they get shops in game, then they'll bring it out earlier if it's kind of built, or they'll wait till cargo refractor, because of those elements they want to have in the game. You know, they don't want to be putting ships out that they've got no purpose. Yeah. So.
All right, you want to read the next question, please? I'm just doing some stuff in the background. Can you do that for me? Nope. He's disappeared. All right. Next question is from Mad to Mike.
Yep.
He says, I think the speed questions are aimed at confirmation so CIG doesn't go back on rather than the questions looking for answers. Sorry, I don't understand that. I think the speed questions are aimed at confirmation so CI doesn't go back on it rather than questions looking for answers.
Yes.
Okay.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
So what he's saying is the questions in the Q&A about speed and how fast a ship can go and whether it's faster or slower than the others is trying to get a clarification into where they're looking at for the ship, rather than, you know, trying to get CIG to say yes to lock them into a thing, rather than getting them to answer questions, which ship's better. It's that we want the information, but that's exactly what the problem with the questions is. We want the clarification for the information, but sometimes the answers the questions are silly questions, and I'm not sure the speed question really fits into that category.
Yeah,
but I can see what you're saying.
I've had someone argue that there's no such thing as a silly question. Yeah, there is such thing as a silly question when there's only 10 bloody questions. That's the problem. But yeah.
And I know in teaching we say if one person's asking the question, there's a good chance that 100 people are asking the same question, but are too concerned to actually say because they don't want to come across like an idiot. And yes, that is true. But there are still, when there's common knowledge out there about X, Y, and Z question, to have X, Y, and Z question being asked every single time a ship comes out is a waste of a question when there's only 10, and that's what Execute's saying.
Yeah, that's it in a nutshell, mate. All right. Okay. Oh, cool. Work finished.
Well, I do have to do a comment because when we're talking about the Spirit, and we're talking about the cargo and walking passengers through the cargo hold, and someone in chat said, "Well, the Spirit doesn't have the E1 doesn't have cargo according to the Q&A." I looked at the Q&A and it just said it was cut and paste. I look at the ship matrix, which is what I was doing, and only the C1 has 48 cargo. The A1 and the E1 have 0 cargo. And so that seems to imply that cargo hold is actually the module for where the bombs go and where the passengers go. So we'll have to wait and see.
Doesn't make a lot of sense for me on the E1 because obviously you're going to have passengers' bags, passengers' food, your own food. There is going to be some form of cargo on that E1.
Yep.
100%. And it's the same thing for the A1 because what about your own food?
What about the storage of the bombs? What about the
bombs might be a bit different, right?
Yeah,
but say for example, you got ballistic weaponry. You know what I mean?
Well,
the bombs
are like ballistics.
The bombs are too big though, Algared. You'd probably fit maybe 4 extra bombs. That'd be it. And then how do you load them? Like they're really big. You know what I mean? So that's why they've given you 10. So yeah.
Depends on the size of the bomb, and if they go cluster bombs, that's going to change it as well, or bomblets.
I see your point, but we're going to get into an argument here, so I'm going to cut you off because I can see where it's going.
I don't think it's an argument.
We can talk about that later because, I do see your point though. I'll give you that. All right, Monster Avery asks, also amusing is that the question they don't actually say is faster or more maneuverable than the Cuddy or Freelancer, just that it is for its size. Yeah, you'd have to imagine though that it is faster, because it's technically larger, so maybe it's got more powerful engines because they're bigger. Yeah. But can you see what I mean about ship design? It's a bit weird because they've made it thinner and thinner. And
the one thing. Sorry, go on.
No, that's all good. Go for it.
The one thing I thought, but I picked up from the Q&A when they were talking, is that they talked about the components being able to be lower powered on Crusader ships to get the same ability. So that seems to be something they're saying. This is what Crusader do. You can actually use lower.
That's not how I read it. I read that as in that you can turn the component level down and then it travels at the same speed. So because it's got like faster components or the ship goes faster, it allows you to run a low component loadout, so it operates more like a normal ship.
So you're not having to have a higher grade component or that bigger component to get the same quality.
Yeah. So for instance, so that's how you can get a smaller EM signature because you're not putting as much power into the components.
But that seemed to be something that I was saying was something that Crusader do. That's kind of their niche, is their ships have this ability to power down their components or use them at a lower power.
I didn't hear that. I heard their thing as the engines, but you can go back and check it. You might heard it different to what I heard, but the way I heard it was they have more powerful engines, but you can basically run lower components to turn those engines down, which therefore obviously would lead on to things like, say, getting a smaller IR signature or something like that. So yeah. Mad Tim Mike asks, I know the Reddit post with the landing pads, but it would be great if you could make an episode about it. Which ships, which hangar? Yeah, that might be a thing on the card too, because it is one of those things that haven't really been talked about. And it's not official though, because it's just been pulled out of the code. I guess it's kind of official from that point of view, but it's not official. It's not from CIG, so to speak. Sorry, what's wrong?
I said things can change.
Yeah, that's 100% it. But as it's taken from one of the builds, you'd have to kind of say, well, that is kind of pretty official. But as you said, things can change. Is there anything you want to talk about from that, Algared? Do you feel like we should do an episode based on landing pad sizes? I guess it could be a thing.
Well, that would tie in with the Endeavour, it would tie in with a Kraken, it would tie in. So, yeah, well, I could see a value in doing an episode based on that.
Yeah. One of the ships I really want to get the landing pad sizes for, and it's really hard to do, is the Idris, because they're all internalized inside a hangar. But I want to know if there is, so the Kraken's got 4 smaller ones and then the 2 kind of larger ones. I want to know, is it 3 of those or 3 of those? Because that totally changes that ship. Because if you've got 3, if you could put, say, essentially that's a Cutlass-sized pad. If you actually have 3 of those inside, like the biggest ship on that one is a mole, as far as we're aware. If that's the case, well, that could you fit 3 moles in an Idris? Like that's kind of crazy.
So just going back to that question on the component issue, the answer for the question was how is it stats versus a Freelancer and Cutlass, and it was just like other Crusader ships, which is where I got the idea. That seems to be the niche for Crusader. The Spirit will be more manoeuvrable for its size, would normally dictate allowing it to run the lower component loadout while still being effective. So that seems to be, Crusader ships have that, the way they're built, you can run.
He died. Nope. So I hear that differently to Algared, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, you're back. What did you say?
I was saying that the answer in the Q&A was that just like other Crusader ships, it seems to be picking up that idea of this is niche to Crusader. The Spirit will be more manoeuvrable than other ships in its size would normally dictate, allowing it to run lower component loadout while still being effective. So I was saying
so the way I take that is because it's faster. If you turn the components down, it runs more like at a normal speed, hence a lower profile.
Yeah, but I see that as that being the thing that's unique to them. You can run lower components and it's still going to be
but read it again. If you read it again, they say read it again. Listen word for word, and I'll stop you at certain points. So go read it again.
Yeah, just like other Crusader ships. So this is picking up the thing that's unique to Crusader ships. The Crusader would be more manoeuvrable than its size would normally dictate. So
stop there. So that means that basically that all Crusader ships have bigger engines, so they can go faster, etc., right?
Or they're more manoeuvrable and agile because of the wing configuration and allowing it to run a lower component loadout, not lower component setting, while still being effective. And you've got to read that effectiveness against the question of how does its stats compare to the Freelancer and the Cutlass Black. So to me, that says
I still don't agree, but that's fine.
And look, that's one of those things that I think that's still a nebulous answer.
It's kind of the way it's kind of the way as people have said today, it's kind of vaguely answered, so you kind of can interpret it in different ways. But
well, just like we've taken 2 different answers.
Yeah, but from a gameplay perspective, it makes more sense what I'm saying, because like, why would they let you land lower components and it still goes fast as hell? That doesn't make any sense. But realistically, if you run it at a lower profile, obviously the speed goes down, so it makes it equal to other people. That makes gameplay sense, right? So what you're saying is that they can turn it down but still have the speed. So that's basically broken in gameplay terms. So that's why I disagree with you. Yeah, and
it may be that the basically broken. I'm just reading the comment as it reads in English. Now, does it make sense? Maybe. But it's certainly trying to say that it's better than for speed, or in terms of components and other things, it's able to run at a lower setting than the Freelancer and the Cutlass and be just as good as them. That seems, or at least be comparable to them. That seems to be what it's saying.
So so I'm moving on to the next question. So Can actually says Exy, it's a track. So he's talking about the track on the back of the Spirit. It's a track that seems to only be able to fire rear, up, and down. What?
Yep.
What is the point of that? Just put it at the back. So there's no need for a track. Just put it right at the back. That's so stupid. If that's what it is, that's even dumber than the Scorpius.
Well, it gives you a full 180. Well, it gives you a bit more than 180.
Okay, so look at it this way, Algared. I'm trying to think of a way to do this.
Yeah, I
Right?
know.
I've got a little stick here, right? So this stick is the turret on my arm. If you've actually got it so it's down here firing, or you've got it up here firing, what is the point when you can just have it here on the end? It still fires in exactly. It just doesn't make any sense. It's so dumb. Unless the arc of the turret is limited, so it can only fire. I guess it increases the arc, so maybe you can fire like up and forward a bit, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just a limited view turret, but again, it just seems give it a ball turret so it can just fire in almost every damn direction. You know,
I think it's one of those things we'll have to see in game too.
Yeah,
and look, it might be like Corsair turrets, where hey, it looked good in originally because we're picking up some of the stuff that we've got with us with the Scorpius, and then if we start to apply it, it just doesn't work, so we have to change it.
Oh god,
it's concept shift. Things are going to change. You know,
I was like, oh, we're catching up to questions, and then I started to scroll down again, and we've now got a whole nother page. Right,
we never catch up with questions, X.
So
never.
Monster Avery asks, what if the track is like a Javelin's where they said it is only up in man turret on and off? Well, that's kind of what we just answered, so that's the same thing. Question, does anyone else find CIG using Rule of Cool frustrating when they could have made it a feature at least and don't put it on a pointless geo that just burns resources for art credit? So that's what essentially what he's saying there is exactly what I said. Is that why would you, like, if they'd made it something that was completely bespoke, we wouldn't be having this problem. But the fact that they took another artist that was used off scanners and used on there, I just think is really I can't think of the word. I want to say egregious, but I'm talking about it from a gameplay perspective, because it ruins that knowledge of what a scanner is, doesn't it? And if they'd made it as some kind of, man, they could have made it anything, but just don't use the same thing. And I hope they change that in concept, in production.
Yeah, it ruins that idea of the silhouette being how you tell what a system is or what it's got. And it's a bit like, why do all of our shields have that same shape? Why do all of our coolers have the same shape? It's because that's the language, the visual language, so we know what we're looking at when we see a shield or a cooler or a... Yeah, so 100% agree.
Yeah.
I get what
So I'm just adding this so people can see what the hell I'm talking about, because it's actually here on the A1, ironically. It just happened to be the ship I pulled out at that time.
And then you look at the Mercury, and there it is there, and it looks identical. And you look at it and go, oh.
They look very, very similar.
Yeah.
Right, and you can probably argue, now I kind of have them side by side, you probably could argue that they are different, but they're also incredibly... Well, I wonder if there's another view. Like, if I just change them back to the 45-degree view, bear with me. That might be a better way to do it. But you've got to admit, there's at least somewhat of a similarity between those two, yeah? And we're talking about these little dishes here, guys.
Yeah. I don't think there's any problem with looking at that and saying that looks like a scanner. It looks like the same design language. Just to say that's agreeable, just to break up the design, do a square, do a triangle, do...
A hexagon.
Do a hexagon.
A pyramid, for crying out loud. Yeah. Pick another shape.
Do an oval. If you use the same thing and it looks like it got levers and sits up, you're using a design language, using the type of stuff that we use for visual clues. You're breaking that, you're changing this, you're using things that people will see as a silhouette, or, you know, that type of aspect. So, yeah.
Yeah,
and I know it doesn't really impact the silhouette because it's just flat, but...
it's just a shame. It's just like how many. Okay, we'll put it this way: that the fact that, and I'm only thinking about the two people, me and the guy that asked the questions, both thought it was a scanner. I can't imagine how many of you out there also thought it was a scanner. We shouldn't be thinking it's a scanner. It's that simple.
SA says, do an airlock. Make it an airlock. Yeah. Solves the question. Bang.
Yeah.
But then if it was an airlock, it's going to have a different look.
So the only problem with that essay is the airlock is on the top, and they seem to be moving all the airlocks to the side, so the AI can go through them. Because obviously the AI's got the problem with the ladder and the changing of the gravity and stuff like that. So that's what they're trying to avoid. So all airlocks seem to be going side to side now, or horizontal rather than going up the ladders. They're removing all those. So things like the one on the Reclaimer are going to have to change, and the Caterpillar, etc., etc., etc. All right. Question: what if the track is like? Oh, I already asked that one. My bad. I'm gonna knock it off my list. Monster Avery asked question. The only advantage I would see is that a visual decoy, but I don't think the bombs would be used as a decoy. So he's taking. So just to write back to you, Monster Avery, please, when you ask your questions, ask them in context, because obviously we answer them, let's say half an hour later. I do happen to know what you're talking about, but it was very hard for me to realize what you're talking about. So is the visual? So we're talking about the bombs. Right, so the bombs are visual decoys, and you drop a bomb, and people think it's a decoy. So they're like, "Oh, run, duck and cover," but it's really just hits the ground and does nothing. Yeah, that could totally be a thing too. Mad to Mike asks, I bet they used inspiration from the B1 Lancer, and then named it after the B2 Spirit. I now need to go look up the B1 Lancer. What's that?
Real bombers.
B1 Lancer. Well, you're the World War II guy, not me, so I have no idea what he's talking about.
But they're not World War II.
They're not?
No.
I can see a little bit in there. A little bit. Come on, you gotta admit there's a little bit in there. No?
Mm-hmm.
And is the B2 the B2 Spirit?
The B2 bomber is, I think, the stealth version bomber. I think, or a version of that, but I could be wrong because I'm not a modern military dude. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's the Eclipse. But yeah, they definitely took the name of it. Yeah, that's interesting.
So that's the B2 Spirit is the bomber version. So yep.
All right, Mashmord
has not a question.
Yeah, go for it.
But
you
Execute. Look at a Discord. So Rashmore sent you a Discord.
Yeah, he did. I've already checked it. No. I'd already seen it, and I replied to him and said I've already seen it.
Yep. Isagon has a question. They say, do you guys not remember CIG talking about skills way back in the day? He talked about learning things like martial art moves from an NPC.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's probably so long ago.
I don't remember him saying it, but I could see it as something he'd have said. But I know that was always players would use skills or use their skills. I remember it being something you'd have I remember NPCs always having skills, so you'd have NPCs who are good at targeting or good at combat or good at engineering, that type of stuff, and you'd pay your credits for them. Would PCs learn that? I can't remember. I'd be a liar if I said I did.
Yeah, I vaguely remember something similar to that, but like it was probably in the first year of the whole game, so it's been a while. Again, it just shows that lack of communication when we've got documents that are almost 10 years old.
And yet, that's one of the things we've also found is if the game's gone on, often we'll see a comment that's 10 years old, and like the Death of a Spaceman stuff, that's like from year dot.
Yeah.
And people are saying, no, it's not going to be there, it's not going to be there, it's not going to be there. And CIG said, well, Death of a Spaceman is there. It's the idea that you've got so many lives with this character before you have to basically recreate the character with a different look. It's not saying your account dies, it's not saying you lose your stuff, it's just saying the current look of your character has so many lives before it takes so much damage. You've got to re-roll the character and pass on the belongings to that character, that type of thing. And the regen stuff we've got was really, how do we make sense of what we want as a game mechanic? And that's generally why we've got our regen as it is. It's so.
It also, as I said, it kind of like, so you know how you've kind of got, you only lose your rep when you die type of thing, or you pass it on to your next of kin. That having that small little skill there that kind of comes and goes, more temporary, that is your only real form of progression other than dying. So when you die, you might lose a bit of reputation, but that's only going to happen when you die. You're not going to die all the time. So it's almost like two forms of progression. It makes the game feel a bit more dynamic in the everyday, in my opinion. But as I said, it's only if it's that very small, minute difference. And again, if the way I looked at it, Algared, is if you're out on the team and I'm the cargo guy and you're the computer guy, for example, that differentiates us, because that means when a task comes up that requires strength, you're more likely to grab me. But then if a task comes up and it's more suited to you, we'll grab you. And it makes it kind of like those away mission characters. And I think it just differentiates everyone a little bit. And I kind of do like that. But again, I don't want these massive differences where I can just walk up to Algared and go, oh, I've picked up all these boxes, so I can literally go smash and Algared is dead. Right? Or by the same versa, Algared does the same thing to me, where I've got a gun, but because he's used the gun a lot more than me, takes me 10 shots to kill him, but he can do it in 2. It's the same thing. You just don't want that massive disparity, and I think that's what people are worrying about. There will be this massive disparity, but I don't think there will be.
But I do like that. I do remember Chris talking way back in the day that having the extra true packages or game packs would possibly enable you to select your alternate character on your account as your beneficiary. So if you've got these characters you can choose and swap between,
you could do
in
that
terms
too.
of play.
Yeah,
that means you could actually build up their rep and reputation, and so you die, you pass on to this guy, and he's already got the rep, so you're not taking his bigger rep hit, but you're actually changing the name. But then you've also got to take the time to build up both of those characters in their rep with the organization. So more effort. But lots of things we don't really know about that, and I'd be surprised if CIG really has worked out what they're doing with that type of aspect as well.
All right, Isogen has another question, which is, why is everyone surprised by skills in SC? Oh wait, that's the one we just did. My bad. But they asked the same question. Same question twice in 2 different wordages. That's the first for me. It's not a duplicate. It's 2 separate questions that are the same but worded differently. Well done.
All right.
You go next. Read the next
one.
So
Damia Begonja has a question. They say, and I'm sorry if I butchered your name. Yeah. They say, do you think the Corsair will be a sleeper hit for sales at the IAE this year?
I think both Algared and I will agree it is the biggest issue we had with it is fixed.
Yep.
And Space Tomato asked me on a show, what was your biggest positive from CitizenCon, and I literally said they fixed the turrets on the Corsair, because that's something we've just bitched about. Well, I don't know. I felt heard when I heard they fixed them.
It is something which we bitched about, I think for slightly different reasons, but basically the same. The turrets sucked. The turrets were there to give a broadside because it was cool. But one turret on each side is not a bloody broadside.
And the funny enough thing is, to bring all those turrets to bear, you have to actually roll the ship to its belly, and the 2 side ones have to shoot down, as does the front turret. So it's the only, that's going to be a really weird ship to fly if you want to try to bring everything to bear, because ironically it's going to be really good for surface level strafing, because you go over stuff and everything can shoot down. And I working out in my head, you could even shoot slightly forward as you go in as well, so it'll be good for probably shooting vehicles and stuff like that. But then you take that into space, and they've also said, Algared, one of the things you've always said is it's meant to be not as maneuverable as the constellations. So if you're all trying to keep the bottom of the ship, which is not an easy side to keep on a ship, the sides are generally easier than the bottom. The bottom is one of the worst sides the bottom and the top are the hardest ones to keep to a target. I
think when you're looking at the ships, probably the best bit of advice or the best information we're going to see on the Spirit, and this comes back to the Corsair bit that you just raised, is when we see the original design brief. Because that's where we get the stuff about the Corsair. We see the original design brief in the Jump Point. So the Jump Point magazine talking about the Corsair, they give us the original design brief, and the design brief says this ship should have more firepower than, but have less flight ability than its competitors, i.e. the Constellation, and and so when you've got that, and that's their design brief for the ship, they're the things they're gonna try and keep it to, and that certainly for the Corsair's flight model is something they seem to be just sticking to. It flies worse than a Connie. It flies worse than a Connie. It flies worse than a Connie. It's got more firepower than a Connie, but it flies worse than a Connie.
Yeah. So excuse my ignorance here, what I'm about to say, but they call it an explorer, and they actually said in the ship talk video that it was a long range explorer, but they didn't really show any of the scanners and stuff. Like for example, if we look at the Aquila, which I think would have to be the closest size ship to this, right?
Yep.
The top scanner they talk about having scanners on it and stuff like that. They don't talk about obviously I haven't looked at the stats in a while, but like if you go look at the stats, I just don't see it having anything bespokely unique to exploration. Did I miss that? Am I blind? I probably did. I'm assuming in my ignorance I have.
From originally, I think it did have a higher server lab or something like that for doing stuff. But
there's no room. Like there's no cartography room like the Carrack. Yep. There's no special turret like the Aquila.
There's no special.
There's no utility mount. There's no utility mount like the turret that I'm aware of. I could be wrong.
There's no jump point mapping sensors on it like in the Aquila. But unlike the Aquila, it actually has rooms that are actually better suited to long space travel because you've got your personal space. That's not what you'd expect to see on a pirate ship. You'd expect to see more bunk arrangement. In my opinion, because you want more people.
That was something else we said, didn't we? It had a really damn nice layout. Like it just shat all over the Connie in layout terms. And when they get back around to doing the Connie again, man, I hope they do it as good as they did this.
And I think the interior of it speaks to long time travel because you've got the individual rooms. Whereas you're doing short travel, you'd expect, you cope with a bunk bed. But if you're looking at long-term exploration, having those separate rooms where you can actually chill out and do your stuff or do whatever and store your stuff and get away and that has a better appeal than a ship that doesn't. So that's just my take. It's got the same cargo space as the Connie.
Yeah.
Or the Aquila.
I think the easiest, like if this word probably doesn't ring probably the best word to use, but it's like a Connie variant.
Yep.
And variant's not the word. I'd say alternate is probably the better way to put it. A Connie alternate. And I think it and the Connie are really gonna tread paths a bit more. Where if you look at the default Connie, it kind of puts its guns into the Merlin, where this thing puts the guns on the actual ship. I think that's do you kind of agree with that, or is that a bad analogy for you? So if you took the guns off the Merlin and added them to the ship, that kind of that analogy sits with me, right? You know what I mean?
I think you've certainly got to look at the balance of a ship, whether a ship sits with how does the extra guns on the ship balance out against the Connie's Aquila, Connie's P-52, and that's something you just have to work out. I'm not sure whether it is or better or not.
Because the reason I say that is you've got 2 turrets on the Connie, and then you've got 3 on this, but then you've also got the Merlin. So does the Merlin equal a turret? And I would argue it doesn't, because there are actually drawbacks to the Merlin. Like if you have to get out of there, it's really good at distracting you so that the ship can get out. But then the good person you leave behind is dead as a dodo. Where if you've actually just got an extra turret on the ship, and you can use it all the time and use it for other things. So I can't. But then the argument always comes around is it flies worse than the Connie. So again, it's ironically weirdly balanced between the two. There are pros and cons to both, and I think there is room for both. Honestly, and I would hope down the line though. Now we've got something like Drake. I want an Ursa-sized ship from vehicle from Drake. So I don't know what you call it, but you know.
These are the aims of the Drake Corsair from the design documents in Jump Point. Aim number 1, more firepower than competition, but not as well armoured.
Agreed.
Not as good in exploration as the Aquila.
But
still equipped for it.
Interesting.
Worse manoeuvrability. So that was aim number 1. So it is an explorer. It's just not as good as a Connie at exploration, and it flies worse, but it's got more weapons but less armor.
The reason I said all that, Algared, is I still come back to that scanner is for the internals of other ships. That's what I firmly believe it is for.
Oh, look, people will use it for that.
It is a form of exploration, isn't it?
Yep.
And the reason I bring that up is we know that they talk about that they even when they talked about the Reclaimer on ISC and that has a bit of exploration utility gameplay. It's the same thing. You were exploring someone else's ship to get the stuff out. It is a form of exploration. You don't know what's in there, so you are looking, aka exploring.
But again, I just go back. When they're talking about it, it is. I thought it was interesting that it is good in exploration, right? Not as good for exploration as an Aquila, but still equipped for it. Now, the Aquila is a Connie that's fully on equipped for exploration. If I were just saying, well, it's not as good at exploration as an Andromeda, but still equipped for it, you'd say, oh, well, that's certainly the internals of a ship. But it's because the Aquila is that specific explorer, puts this into that exploration range. But anyway, goal number 2, the turrets need to have a limited arc. The remote turret aimed by the co-pilot, covering the rear, the manned turrets covering the sides and the bottom. So the change in the turrets to make them be able to fire more forward, that actually gives it a greater arc on the turrets. So that's an aim, that change in that is going to make, there's going to be a trade-off somewhere else that happens to give that balance that they were looking for. Aim number 3, the rear ramp needs to let one rover get in, either cargo or vehicle like the Connie, one medium and one small computer is its category, is its things. And lastly, similar to a Connie.
I just wanted to ask specifically about the component room. What do you think of the component room being that one room that's centrally located that basically houses everything? Like that's like a grenade into the room and the whole thing's stuffed. What do you think? Because I think it's a little risky.
Yeah, but at least being a centrally located room, it's going to be, if it's centrally located, it's going to have other stuff around it, like other rooms or things.
It's protected from the outside, so it's kind of the center. Protected. But if someone actually gets in there, woo! So that's ironically weirdly balanced as well, isn't it? You know.
But yes, but then it's not a component room at the rear of a ship, right next to the entrance to the ship. You've actually got to fight through the ship to get to that room to take them out.
Actually, how about we throw that question to Essay while you're here, Essay? For the Corsair, is that a strength or a weakness? And as I said, I think it's ironically balanced that if you get in there, you can cause a lot of damage, but it is really hard to get there from the outside. So might be weak against other pirates, but it's really strong against other ship combat. So if you can get back to me on that, Essay, that'd be great.
The last of the design features for the Great Corsair that they had was similar to a Connie in many ways, components, length, etc., but not in shape. Focused on exploration, facilities, onboard, etc., etc., but aggressive at the same time. So they're the goals they were going for. And then you look at the components. Let's see, missiles, 4 times size 4 racks. Now that means that would be 4 racks with size 4 missiles. That could be 4 racks with 2 size 3s. That's 8 size 3 missiles, or 16 size 2s, or 32 size 1 missiles.
SA did say something that's relevant as well. He said, what do you think about Corsair variants? That's interesting.
Look, I could see a Corsair variant being, because it's like a Connie, I could see similar things to a Connie.
So, I'm going to push this theory just because it would shit people to high heaven, and I could so see the community getting behind my idea because it's a brilliant idea. I want to see the Corsair Phoenix because it'll drive for Originator's fucking me. But
Execute, you made a comment earlier that the Connie was better than a, because of the missiles, than a Corsair. The Corsair could have 32 size 1 missiles.
Yeah, which puts it beyond that. Yeah, I know.
Or 16 size 2 missiles, which again puts it in roughly the same category, or close to the same category as a Connie Aquila. So
and there's obviously the things about like the missiles are a lot harder to blow off a Connie, but they're a lot easier to blow off a Corsair. Like that wing comes off. This ship's in serious trouble. And one of the questions that came up on another show I was on was like, oh, aren't you worried about the wings being blown off? And I'm like, yeah, but
Yeah.
realistically, that it's only really going to affect it in atmosphere, which is a different weakness to the Corsair. See how there's strengths and weaknesses in different places.
Yep.
So, and I just love the look of, like, I don't particularly like Drake ships. It just happens to be that Drake had the most asymmetric ships, and I love asymmetric ships. And then I also love Star Wars, and this ship, the Lambada shuttle, is one of my favorite ships in that in that universe. And this is
you flip
clearly
the side and it's the Lambada shuttle.
That's it to in a team.
Now, this is still talking about, but this is still from the brief of what they wanted. Now, design brief number one was that the aims of this ship is it's going to be, well armed, but not as well armored, right? Yet when you look at the components on this ship, it's listed as having medium armor.
It's actually
right.
Actually, ironically, when you said that, I also think this is similar to the Freelancer thing, because you've got the Connie that's the tank. This is the Scissors, and the MR is the fast ship again. The only thing that really swaps between that and going back down to the Freelancer Cuddy Black and the Spirit is the Mr. to RSI transfer between the manufacturers.
When I look at the Corsair as an exploration ship, I put it up. At the time I was looking at it as Aquila, Corsair, and the 400i as being the three kind of ships in that size category that were doing exploration, and that's your scissors, paper, rock.
Do you know one thing I would have personally have liked to see on this ship, and now I think about variants, is imagine a Taurus version. So you know how it's got the tractor beam that can load stuff in? Imagine a version, or even just the ability to have a utility mount somewhere on that ship so you can track the stuff in. Can you imagine even just a size going up on top of the ship and just track the beam? Oh, even just with a hand tool, that's going to be sick.
But that's effectively, I think it's a Caterpillar.
Well, yeah, but you get what I'm saying, though. But even with a hand tool, because there's a suit room right there near the elevator and the gun rack thing. So if you've got that bigger hand tool there, you could literally just go up and suck big crates to the elevator and just pull in via the Oh, that's insane. Okay, all right, I didn't even think of that. So you've essentially got a cargo-y combat variant.
But you look at the other components on the ship that they planned: medium jump point, medium cargo, quantum drive. 2 medium power plants, 2 medium fuel tanks, 2 medium quantum fuel tanks. So that gives you an idea of what the ship was supposed to have.
What about an E-warfare variant?
E-warfare, look, I could see
with all the missiles. That kind of makes sense to me.
An E-warfare with E-warfare missiles,
and then you kind of got the heraldy, data running hacking thing going. So I could see that, but it obviously wouldn't carry as much as Trump kind of treads on the MSR a bit there too, doesn't it? So that's a tough one.
So that's probably
more combat-y, E-warfare, yeah.
But I think when you read those documents, like that's the original design brief type ideas they had that they put in the jump point, and that's where I've always gone to argue the point that it flies worse than a Connie. And for those who wish to read that Jump Point magazine, it was Jump Point 7, March 19, episode version
1927, back on Algared's first birthday.
March in 2019.
1919, yeah, 1919.
2019, not 1919, but 2019. So that's in that one. So yeah.
All right. Next question.
And I like that because it was also pointed out that the Drake ships have armor. It's just even saying it's got worse armor than the Aquila and the other ships of its range. It's still got medium armor. It's not saying it's got no armor, and even the design doc specifically says it's got medium armor. It's just not as good as the others.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. So Riven asks, what are your initial thoughts on the RSI mining ship that was voted on for CitizenCon? If you have an Orion already, do you think it's worth skipping? So this is the thing that we keep coming back around on, because Algared, I don't know, I don't want to put words in Algared's mouth, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Look, Algared will probably buy it anyway because it's RSI and I like RSI.
But we're pretty convinced it's a land miner. So it's very, very different. And if you actually kind of go through logically, You got the prospector that does everything, and the prospector can underground mine. It actually shows it in its concept. We got a question answered at the end of the year last year by Tecton, which is the geologist, and they reconfirmed that yes, underground mining is still a thing. So if that ship can do everything, but it's very, very small, so it's the everyman, but it's solo. The mole goes up, and the mole really, you know, focuses on bigger rocks than the prospector, but that's really what it works on is, you know, asteroids and surface level rocks. Then you go up 2 steps to the Orion, and the Orion is locked to space.
Yep.
And it completely munches big rocks, so it dominates space, right? That means the last ship left, because there's no other landminer besides the prospector, logic dictates that it has to be, you know, a ship that can land on asteroids and drill into asteroids, and land on the surface and drill into the surface. Just by logic, there's nothing else that kind of really makes sense, right? So we firmly believe that it'll be a land mining one, and also they also talk about it in the ship talk panel about how rocks will come out of it and mine stuff on the surface. And we even talked about that in our video. Wouldn't it be cool if you could have rocks come out of it and mine stuff? Because if you think about how veins work, underground veins, they tend to have stuff on the surface as well, like to indicate that they're there. Because our thing has come down and sedimentary has dropped down, and that was something the Tecton and the other mining guy talked about. There's usually evidence there's stuff under the ground. So that means that's why they had the rocks. It makes a lot of sense, right? Which is why we brought it up. So everything they said in that ship talk lined up with what we've been saying. So it could, and I don't want to put words in the developers' mouths, but if you think about how the Orion works and it has a small refinery on it just so you can get rid of that volatility, I'd also expect it to have a bit of a refinery on that as well, because it'll need it for the same reasons. What are your kind of thoughts there, Algared? What do you envision, like, as an underground miner? Because my brain, you know those, you know how they tap oil wells? But a massive laser pointing downwards. That's kind of what I envision. So it's this really overgrown sized laser that drills down.
For several things I like about, even I would have liked to have seen a grey cat miner, because that their bread and butter, and they are an old company. Having it,
Algared, if that was in the vote, I would have voted for it.
Yeah.
Any ship. Let's get that out of the way, right? Because it shitted me to no end that it was the 3 mining vehicles we already had. I would like if it was Origin, I would have voted for it, just because it would have been a different manufacturer in the mining vein. Would you agree with that? Or?
I can understand. I probably wouldn't have voted Origin, but I get what you're saying. I know exactly where you're coming from. That was literally one of our throwaway statements, for example, that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, but I also get why they did it, because they're saying we've got our mining company, our companies that I hate springs. Makes the nose itch like crazy. They said we've got our companies that really specialize on mining. They've got the mining ships, so we're after another ship. Which of the companies should do it? Now, for the 2 we've got mining ships for already, that gives them the assets they've already got to work on. For the Orion, where they've got some stuff kind of of the idea, building this large ship will actually help give them the stuff for the Orion. So I can understand that. What I like about it being RSI, though, is the fact that, as you were saying, the RSI Orion is a space miner. It's munching up big asteroids. It's never going onto a planet. The large version, even if it is not a subterranean miner for drilling down, it will be a planetary miner, and that will give RSI that both sides. So in terms of that question, even if it is only a planetary miner, if you love the RSI aesthetic, it will be a ship worth having, because the Orion is just up in space, whereas this will be able to be planetary miner. And I think the focus would be more planetary mining than space mining, because the Orion has that in space. Yeah. And I'd like to see it pick up that like the MISC has, or we think the MISC has, in terms of that downward drilling motion and the prospector has for doing that. But I would expect, if this is the actual mining vehicle, it's going to do. It's not just going to be doing core samples. It's going to be doing major work.
I almost visualize it like a deep sea oil rig or like some cross between a deep sea oil rig and an on land oil rig. That's what I'm visualizing. Yeah.
Although when you were describing your thoughts of it being one that lands and all the little vehicles all the little grey cats come out of it to mine, the ship that I thought of was a driller, the Vandal driller. It's going on the surface and it's kind of scooping everything up, and
they can
mining.
They can kind of go all the way, can't they? Because they could essentially, if you look at the Misk Odyssey as an example, it could be a ship like that where the hangar pops out the back and the rocks go out and the drill arm kind of comes up and it just turns and faces down. It could be that simple. But I just like the visualization of like a literal factory landing and start. That just seems in my head that visually is really appealing, rather than how many other ships do we have that literally do look like spaceship, where this thing is like a flying factory, could look amazing.
But I have a feeling that would be what they'd leave. Sorry, you'd go and I imagine you're going with your Orion or your Prospector, you drill down, you find your thing, you cap it, then you come along with your Pioneer, you build your base on top, and then you build your refinery type base and mining base on that. And we saw in one of the recent episodes where they were doing, hey, these are the outposts that are coming and will be player owned at some point, and you go, oh, that's a refinery, oh, that's a mining station, and I could see that being the type of stuff you'd do at that point. But they can do anything, and that's the joy. I think that's the thing, that it's a liberating thing. It's the thing that inspires us all and gets us all enthused, but it's also the thing that scares the crap out of us.
That's probably why they tried to make it the same as another manufacturer, just so it wasn't so status quo. Like, that's probably why they said, hey, let's make it another one that already exists, And I instantly went, well, I don't want it to be Misk because of what happened with the Odyssey, and the Odyssey is already in that mining vein with the surveying. And then I went, and then I got between Argo and RSI, and I'm like, I both had negatives for both, and I'm like, I could take either. That's just kind of where I left it. I think if I had to really sit there and think about it, I'd lean more towards Argo, just because they don't have a ship that big. Right. So if you can think of, if you already had if they were going to say, like, we're going to make it a competitor to the Orion, you would instantly go, well, I would prefer a new manufacturer over. Imagine if they had they called it something else, and there were two ships that were mining, both from RSI, and it feels a little bit like that, and that's why I would personally lean towards more Argo.
For me, I'd have never made them all an Argo ship. The Raft is perfect for Argo because it fits in with their history. I'd have made them all a grey cat.
All right, we need to start moving.
But that's just me being me.
Yeah. The whole reason we took so long with those two questions is just because Can said, Axis, almost at your question now. And like 20 minutes later, we're now getting access to questions. So Axis asks, any idea on the size of the capacity and capabilities of the new RSI mining ship? I think we kind of went through that then. I think we covered that for you, Axis. So yeah.
There you go. So I hope if we haven't answered it, ask another question. They're free.
Yeah.
And we may get to it.
Yeah. We might just charge you double. Andre Perry.
And don't forget, before we do that, don't forget, if you do have a question you'd like us to answer straight away, there is always Super Chat that you can use, and that will guarantee that we see it and we go, ooh, better answer that question right now, and we do. Anyway, Andre Pereira says, I know you guys generally recommend upgrading to larger industrial ships. I have recently melted my small ships into a Carrack. Wise decision, in my opinion. Do you believe a Carrack will be able to make money alone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But depending on what you're using it for, if you're using it for cargo, then it will make less money than, say, a dedicated full-on cargo ship will make. But if you're using it to go and explore and check out interesting sites and sell the information, it'll make more than, say, a Hull A will.
Yep.
So you can use every ship for every role, but some are going to be better at roles than others. But every ship should be able to make profit, or at least
You should at very least be
Me-
able to make profit with that ship enough to get you one of the smaller ships that you originally got rid of.
Yep.
That's how I would put it.
And don't forget, when you buy a Carrack, your Carrack has an Ursa rover and a C8.
Point. That ship is
So-
$600, but really it's like a $480 ship that happens to have extra shit that you pay for.
Yeah. Well, you know, you look at an Ursa. Ursa's $50. The C8 is, well, the C8X is, I think, 35. So C8X is probably about 25 based on what the ES is.
60. It's 60, Algared. It's 100.
Okay.
I've added it up. It's $120 extra value.
Yeah. But the C8 is not the C8X. It's a downgraded version. It's like buying an ES. So it's the Aurora.
I might have
ES
to add it up
version
because mine comes with the 8X, so maybe I've just mixed my stuff up.
Yeah,
there.
so we did the upgrade to get the C8X.
Yep.
But the standard is the C8, which is equivalent to the Aurora ES, and so you've got to look at that in terms of the pricing rather than taking an Aurora MR. But it's generally it's still, you know, $60 odd bucks or $80 odd bucks that you're looking as a discount off that ship. So yeah.
Yeah, so the next question from Monster AV, I can't answer because it's out of context. It says, isn't the same as the Auroras though? Question mark. Only really need one.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to answer that, sorry, because you answered it out of context. But, you know, add us in chat and I'll try and skip you forward to the top of the queue.
Yeah.
Carrington asks, my thoughts on why so many people question current and upcoming gameplay is due to the very large influx of new players who didn't follow SC from the beginning and don't know who Chris Roberts is. Absolutely. And
100%.
that's why we kind of said that they need a wiki, because rather than chucking those new players in to ask the same questions that have been asked 100 times, if there's a list there, if there's a list of questions they can search through, they would go there. Because they're going to get way more questions. If you've got 1,000 questions in a wiki and only 10 per week, where are you going to go? I'm going to go to the wiki. I can get all my questions answered.
Yep. And if I don't like using wiki, have common questions in Spectrum. So
here's the top 100 questions answered of all time. Like new player, commonly asked. What is it? FAQ, frequently asked questions.
FAQ.
Why don't they have that? Yeah. You know?
Yeah. So.
But anyway.
Yep.
The architect
says, do you think we will have modular wheels rims in the future?
Ooh.
If there's a sale, I could see them doing micro sales of that. Why? Because people will buy them.
Micro sales for tires? Are you serious? I could think of it maybe in game.
Not people, people do it, in game. There's there.
I've got to say that's
if you can get the extra rims on your to upgrade your
that's up there, Algared, with land claims as far as I'm concerned. That's a bit weird.
It's up there with aftermarket sales on a 300i.
I'll give you in game, but I'm not going to give it as in sale terms. I think that's kind of ridiculous, and I think I did a poll on that. Most people would agree with me. But yeah,
300i aftermarket sales, exactly the same thing. You could buy an extra different paint job or a different
but that explains
interior.
That explains Origin. They're all whack jobs, or all the people that buy those ships.
It's no different. So I could see it because there'll be a market for it. Someone will buy it, and I could see it being in game. It's almost like people buy loot boxes just a chance to get that piece of armor or that rim, and then they'll put it on because hey, it's bling, and people like blinging up their shit. But yeah, is it wise? No. Uri the Smoke says, why does every ship vehicle need to be compared as does it kill another? Because players are dicks.
It's essentially almost like a meta, trying to find out what is the best overall.
Yeah.
So let's look at the one we looked at today, right? We've often said that they will sell from from worst to best. And if you look at like the Freelancer, the Cutlass, and the Spirit, I think that actually just pivotally shows that in order. the Freelancer doesn't seem to be as good as the Cutlass because it's an older design, you know, and if they come back and rework the Freelancer, that may change, right? So those two, it's really obvious. But then you go to the Crusader, now if you're looking at a ship that is inherently faster than the other two, and you break it down to the base variant, which is just the cargo variant, what's more of an advantage to you? A really tanky ship, a ship that's got lots of guns, or a ship that moves faster? And remember, I said cargo. So I would say the worst of those three is probably the Cutlass from a weapon standpoint, right? Because it's the overgun one. Then I'd probably say the Freelancer because of the tanky stuff, because you're more defensive and you really want to run away because you're a cargo ship. You're outgunned, right? But the people would argue, well, but then I can turn and kill them, right? So you can argue the Freelancer, the back and forward, but I would say the speed, because even if you're not in a combat situation, 90% of the time, let's say 10% of the time is fighting other people off. 90% of the time, you're getting that advantage of speed, so you're delivering the cargo faster. It makes it the best ship, and that's kind of why it's the best ship for its role, and that's kind of why we do this stuff. It's an analysis to try and, again, it comes back to that value proposition that me and Algared talk about. It's generalized information. We're not saying it's the best for you. If you love the way the Cutlass look and hate how Crusader ships look, obviously the Cut is for you, isn't it? So I'll let Algared speak to that, but that's my thoughts on it.
No, look, I think that's right. It's looking at the different values of ships and how they operate and run, and every ship has pluses, minuses, and advantages. And if one and we see it time and time again, one ship has X, one ship has Y, one ship has Z, and it's a bit like the way we often said when they bring out ships, they bring out the small ship, they bring out the capital ship, and then they bring out the large ship, which is kind of a nice Goldilocks zone. The Goldilocks zone of ships, I suppose. And I think this is the same. They bring out the one that's good at X, one that's good at Y, and one that's good at kind of a mix of both. And you see that in every ship, in every model. You see it with I think I said it before, with the Corsair Aquila 400i. Exactly the same type of thing. The Aquila's kind of good at everything. The Corsair is good at combat, but not as good as exploration. The 400i is good at running away, and it's good at exploration. So you've got that same metric. So it's the same idea. So yeah.
So I'm going to go back to Monster Ava's question. He's given us context. He says it was in reference to the rovers. So the original question was, isn't that the same as the Auroras, though? You only really need one. So I think he was when I was talking about, I'd love to see a Drake rover. But if you kind of look at, you tell me if I'm wrong here, I kind of look at the Ursa as that's more exploring or generalized. And then if you Drakeified it, wouldn't it be more of a combat rover? Maybe?
I think if you were taking the Ursa and turning it into a Drake ship, it'd basically be an armored personnel carrier. Whereas I'd say that even though the Ursa is kind of our APC, because it can take crew, it's a small APC. It's not like the Spartan, but it certainly is. It's certainly light.
I'd like to see, because obviously, let's play this out, right? We don't have a lot of the large vehicles, or the medium vehicles, right? It's just the same as what you just said before about the capital, the mediums. The medium ones are going to come last, but they made the Ursa one of the very first ones, ironically. But those medium ones are going to be the better ones, right? So the ones we're going to want to see is something like a cargo variant. That's probably going to be the most popular one, because if you can get a cargo vehicle that carries cargo and you put it in the back of your ship, clearly then you're doubling up. So you're not taking up, you're losing a little bit of the space for the vehicle, but you're also able to put cargo inside it, so you still got a lot of cargo space.
That's one of the things that really frustrated me when the G12 came out. Because the G12, you look at it and it's a smaller ship, smaller vehicle, but it's actually not much smaller than an Ursa in length, but it's even wider than an Ursa. So it fits on it, at least in its initial design, it didn't fit on all ships. It wouldn't fit on a Connie, for example, so it kind of eradicated it from a lot of people. But the other thing was, it carries less cargo and it's only one person. Why would you go that over an Ursa when it's got ability, 2 people in the front, could take passengers or cargo, and it was enclosed and...
You're trying to apply sense to Origin, Algared. You never get I think the thing it really had was
clearly for Origin, it is that, as you've pointed out several times, it is that redundancy upon redundancy upon redundancy. It's almost your
yeah. So again, Algared, like I start to look at things like manufacturers, like you said, Grey Cat, Kruger. There's a whole little bunch of vehicle companies that are in there. We know from recently what they've talked about. They're wanting to having at least 100 ground vehicles, and I think at the moment we're getting up towards 20 or just a little bit past 20. I haven't counted them recently. I would have to go back and do that. But my point being is, if we're at a fifth, let's just do it that way. If we're at a fifth of what we've got, that's a lot more vehicles to come. And when you work that through, there are some vehicles there that are just going to absolutely shit on what we've got now.
And I think it also depends on how are we counting that 100. Is it by variants as well? So are we counting the G12, the G12A, the Cyclone, RN, etc. So if you've got all those, we've got a good whack already. But yeah, there's a lot more to come. And I certainly, seeing the Atlas platform, we can see there'll be even bigger ships, and I can see.
So Cannon's just dropped something there interesting. The G12 is now 2 SCU and 2 people, so that kind of essentially doubles the capacity of that makes it more appealing, 100%.
Yep.
But then they're going to drop another vehicle, and it'll be 1 person and 4 SCU.
Yep. But then it depends on the width. Like for me, the big killer for the G12 is the width. If it can't fit in a Connie, then what's the point? Because if you're making it wider so it can fit into a G12 an H2.
Sorry, you're saying the G12 is big as an Ursa. My feeling was it was wider than the Cyclone, but it was basically. So you're saying it's an Ursa compared to.
It was wider than an Ursa. It was wider than an Ursa. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna.
And I originally thought it was. I can remember thinking it was a smaller ship.
Under the browser.
When I looked at the scale and the matrix of lies, so it could be totally wrong. It was not that much smaller than an Ursa, but wider than an Ursa, and it was like, what?
All right, here's the G12.
So the width of the Ursa was the killer.
You see, you might have some merit here, Algared. Let's see. And what was the last one? The Cyclone. Oh,
I'll see if I can find them in the matrix of lies.
It's definitely small. The Cyclone is definitely small.
The Cyclone's the smallest by far. Well, that'll do. That's that one. Looking up the matrix of lies. Got to find the Ursa now.
And you said it was width based. So if I delete all the labels,
and they may have changed that, because I did hear someone say at one point they changed it, but when it first came out, it was about one or 2 meters wider because of the tires.
I hate it when you're right, but you're right. Wow. Yeah, he's not wrong there, folks.
See, he always assumes I'm wrong.
Yeah, because you're old and forgetful. It's fine. No.
Okay,
that is a bit of a waste of space, isn't it? When you think about it, I must wonder how much SC can. There
you go. So I always thought that was significantly smaller.
Can you give us the SCU for the Ursa, please? When you get a chance, or Lemming, when you get a chance.
4.
It's 4.
SCU 4 for an Ursa, 2 for a G12. The length of an Ursa 7.6 meters. The length of a G12 7.2. The beam, 5.5 meters for the Ursa, 5.8 for the G12. The height, 2.2 for the Ursa, 2.7 for the G12. Why on earth would you go for a G12? And it's bigger on every metric.
So the only thing, so this is the other thing. Now they're making this Lynx rover. I almost was like, why did you even bother and just chuck the G12 in it?
Right, and then you look at the crew. We don't know at the moment on the matrix of lies. The crew for the G12 isn't listed, but we know it was 1. The speed, okay, the Ursa is 40, the G12 is 50, so the G12 is faster, and this is a standard G12, not a racer. Min crew for an Ursa 1, max crew 2, but we also know the Ursa can exchange its cargo for drop seats at the back. So on every metric that I can see in terms of usability and versatility, the Ursa craps all over the G12. Why would anyone go a G12? And I like Origin chips, and it's shit. And that's the matrix of lies. It could change, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure there. Again, it comes back to that first class appeal of Origin thing, and I just keep asking what and I want it to be a thing. Like, why don't they just make Origin more appealing to the masses? But obviously,
but look, if you've got the 600i Explorer, and you can put a vehicle in your cargo bay, but it's taking up. You can put it on your lift, and it's taking up some of your cargo space.
Mm.
If you take an Ursa, which has more crew, more cargo, takes up less space, wouldn't you take that as rather than your fancy G12? Because it means you've got a little bit more space around the side of a ship. You could put a bit of extra cargo. To me, it might look nice. It might look white, but
yeah. So for me, I think Origin really comes down to that luxury and aesthetics. It is really about how things look. You are giving up shit so they look better. I don't know. I've always been a form over function. Oh, wait, function over form. Sorry, I've got to say that backwards. I got it the wrong way. But I've always been a bit more practical. You know, I'd rather wear a shirt and jeans than wear like a suit. Because I can do you get what I mean? Like what I'm trying to say. Like, well, look at the difference between me and Aaron. That kind of tells you everything, right? And I'm not talking about how ugly we are. I'm talking about how he's dressed up in a suit and I've just got a t-shirt on because I'm just comfortable. I'm comfortable in that way. I'd rather be comfortable than. Well, look, he's shaven and looks like a school teacher. I look like a hobo, right? That kind of tells you everything about me.
That's because you are.
Yeah, thanks. But yeah.
What are friends for? What are friends for?
Okay, well, that's interesting. Can's come back and said Urkel says the Ursa is only 2 SCU. So, yeah. I don't know about that.
But Matrix or lies?
Yeah, we'll have to see. I do know if you go in the back and actually have a look at the back of that Rover, you can fold the seats up. And when you fold the seats up, there are actually magnetic planning on the floor. I don't know if it can fit big, massive SCU crates in there. Like, it practically could hold 4. I could visualize it in my head, but then you'd have no way to work backwards and forwards. But I'd happily give that up because you still got the side entrance. So
you got your side entrance as well to get in, and the other advantage is if you do take cargo, you're actually giving up. It actually takes the ability to take passengers or additional passengers. So, but yeah, you know,
I'm going to do a little poll here, and this is just for another stream, right? Would you guys like to do a stream on vehicle variants and types? Right?
Do you want us to do more work?
Yeah. So essentially that would be like, so like today we're talking about communication, but we haven't had heaps of questions about communications, obviously. But would you like us to do an episode with you guys where you can share with us your thoughts on vehicle ideas, and we will absolutely destroy them in half? No. But we could talk about it. Maybe we can come up with some really cool ones and look into it. Like the first one that comes to mind, vehicles are in atmosphere, right? The first one that me and Badger thought of was a fire truck. 100% a thing with fire propagation. Yep. If they don't make a fire truck, I will be absolutely stupefied. Because to me, it just seems totally logical, and it'd be right up there with the Wambulance and stuff like that. And I just think that'll be a thing. You get your tow truck, you get all your basics. But yeah,
what always surprised me was how so few vehicles, considering so many of the planets don't have atmosphere, the fact that so many vehicles were actually open, that just always blew my mind.
Yeah, but by the same token, Algared, I think we will get like. Do you honestly think we won't eventually get a rock that's got a closed cab, but it's made by?
Of course, we'll get a rock with
Tumbril or something. Yeah.
And Revan, thank you for that wonderful. Thank you for the stream donation.
Yep, and thank you for
most appreciated.
The questions as well. Yeah, do appreciate it. All right.
Next question.
We already did that one. Question: is the USI mining ship? Oh, he's just asking the same question. Aurelius Indominus question. Do you think we'll get adult content or we'll keep it PG rated? I'll let you answer this first, Algared, before I answer. So you tell me your thoughts. Do you reckon we will get adult content in Star Citizen?
I think no. Why? Because I know that Chris's girls play the game. And
Yeah.
I know from when we were talking to Sandy, and she was talking about when Chris was, Doom Patrol, let's watch it together as a family. And they're watching, and because Guy hadn't been there for both scenes and didn't see the whole lot. And Sandy was saying, Chris was there, oh, you can't watch that, you can't watch that.
Yeah.
I can't see it.
So besides that, obviously the more family friendly it is, like if you make it adult, you cut out all the people that are under 18. It just has more appeal and when I say it's available to a bigger audience if it is family friendly. Now, whether you enjoy that or not, that is entirely up to you. But can you make the game adult rated on your own? Absolutely. There probably will be places in the universe you can go where they probably allow a bit more adult stuff, right? So, the chat and the talk.
I wouldn't be surprised if there are mods somewhere where you get the adult rated stuff gets added as stuff. But yeah, do I see it as being something that CIG put as a priority? No, and I think they'll do it because they want to have the widest appeal possible, and adult content is not the widest appeal, so they're not going to do it.
Hammer VK is asking a question that I really want to answer in Twitch chat, but I'm going to bite my tongue. Hammer, come back and we'll do that. We'll probably do that next week, man, if we can get it done. So I'm always, one of the things me and Algared have started doing is we've realized themes work really well for these streams. And so we're always like, trying to think of a theme. So I did this week's one, and what we're trying to do is get together a little earlier in the week, because then if we can get a couple of days earlier, I can make the thumbnail in advance. Because a lot of the time, Algared will tell you, I'll pull my ass out of bed at 6:30 in the morning, and then we're gonna sit there and brainstorm.
He's as grumpy as ever when you first get him. Until he's had a coffee or two, I don't
drink coffee, but I got to have tea to wake up.
He's got to have his stuff to wake up.
But then a lot of it is sitting there for an hour or so while we get the ideas together, then building the thumbnail. But if I can move that back, it means we can sleep in longer. So that's the whole reason we're kind of doing it that way. So yeah. Yep. All right. Indeed. So Hammer, save that question and shoot it to us next time, because we'll definitely go through that. And one of the things I've wanted to do for a stream, Algared, and I don't know how we'd do it because it obviously would be a really long ass stream.
Yeah.
And I'd probably want to get an artist on here that's better than myself. Like, I can do it, right? But you know how I draw stuff all with a mouse and it takes time. But it'd be really cool if we could find someone that's a pretty decent artist or a concept artist. And as a community, and we can do it through polls and stuff, but basically we concept out our own ship. Like, what would we like to see? And we make that a thumbnail, and there's an episode for us to talk about, and how we did it and all that. And we go through it, and we analyze it as a community and pull it apart and literally make this thing work. Like, is this a really cool ship? And
and we try to look at the pros, the cons, and the positives and the negatives, and
so we're not pulling CIG's stuff apart for a change. We're pulling our own apart, and I just think that'd be really really cool thing to do, and we could come up with something that looks visually really cool, and also us trying to, because it'll kind of show us the workflow of how CIG do it and all the steps they've got to go through. Like, so if we end up picking a Crusader ship, what are the key highlights that they pull out? What are those design aesthetics? And then we've got to go look that up, because they have talked about that. So they'll say, oh, Drake tends to do this, or they'll say the shape language of this ship tends to be this. So that's another one. So that's similar to what I'm talking about with the vehicle one, but that maybe we could keep it to a vehicle because it does limit the size, but you get what I'm trying to say. Ships are just easier to do. So yeah. All right. So that
Hammer VK in Twitch did say to me earlier, when I forgot what I was saying about the Endeavour, that we're saying that why they're at modules a lot because it mucks up CIG scenes, and why we recommend the Endeavour. And I know. We always, people say don't, get what about the packs? And we always say get the base, because the base is $350. If you're after that ship and it's going to grow, and you're after eventual modularity, that ship is an absolute steal at the moment. pick up the modules in game because they are cheap. And just making sure I did say that clearly, just to make sure. So
no, 100% agree. So I just entered the poll. Would you guys like to do a stream on vehicle variants and types? And 89% of people said yes, and 10% said no. I don't know how that math works out, but so I think we'll definitely do one.
Yep.
And what's wrong with the other 10% of you? What is wrong with you? Why wouldn't you want to do that? It sounds really cool to me, but okay, whatever. But we'll follow your lead. Hey, John, how you doing, man?
Yep.
That's John Citizen, by the way, to everyone that wants to slap him. John Priest in chat is John Citizen.
John Citizen,
nice
come and
guy.
say hi.
Yeah, John.
Hi, John.
John, you can jump in if you want to join us, man. We haven't talked to you for a while. We can tell us some mining stuff if you want. But yeah, if you don't, that's fine.
You're welcome to unmute and say hi, because, having someone bag out execute is always fun.
Oh, that's right. It's the two of you again. I'm in trouble now, aren't I? Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
We've just been doing bunkers and caves.
Yep. You just got back from holiday too, didn't you?
Yes.
Mm.
And I just found a lovely armor. Oh, excuse me. Found a great armor as we came out the cave. There was a couple of dead bodies, so of course we looted them.
As you do.
Yeah.
As you do.
The Iron Core Quicksilver complete set of armor.
Nice. All right, so
I don't know where that's from.
So we're just taking questions anyway. So next question is from Ribbon, who says statement. Actually, they should have given December as a date for 318. They're setting up people for disappointment again, in my opinion. It should just be, it will be done when it's done, due to Pez. Yeah, they're just trying. They are trying to give us information, right? They are trying to say, like, this is the problem. If they could actually come out and say our planned release date is X, but it may change because things doesn't work. They've done that in the past, and people hold them to like a moth to the flame. Like, I'm sorry, they've literally said.
You said it would be out on this date. No,
they didn't. They said we are going to try
for this date.
Exactly.
But it may change because of X, Y, and Z. No, you. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Oh look, I got a decision.
My
mum got this from me while she was on holiday from some cheap, like it's a cheap knockoff one.
I can't remember what shirt I've got on below, but I think it's my my Darth Vader versus Inigo from Princess Bride, and Inigo saying, "You killed my father. Prepare to die."
Why do you think your mother's cheap then by getting you a knockoff T-shirt?
No, I didn't say my mum.
That was good of her to get you a T-shirt.
Right. See, this is where it begins. It starts with John, it's going to end with Algared, and I'm going to be a mess on the floor. I know how this works when you two are around. Shut up.
And look, our audience love it. They love it when you get fried.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to make Execute's job really nasty at the moment, since he's still on this screen with the ships, if you really want a ship on there, super chat and tell him the ship you want up, and he'll put it up there.
No,
I'm being a bastard to you.
They don't need to do that. That's fine.
They don't have to, but if they want to, I'm not going to stop them.
They don't need to throw money at me like I'm a cheap stripper on a pole. I'll be fine, thanks.
That's a scary thought. That's a scary thought.
Yeah, they pay me to put clothes back on.
You're the only one who comes out naked and gets paid the more clothes you put on.
That's right. Put it on! Put it on!
So
get him off!
So Imogen, I don't know if this is a statement or that's actually. So Imogen says that's actually not true. Cancer research and such focuses on a very specific question and tries to answer it within a timeline. Grants and such are often time gated. Yeah, but like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, you cannot predict how long it is going to take you to do something that has unknowns. Right, it's very, very hard to do that. Yes, they when they do grants and stuff, they go out and they say we are going to try and do this. We are looking into. They might say we're looking at very specific proteins to see if we can find X, and it's going to take us 12 months to do this. And at the end of it, we'll have an outcome, whether it be positive or negative. Right. But if you actually then tried to get someone to do just say, hey, go cure cancer, they're not going to come out back you and say it's going to take us 10 years. They're not going to be able to do that. They just can't predict it. That's what I was trying to say, Imogen. It is not possible to do that. When you get a grant, yes, you do have timing, and yes, you have to say what you're doing. John, can you mute your microphone? You keep knocking everything. And so basically, you can't actually get a time down on something like that. You are taking me out of context, but I was trying to give an example, and it probably isn't the best example.
Sometimes the examples chosen don't always work when we're thinking on the fly and thinking off the cuff. But the idea was that in game development, you can't always guarantee when you're trying to build the tools and build the hardware and the engine that goes with it. You can't always guarantee that it's going to be due on this date or that date. And even if you know that, like even games like Cyberpunk had the issue where they've got an engine that's already running, they've got the assets that are already there, and they still took X number of years to do it because you put something in and you've got to go back and balance it and change it, or something breaks. And when you're starting from scratch doing that, you're just adding to that time factor. And yeah, it sucks, but that's the nature of development.
Yeah, the one guy says on there, the dollars we put in are to make Chris's dream game. That is so true. He's got a vision. I think he needs a bit more control at times, but it's his vision.
Yep.
And we actually, most of us, I believe, agree with that vision.
Yeah, well, we all kind of grew up with those Wing Commander and the freelance and the privateer and stuff like that. And if we're just getting if I literally broke it down, if I was just getting an updated graphically version of Wing Commander, I'd be a happy person, right? But we're getting much, much more than that. And I think a lot of us that have been and seen Chris's career, he's essentially been trying to make the same game. This is like his third attempt at making a multiplayer space game. But anyway. All right, next question. Monster Avery asks, question, yeah, NGL, I thought you meant who watches the ISC, not the level of content. Oh, right, okay.
Yep.
No problem.
I can see that.
Robert Vose says the picture shows it. It sucks that the question didn't get uphill enough. I don't get that one.
I think we need more content for that.
Yeah, context, guys. It does say in the bot, please add context, because
otherwise we go, huh?
Yeah, what the hell are you talking about, bro? You drunk? Ken says, "Is annoying thing." No, okay, that's off. Yeah.
A comment to Robert. Robert Vols.
Essay. Yep, you go.
Should there be a mass transit version of a Spirit, like a row seat airliner? You mean like the shuttle that's flying around Crusader, which they said they were modeled it on?
I think they deliberately gated it. Because if you make it business class, which is executive, and so the way I look at it is like you've got economic class being like the Genesis Starliner, then you've got business class, that's the Spirit, and then you've got VIP, which is some of the Origin ships. So you've got all three levels there. But by making it business class, they limit the number of NPCs. So it's a smaller ship with a smaller NPC crew allotment. It's very easy to test bed that stuff when it comes to AI and get that working before they scale it up to something bigger like the to that. And I think when you have a single or maybe one or two VIPs, they're going to have a very different attitude. They're going to work a lot differently to say how standard people work. They're going to, going to like a bratty teenage rock star, or a political person, or a religious dignitary, or something like that. That they're all going to have a bit more personality than say just executive business people. Let's be honest, executive people kind of all do fall into a very similar slot. So it just allows them to use that to have a very small test bed and expand out from there. I 100% believe that's why they made this ship is a test bed.
Yep. I expect that passenger transport will be significantly more than we find in ED or other games.
Yep. Babies crying, old men like Algared snoring, young men like me hitting him with a pillow, like the bit of personality on all the characters. And I actually think it will be almost a mini story in itself, going through, and you could really hone in on one NPC and learn stuff about their life. You might have terrorists on there. You can think of all the different theories that happen on aeroplanes today and chuck that over the Genesis Starliner, you're going to come to the conclusions.
look, and just imagine you've got passengers on your ship, and you take care of them, and just imagine the possibilities down the track of them being quest givers that actually give you a quest or give you an idea to go hunt something else. Now, that would be, yeah.
It might also be
Hey, Toy.
passengers will rate you.
Hey, Toy, don't start, mate. I will come in there and I need to get Toy back now. I got him yesterday. So Toy's saying you're young, execute, you cheeky bugger, you. Toy's. I actually think he's older than you, Algared. Toy Grubman, if you don't know him. But yeah, nice to see you, Toy.
No, I don't know Toy, but
well, put it this way: if we invited Toy in here, it would be a 3-on-1 affair. I have no doubt he would join in with the two of you. So,
well, you are young, execute, even if you are going grey.
Yeah, well,
And looking old.
it only comes through when I don't shave. Honestly, if I keep it all shaven, I can pull off a 25-year-old look. I can do it quite well, actually.
The difference is I look distinguished. You look like a slob. Sorry. Anyway, sorry, that was nasty. Okay, over smoke. I missed the poll. How are people saying hardcore? The questions the community ask on A&E don't reflect hardcore. Yep.
Next question. Oh, sorry.
Rosaria Paytonis has a question.
Yep.
Where are the ejector seats on small ships? How is the co-pilot going to eject from a Corsair? Drake ships don't have ejection seats. So
they don't even. Actually, now I think about it, bigger ships too. That's something I want to check into. Do we even have ejection pods, escape pods on a Kraken? I don't think we do.
Probably
do
not.
we? Wow.
No, probably not, because that's Drake.
You're going down with the ship. That's just how it is.
Your ejection pods on a Kraken are the ships that escape.
Yeah, you'll never crash. You'll never die. You're on a Kraken. It'll last forever. What are you talking about? You know,
abandoned ship. You're getting on the ships that it's carrying.
Yeah, that's the escape pods. You just load into the little Buccaneers or Prospectors and off you go. Yeah, I'm good. We're safe. But yeah, that's actually funny. Well, I guess you can always jump out the airlock and just float for a bit till someone comes to pick you up. But
until the explosion catches you.
Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, that's actually.
Can you EVA away fast enough to escape the explosion?
It's like doing the one. What's called it mission. You have to blow up the ship, and you got so long to get out. If you don't get far enough away, it kills you.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about the reclaimer one? Yeah.
It's the reclaimer one, isn't it?
No, I've had that happen to me. I was with Piggles, and he's like, "Yeah, just click the thing and try and run out." And he was sitting there, and he's 600i, and it just goes, it just kills us all. It was
well.
So yeah.
Okay, so Monster AV has a question.
Yep.
Or a comment. He says, yeah, I kind of feel the desire, interest in learning more as much as possible info, like watching Inforunners, shucks, ISC, is kind of a difference between casual and mid-hardcore. So that's kind of...
Yeah, I do. I find it way more casual. I don't find it hardcore enough. I think they can deep dive a lot more in the questions they ask. I think, I think a lot of the questions are very simplified. You often see them like take 3 questions and there's 3 questions here. I'm just going to turn them into one, and they merge them down though. But if you actually see the 3 questions that they're asked, they are a lot more specific.
They're often nuanced.
Yeah, and that is what's missed. That's the difference between a hardcore and something more casual is nuance. You got it in one. Yeah.
Yep. So Can has a comment to Patrick talking about the discussion on the A1 versus the freelancer, etc. He says the question is really, is the A1 good enough to be a tactical bomber? And he says, I'm not sure it is, but it's certainly a different capability to freelancer miss. And I think he's right there. The miss is a missile boat.
I think
as opposed to a bomber.
I think putting that to SA might be a good idea, and I'd ask Badges of it too if he was here, but he's not. So SA, what are your thoughts on the A1 bomber, and do you think it's any good?
Versus the freelancer miss, and Can's comment is a different. They've got different arcs. So if you go into one, you get a different one. But his question is the A1 bomber a good tactical bomber?
We've literally got one that's in atmosphere and one that's in space, or one that, do you know what I mean? Like that's their more predominant area. So
yeah. But I think even as he's looking at that comparison, the question that he asks is the A1 good enough to be a tactical bomber? Like I think the A2 is certainly a strategic bomber, because it's just got the big bomb but but is the A1 good as a tactical bomber? And yeah, I'm not sure.
I would have thought so because it's a lot more nimble than the A2.
Yes, but then compare it to, say, the other bombers we've got, such as the Gladiator. How does it compare to the Gladiator in terms of what it can do? And I don't know. That's a military question for our aviators or even our Navy guys, I suppose. So yeah.
So obviously, I think the obvious thing to me, you guys correct me if I'm wrong. So let's just because there's nothing really exactly in the wheelhouse of the A1, right? Is in terms of size, because the closest we've probably got is the Eclipse or the Gladiator. If you think about how the torpedoes or the missiles or whatever at the moment, missiles seem to have a fairly high level count. Bombs have a fairly high level count. Torpedoes seem to be a much lower count. So essentially, the advantage of the bomb over a torpedo is it's you get more of them, but they're dumb, not smart. And so essentially, you're going for firepower over tactical hitting the target type of thing. And I think there is a difference there. And obviously you're more likely to hit the target. Like if it has to die, you send a torpedo. If it's like I'm trying to kill as many of these ants as possible, it's drop like the cluster bombs or a really big nuke type of thing.
And I think people who are asking, like, will we have smart bombs? Well, that's a missile. Smart bombs really are missiles. They're just
yeah.
But yeah. But I do know back in the day they even talked about having regular bombs for the Gladiator and the Retaliator. So, and I could imagine them even doing that for the Eclipse, although I think that would take away from the Eclipse's uniqueness. But yeah. Next question, I think.
The Nightbot actually worked in Twitch. What the hell is going on? I actually got something to work for a change. There we go. Sorry.
Miracles never cease. And Mr. Blah, I see your first time in chat for Twitch, so welcome. And yep, and we'll get, and is that a question? No, it's just a comment, but he says, the Hawk just needs a leather seat and a window for a special guest seat, and that would be an excellent executive transport.
What are you doing there, X?
You can't see it, but I'm working in the background. John, better learn subtlety and time to speak. This is not the time to speak. Oh, no, stream. That's fine. I'm trying to fix something, John.
Okay.
I often work in the background while Algared takes questions. That's how this works, John. You're giving away behind the scenes, John. You're ruining the illusion. Everyone's immersion, John. Good job. Anyway.
No, I didn't realise you were a magician, mate. So
he was just showing you're fallible.
While I roll a cigarette.
Just showing you're fallible.
Yeah, it sounds like you need another one, John, after that cough. But anyway.
Carsten Christensen says, question, do you think the BMM is ready for 318 Pyro, or will it need more work for NPC shops to work? Yes. It needs more work for NPC shops to work. Yes, it needs more work for cargo refactor, etc.
Yeah,
so,
I think when we get it, it's just going to be a cargo ship.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep. And Amchuka, welcome to Twitch chat.
I was literally typing them, but you voiced it, so that's fine. Next question.
Next question from Carsten Christensen again. Do you think? Same question, so I'll skip that one. Going down, Patrick S has a question. Elliot Chin, or was the head of marketing? We've talked a few times. Marketing isn't quite the big bad thing you guys think it is.
No, it's not a big bad, and it is a necessary evil. But as I said, I don't want to berate the man. I just want to kind of get into the headspace, and I want to understand. Like I got to tell you, we want to understand why they. So let's use the Odyssey, because that's one that we always keep coming back to. Why did they market that the way they did? I know why they marketed it the way they did in a way. Like they marketed it as an explorer because their data told them that we like exploring ships. But it's not. It's not an explorer like the other ships. It is different. And they pitched it, and I quote them, the carrot killer and that it is not, right? And so we can sit here and argue, but I think most of the time we would say that that is misleading. That is a misdirect, right? And anyone that can't see how one ship stuck to a planet and scanning the ever-living shit out of a planet, and the other one literally traveling through space and generally scanning planets, and one is literally Star Trek, and the other is literally a survey ship, right? That is the difference between the two. And anyone will tell you that the Carrack seems way more grandiose and way more appealing to most people. Don't get me wrong, that survey ship is going to make a lot of money. But what I am saying, and what Algared's been saying, is that they should have marketed it as that, not as the Carrack killer, right? And that's the problem.
Yeah.
They treated us, and I'm just going to put it in frank terms, they treated us like we were infantile or idiots, right? And that we are not. And I said that before. If we are,
Yep.
if you are dumb yourself, you will still have a friend that is smart, and he will be able to inform you.
Like telling us that it had Xeon lifts. How does that make it a better explorer? Telling us that it had a Xeon gravity generator. How does that make it a better explorer? Telling us it had a viewing room at the back because of rule of cool. How does that make it a better explorer or survey ship? Telling us that it's got a hangar with the that links up to the cargo bay, which makes moving cargo and in between, and so you can actually gather your explored stuff or re-equip things for exploration. That is something that says, okay, this makes it a good explorer. Telling us that it's got X number of sensors, so it can actually find stuff. That tells us it's a better explorer. Telling us how the mining head works, or saying, yes, the mining head, it's for gathering fuel, but it's also for searching for stuff. That tells us it's a better explorer. But they didn't do that. And when the times when they could have explained that more, they doubled down and said, well, the mining head is only for gathering fuel, and the refinery is only for gathering, doing fuel for yourself, and you can't refuel your ships in the hangar from that. You've got to do it by a jerry can. That's saying it's not what they're saying, and that was a frustration.
Justin,
rather than
Justin Daly has given us a super chat there, and he's actually right in what he says there. He says, tossing you $5 as a reminder, yes, ISC is simple and casual. You asked us what type of player actually take the time to watch CIG media. Now, that I did actually, so that is actually the correct response. Yep. I didn't think of the question I asked. So yeah, the people that watch it are middle ground is what you guys think, but the questions are lower. And okay, cool. Thank you very much. That's what I thought it was. That actually makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah, the questions tend to be lower, but the people who watch it are the middle ground, not the hardcore.
Actually, let's do another poll then. Do you think the questions should? Let's add to that then. Should ISC be more focused at hardcore players or casual players? Here we go. So this will get us this will double check the response. So,
okay. Yeah. And while that's going on, Embarkation has a question. They say Spirit Q&A basically made him or mate have no interest in it. I expect it will fly well, but all the other comments sounded crap. Well, that's Q&As for you. Often they do. You might get a gem of an answer in a Q&A, but often the answers are all low-hanging fruit. What size is it? What is it? How does it fly compared to this ship? And I know it's people who might be sitting on a Corsair or a Freelancer or a Cutlass trying to work out, is this ship, should I jump on this ship or not? And for those people, get a CCU to this ship. Get a CCU to it if you want it. Now, I know for people who have a Freelancer, I think the price of a Freelancer and the base Spirit are exactly the same, which means getting a CCU to it is a problem. You need to, but that's the type of problem with the questions. It's that, they're often low-hanging fruit. What are your thoughts, X?
I'm doing another poll for Twitch because someone's complaining. And Algared's saying
Thank
what
you,
I'm
Sandgroper.
typing. Yeah.
No, I'm saying what Sandgroper wrote.
Yeah.
I still have a complaint. Oh, that's where the poll is to Twitch, right? Okay.
It's a lot more
So the next
involved.
question from Paul Rosso is it possible that the skills will be permanent and were brought into game to make death of a spaceman even more relevant, i.e. make people think twice or else they will lose their skill? Yes, I could see that being part of it. It's adding to that whole you don't want to die type stuff. And if you die, I imagine every time you regenerate, you'd lose some of your training because you're recovering. So yeah, I could see that.
Actually,
Make a bit like the old, you know, when you're doing old MMOs and you die and you'd lose some of your XP and you'd have to run to your grave, and when you got to your grave, you got your XP back. But I wouldn't see CIG doing that type of thing. No, but you got more than you'd lost.
Yep.
If you didn't go, as well as your gear. I hated those. That was the bane in Evercrack. Nudie grave runs. Scary, horrible
things.
things.
Might have to upgrade the name of that to butt crack. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, what question are we up to next?
We're up to Mike Who. Who says, do you guys believe the shift in all resources going to Squadron 42 development was because the team seems to get more done and get more polished while working on Squadron 42 content, or something else? I think probably something else. And Nata Pritz has a comment, and I need you to close that poll for a bit.
Yep, go for it.
And he says, I understood the carrot killer comment from Paul Jones was a light, fun, playful comment on forum drama on Odyssey, the carrot killer, a joke, in your opinion.
Yeah, but you
don't
do that in official media. You don't do a joke in official media. People are there to get information, to have an informed purchasing decision.
And
no.
And I've said, look, he designed the ship, he's built the ship. If it's a ship he's personally invested in and likes the look of and feel of, he may fully believe it is a carrot killer. But does it make it so? No. It's a bit like, there are ships I really like and I would I would sing their praises of over other ships, and I'm sure Execute's got ships he does that too. But yeah, I always thought it was a throwaway comment, but it was one of those. What got me was not the carrot killer line; it was the fact that it was all the things that they told us it had, but mentioned nothing about how it made it a better explorer. So yeah. So thanks for that. Thanks for that super chat question and donation.
I think I butchered this poll because I said, should IRC players be more focused at hardcore players or casual players? And then I should have had the responses as hardcore or casual, and I've just said yes and no.
Yes,
so I think I butchered that. Look, I'm going to end that. I'm going to end them, and I'm going to redo them.
Well, I think, yeah. So thanks for that, not a Pritz. Okay, and the next question from Mike, who is, I think it's a super slept on, and what I mean for gaming, the CIG archives, this combination of industry revolutionizing tech, its impacts to me seems reminiscent of ILM's impact for movies. So again, I think that's looking at that whole Squadron 42 staffing type thing. Yeah, look, to me, looking at the tech side, it's like I go back to Wing Commander when Chris was using the videos and good quality sound, and that, as a result of doing that, people would buy Sound Blaster cards to put onto their motherboards because they wanted to be able to hear the sound. That became an industry standard. It became, gamers started doing all that type of stuff all the time. It became so common. You don't put a Sound Blaster onto your motherboard anymore. It's bespoke. It's added in. And so I think that's the type of thing we see in the tech development. How is that impacting Squadron 42? Well, they want to get Squadron 42 out the door. They want to get it finished. And because they're parallel development, what goes on with one doesn't necessarily mean it's not going on the other. It just means it enables them to polish and clean it and get it working in, I suppose, a more enclosed environment, and then they can import it and then try it out, rather than, and hopefully that means it doesn't break when they do put it in. But yeah, so I don't find the problem with Squadron 42 versus PU that bad. To me, it doesn't. I've never really bothered. But then I'm also someone who's really looking forward to Squadron 42. So, what are your thoughts on that, X?
I was doing the polls. What was the question again? Sorry.
So the question is, the shift of resources to Squadron 42 over the PU.
Got to get it.
Because the mob doing Squadron 42 tend to get more content done and polish and etc. etc.
They've got to get Squadron 42 out the door. Once they get that out, they're going to have more influx of funding. The company's going to be on safer ground. They can put more funds into the, they can hire more staff. They're obviously spinning stuff up as Squadron 42 starting to kind of come, as they say, to the light at the end of the tunnel. And those new staff they bring in will be the ones that work on Star Citizen. And the people they have now will probably continue to work on episode 2. So,
And it is that parallel development. It is not just work on Squadron 42 has no relevance to PU, and work on PU had no relevance to Squadron. Yeah. They are interlinked. But as you've often said, the fact that Squadron 42 is a single player game means it also has less of that top heavy stuff. So you can actually get more, I suppose, push more advanced. You don't need to worry about necessarily the server meshing, but you do need to worry about the nav mesh. And so for lots of things that I get working in Squadron that then work really well for the PU, but then the PU also adds to that and adds other aspects as well. So, so yeah.
Cremmy65 in chat says there is a $42 million in advertising for Squadron 42 and needs to go out the door. Yeah. All right, now what's the next question?
The next question is from Kishkin. Kishkin says, wasn't the staggered development meant to do away with delays, and yet here we are with 318? Staggered development was meant to aid that, but development is always best case scenarios. This is what we expect, this is what we hope, but you can't guarantee it. So,
all right, so both polls have come back and they both say middle ground. We have a lot less votes on Twitch, but 5 people voted. Don't give me all the details. Oh, there we go. So yeah, middle ground 5% on Twitch, hardcore at 14%, and casual at 14%. And then we have on YouTube, we have hardcore at 38%, casual at 13%, and middle ground at 49%. So most people think a middle ground's a good approach, but I would have to say it is more heavily weighted towards the hardcore, so they want that more complexity. So yeah, want to appeal, like want a casual person to be able to walk in and go, I can enjoy that episode, but the questions, majority of and I don't agree with that. You want it to have mass appeal, but you still want those more complex questions answered, and I have to agree with that. Yeah, okay, that's about what I would have responded the way you guys have overall. And I think Algared, you'd probably be the same, yeah?
Yeah.
So, yeah, they definitely need to up the complexity of their questions. And it's probably been, I'm going to be honest, it's probably one of my biggest problems with IRC. It's just too casual. It's not middle ground.
Vanilla.
It's
often, to me, it often feels vanilla.
Yeah, it's like almost they're making the show for new players, but the problem is it's not the new players that watch the show. It's the people that have been there.
Well, I imagine
for
it's probably both. The new players, I imagine, and I say this just based on what people do with us.
Yeah,
they find the channel and they binge on everything.
Yep.
Yep. And I imagine new players in Squadron and in Star Citizen are the same.
But then they get starved of information and they want that very specific question answered, and they can't get it answered because there's no way to get it answered.
Which is great, because then they come to us.
Well, yes and no, but you'd want to hope that
Yeah.
the official people can answer their questions. It's almost like they like as you said, like they almost need like a hardcore show and a weekly casual show. But I don't think you fully need that weekly show for new people. I think they just need an FAQ. Here is 100 basically asked questions that most new players ask about the game. Algared, that's probably a video that you and I could do. What are the here's 100 basic questions that new players answer.
That was taken straight from CIG. Yep.
I almost want to do a poll. Is that a video we should make that you guys can link to your friends so they can get the hell off your ass? I almost wonder if I'll do that. Why not?
Yeah, why not? And while you're doing that, I'll go to the next question. So Gruntling 61 asked the question, and it does make me want to break into a very bad Richard Attenborough. There are actual marketing directors out in the wild. So he says there is an actual marketing director seen in the wild, and here everyone thought it was a rumor. This explains the issue of poor communication. So
yeah,
I was just getting an echo. So yeah, I
from me.
I don't know. I just heard an echo. It came through, so it was really weird.
Okay, I didn't hear it.
So yeah, I think that I'm not sure necessarily us knowing who the marketing director is does mean poor communication. But you certainly want the marketing director in communication with the community team and the production team, so they make sure that everything is right. But like we were saying with the brochures and you know the information for the Matrix of Lies and other stuff, you can and as I found with myself when I'm doing schoolwork, I can proofread something a dozen times and I can look at it another day later and go, oh crap, there's another error. And I can have it proofread by a dozen people, and after a while you're reading what you expect to read and you don't see it. And it is really weird, but it is the nature of when you're seeing something all the time, you gloss over simple errors at times. And I know even in marking, you know, if 99.9% of my students all spell a word wrong, I get to the student who, you know, after the 5th student or the 20th student, I'm starting to go, is that actually how it's spelt, or have I got it wrong? Just because you're seeing it spelt the same way all the time, you start to think, have I stuffed it? So I don't necessarily think not knowing the marketing director explains a poor issue in communication, but it is nice to actually know who they are and know some of their thinking or approach to things. So yeah.
This is meaning that he's out and about rather than in the actual office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's nice to actually know they're about and doing stuff rather than head down and not paying attention.
All right, next question. Paul Russo asks, is CIG putting the cart before the horse by making the game pretty before really fleshing out the gameplay? I don't know if they're actually doing that, because they seem to do it in sections. So, for example, we've only got tiers 1 or 0 of mining. We're only getting tier 0 of salvage. So they're building out piece by piece. And
if I were doing it to make it really, really awesome looking all the time, then they'd have been focusing on volumetric clouds and pushing them out before they were ready, and they're not. They're kind of putting them out as they're ready. So, yeah, I'm not sure where to go with that.
I did a typo in the poll. Okay, it kept telling me it was too long, so I was typing, trying to get it shorter and shorter, and I'm trying to listen to Algared, and I'm trying to write it, and I'm going to do it in Twitch, and I'm going to do it in YouTube. You know what I mean? Please don't butcher me.
Yep.
Yeah. I stuffed up, but you know what I mean. You know what the question is, so please, yeah.
In related to this question of delays and other things, Chemis in Twitch chat says, yeah, look, we can handle the delays. Communication is the essential thing essential in all things.
Yeah.
Those who are looking for a relationship, that's the key. Yeah, and it's true. Like, you look at any relationship and it's the communication between the people in a relationship. If there's no communication, the relationship dies.
Yeah.
And it's the same here. If the communication is faulty, then that's where people get cheesed off because they make wrong decisions or that. And yes, you can argue, well, you should have researched more and made an informed decision on your purchase, blah, blah, blah. But there is that element of, well, if the information's not there, why should anyone do that? And so, yeah.
Yeah. So I entered both polls. They're basically both over 80% each on both platforms. So yeah, that's interesting. So yeah.
Yep.
Oh, more work. Thanks, guys. Love you. Long time, you bastards.
Well,
Anyway,
you asked. You
yeah,
didn't have to ask the question and make us more work. But you insisted.
Yeah. So maybe the next question is, but we won't be doing a video on your questions. It'll be new questions, and then they'll be like, no. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, okay. Embarkation has a question. They say, or a comment. They say, I really want to see design docs for each profession, not just speculation. Are you guys frustrated with the lack of detail? Yes, often we are. But it's difficult because there are times when CIG have said, this is where we want to go. And they've hinted at I know there's early documents for the economy that they did. And they look at where population centres or what certain population centres will result in bringing to the verse.
Yep.
But
I was just going to say, Algared, it's like what you said with when we did that law podcast and you were talking about how, but I'm going to butcher his name, the guy that writes all the head guy of the law. What's his name? I'm having a brain fart.
Dave Haddock.
Dave Haddock, yeah, right. So Dave was saying deliberately that they leave things vague so they can change them. It's exactly the same thing in the design stuff. They don't spell out those details so they can pivot and change things if they have to. And that's why they leave stuff out, because they've learned that if they put it in concrete and stone, people hold them to the flame. And I'm not going to say it's you guys here, but it's those that really loud minority you hear. But you said this, and I planned for this, and so they've learned just to leave everything as vague as possible so they can change it.
Yeah, and that's and for as much as my frustrations about the Odyssey, that is really why the Odyssey had so little information given about it, because they were still going, well, what does it do? How does it work? It's an exploration ship, but it does this, but we don't know how this is going to work, so let's just leave it out. That's what my thinking is of what they've done. But it means it's a great big hole, and it seems they doubled down on other areas as well. So yeah, and that we see that time and time again with the different vehicles as they come out. So
100%.
And Ashara Kitamo, welcome to chat on Twitch. Lovely to have you.
Next question is from
next question.
Euro the Smoker. Why do people want ships to be modular, but they don't want to wait for the development time for modularity tech? People want their cake and eat it too. That's essentially it. I've got a lot of modular ships. I think. How do I put this? Like, I'm a big fan of the modular ships because they give you variety, but what you get is generalization instead of niche. So. If you kind of think of it in gameplay terms, as you're going up the rung or ladder of going from a starter ship and going up, I think they're going to be the more popular ships initially. So let's look at the Caterpillar. You take the Caterpillar, and if they end up putting a medical module on it, you can try that. You can try the shop chop module, the cargo module. You can try all the different modules, and then you might go, oh, I'm actually didn't think I would be really into medical, but I really kind of am. So now I'm going to go get a Apollo, because the Apollo gives me more into that medical, and I can have all the different size tiers of beds, and it allows you to explore the professions and find what you want to do. I didn't think I'd be into chop shop, but wow, I really like ripping ships apart or putting ships back together. So I need to get a Crucible. Yeah. So it allows you to explore and find out what you enjoy, and if you kind of even if you look at, say you're into a combat ship and you're not sure, you can even look at the Redeemer. Do I want a long range escort ship, or do I want a short range kind of drop ship? Even in those two modules there, and they've said there may be more, but I'm just giving you kind of examples that those modular ships are for people that don't know what they want to do. like Algared and his javelins, because they're modular too.
Yeah, they are modular. They are. I think they've got 6. So in between each of the gun bays on the javelin, supposedly a modular component which you could put in.
Yeah, and the Carrack is another one as well.
And the Carrack's modular as well.
Yeah,
I think part of it is people don't like having delayed gratification. So older people are happy to wait, but young people, they want it and they want it now, and I think that's part of the problem.
And any of you that have kids will know exactly what we're talking about. I have seen some young kids of late, and I'm talking about kids that are under 5, and the way they are stuck to mobile phones just absolutely baffles me. But yeah, I think it's become a bit of an epidemic, especially with younger kids. And I've been a computer guy since I was a kid, and I think it's got 100 times worse since I was a kid. I remember my mum always making me get off you can't be on the computers all day, get outside, and so she'd kick us outside.
Get outside and play, that's right.
And now people, it's just so much hassle to get your kids off that shit that they don't even care anymore. And so the kids have just got, I was at a mall the other day, and I was watching this kid on his phone, and his mum's trying to feed him food, and he's literally shooing his mum away so he can watch some little cartoon YouTube video. If I did that to my mum, I would have been in so much trouble.
I'd have had a clip on the back of the ears. I'd have been dead. I wouldn't have survived.
So times are changing. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
But they are changing. Like just to go on that, I have kids who've said, "Oh, I'm a gamer," and you say, "Oh, what do you play?" And they're talking about the phone games. And you go, You're not a gamer.
You are casual as...
But yeah. Robert Wall says, on the question of a second entrance, the cockpit canopy looks like it could hinge up and allow access by ladders. So talking about the Spirit.
Yeah.
It possibly could.
Well, like we said, I got to easily, let's just take the E1 variant. Why can't those elevators go all the way to the ground? Well, and I'm not like I know we've said that you could have the whole compartment go up and down, but they've mentioned that there's elevators front and back for the. Why can't they all go? Because then they could get on there and they don't have to walk up a ramp. Walking up a ramp doesn't sound too elegant to me. But yeah, especially 1,000 years in the future.
Okay, I'm going to do a couple of quick questions here.
Go for it.
So Gruntling61 says E1 has 2 elevators. Why doesn't one go to the ground? Good question. Why not?
It's like he read my mind. No, but I didn't read that actual question. But glad we're on the same page, mate.
Yep. Complex Logic has a question. Has a vertical limit been specified for a given ship size?
Yeah, so they do have metrics now, but we don't know. Actually, I could actually look up that. I do have the height. It is in those files. I just don't remember where I misplaced the image. Cannel Lemming, if you know what I'm talking about. Can you link me that little grid image of the different heights and stuff? I posted it somewhere. It was either in supporters or general, but I just can't remember where. I think I might even messaged it to you, Algared. So let me have a quick look and see if I can find it. While you answer the next question.
Yeah, it jumped when I was doing because
no.
Just got to find the question again because I got jumped to a. Discord decided to say, "Oh, the page is so big now, you're not looking at the current questions," and I've lost where the page was. So my apologies. That one. Okay, you're over smoke. That one. Mobs AV. Austin's question, Patrick. Nope. Still going.
Can you see it? So can you see where I've ticked them with thumbs? That means they've been done. Yeah, okay.
Yep, and that's why I was scrolling down trying to find it again. Okay, so Eric Molenbrook question: has CIG mentioned how the cargo refactor will impact mining and refining?
No,
I don't think so. But cargo space is going to be the same type of thing. If your cargo bags will go into can be moved off and moved into a hull A or a cargo ship. And they did talk about that at some point. And if that cargo refactor means you've got to load them, it's going to be very similar, I think, to what we saw with the Reclaimer. where not the reclaimer, when it was all the stuff was coming through and they were stacking the boxes. I think that's ultimately what you'll end up doing.
So I literally forgot to tell you this. Literally what you just mentioned there with the reclaimer stacking boxes. That I had this confirmed by someone at CIG. That was actually them showing us the cargo factor working.
And when we first saw it, that's what I said it was. So
yeah. So I'm just confirming that is official. That is official.
I thought that was. I feel vindicated now because I know at the time,
we did
not you, but other people were saying, "No, we were wrong." So I feel.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
It's well. Scratch for ears. Okay. Embarkation has a question. They say, "What will Jax McCleary? What will Jax McCleary do in IAUSU?
Probably return. He better look like me when he returns. Just all hobo. Yeah.
With a patch because he's gone parody. He's gone feral.
Big eye patch. Yeah.
Or it'll be a video link where he's calling for.
Please pay the ransom. I want to get out of here. I didn't do it. Please save me. Yeah, that'd be funny.
Please save me. Something like that. Alexei Badrug, he says bad questions. Garbage in, garbage out. Yep. Pretty much further Q&A.
Yep.
Robert Bowles, 10 questions on 3 variants of a concept ship. Yeah, frustrating.
Exactly.
Rob Sniffer, Stop and Sniffer says, do you expect the Spirit to be able to outrun most light fighters like the MSR?
I don't think it could run out the MSR because MSR's from the same manufacturer, big engines.
Will it be able to outrun light fighters? And then he says, like the MSR. Yeah. Well, the MSR is not a light fighter, so I'm assuming.
Oh, he means the MSR
will.
Like the MSR will be able to outrun them. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It really comes down to engines too, and I think some yes, others no. It'll come down to that SCM speed, and I know it's not called that anymore because of master modes, but I'm saying that because people know what I'm talking about. It's going to be depends what that is, you know. Is there going to be, you know, what is the change in? Because look at this. You would expect with the Freelancer having more shields that it can probably get its shields up sooner after coming out of that. I forgot what the new mode's called. The quantum mode.
Yeah, a quantum mode.
They'll spill up quicker than say a Crusader will, but a Crusader can probably generally go faster. You know, you'd probably expect the Cutlass to get its weapons up more quickly and be able to fire back faster.
But this is where having ships with heavy armor are going to be, or heavier armor are going to be an advantage over ships with light or no armor, because their armor will be able to give them that time that's needed as they're spooling up their engines to get into that super speed. So, yeah, interesting question. Okay, Sigmund has a question. Do you have plans to do an episode on carriers?
There's 2 of them. What do you want to know? There's not much to it. You've basically got the Kraken and the Liberator. What else do you want to know? And we have done multiple episodes on both, actually, at this point, I would say. I'll let Algared get back and respond on that.
Have we done a comparison of both yet? Have we done a comparison of both?
No, but we kind of started out that Polaris versus Perseus series. We will do more. I think the next one I want to do personally before AIE, just got to slot it in because I've got a lot of stuff at the moment, is I want to see a Kraken versus Idris one, because I am looking to buy a Kraken this sale, and I want to make sure I'm making the right decision. So I'm going to be a greedy person, and I want to do that one because I want to know that I want to get the other guys' advice and know, you know, am I buying the right one, or should I really get the Idris instead, you know? So that's where I'm at.
And when you get to those ships, I really do think it comes down to, if you're looking at what, you know, if you're not like some people who just get them, but if you've got one, you've got to look at what gameplay you're looking for. And I think that's ultimately key for everyone. Yeah. But that'll be worth exploring. One I'm interested in doing is Corsair versus Aquila. Just because I know the Aquila's coming out, not the Aquila, the Corsair's coming out soon, and it'd be nice to do how they stack up against each other, because they're similar and yet they're different.
Yeah, so I'd probably wait until that one's out, so they're both on even footing. Where with the Idris and Kraken, neither of them out.
Again,
so still on equal
neither
footing.
out, so they're even footing again. So yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I totally agree with you. We'll probably try and get one done beforehand and one after that after IOA. So that makes a lot of sense. Well, that also gives us more December content, as you know that that's a quieter period of time. So yeah.
Fat Gus has a question.
Yep.
I'm trying to speed up our movement a bit. If you hadn't guessed.
Yeah, I guess, but just so you know, I'm probably going to run this for at least another 28 minutes until Paul turns up and Paul says
until Paul calls up, and if Paul doesn't come up, we can always hit Buster again.
Yep.
Which reminds me, we've got to hit her up and say, "Hey, come on to Inforunners."
She did actually reach out to me and say that.
Good.
When I was at the thing, so yeah, 100%.
Yep, good. So we do need to get her on because that would be awesome. Okay, Fat Gus has a question. This upcoming IAE will be my first, you lucky person. Apart from Warbond CCU chains, are there any tips or tricks that I should know about? Are ship styles only available on a specific day? Yes and no. You get in the past, what we've done is the ships come out on their day, they have a sale, they disappear, the other ones come, and at the end of the sale, they all become available again. So,
yeah.
Kind
of getting like a preview, aren't you, of the final day?
Yeah.
So yeah.
So it's kind of sets you up for buying ships. I can't remember whether the limited ships are back on the final day or whether it's only if they've got any ships left.
The limited ships are available on the final day. So for example, I know when the Orion was limited, it is no longer limited now. It was available then, and then it was available later. But then ones that are limited had generally already sold out by that stage. So to give an example, this year I would expect the Kraken is gone in 36 seconds like it normally is.
Right, and then that wouldn't be available on the final day because all the allocation of ships that are gone.
Yeah, that's it.
If I'm understanding correctly.
Yep.
But it gives you a look of what the CCUs are and what were coming on the same day. That's what's usually been the case. It could be different, but that's what we're assuming will be the case. So it gives you a chance if you know, it gives you a chance, you see the CCUs, you buy the ones you know you want, and then if another CCU then you can see the CCUs that you might need, and on the final day you can kind of finalize stuff. So yeah. Next question. Exosin has a question. They said, should CIG make the hand fit the glove?
Like a Michael Jackson reference?
I don't know. So, like, should hangar sizes stay small and most ships adapt instead of making wings fold? I hope we will eventually see or get more ships with medium and medium plus hangars. Well, we will get more ships with medium plus hangars.
I think he actually means ships that can... Does he mean ships that can go in other ships, or does he mean ships that can land in medium hangars?
I think you mean... Yeah, I'm misreading that as well, because I think, and I've got the same question. Are you meaning ships that will actually get into the medium hangars, or are you meaning...
So who was it that asked that?
Medium hangars. Exosin.
Exosin, can you please re-ask that with context, please? And someone will bring it to our attention and we'll answer it.
Stop and Smither says that speed question was 100% pointless. It basically asked, will Crusader ships have Crusader characteristics and be faster than its competitors? And we already know the answer. Yep.
Actually, I have to agree with him now I think about it. That does make a lot of sense. It's basically, the question was, is this Crusader ship a Crusader ship? Yep. That was the question.
And that was the point I was bringing up. The question seemed to say it's got Crusader characteristics like all other Crusader ships. It does this. So, yeah, it was a... Sangropa has a question. Hey, Sangro, is that your first question today? I think it is. Not sure if it's been asked or answered. When do we expect the Spirit to enter game? When it's ready?
Hang on. Sorry. So someone's here that has to leave is trying to get a question answered.
Okay.
Can you unmute yourself and just ask the question that he asked? If you're there and you can hear me.
He's unmuted. So, question that was asked, can you give...
Will they bring passenger missions into the game for the 890 jump in the future?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
that's kind of like when we went back to the test bed. So it's so the person that asked that question is Giganator, but I think they had to leave. So I apologize if we didn't get to it in time, mate. Sorry about that. But yeah, if you rewatch this, you'll get your question answered. Maybe we'll PM him and let him know we answered it. But yeah, so we were saying that the E1 is clearly the test bed, and that's gonna, that's gonna move out. It moves in both directions because it's the middle ground, right? Kind of like where you see them build ships, so like they build the hull C and then they go down and build the hull A, and then they'll probably go up and build the hull E, and then they fill in the gaps in the middle. It's the same thing. So you're getting the E in the middle. If you go down to 1 person instead of 6, you get to the VIP stuff for the other Origin ships, and if you go up to heaps more people, you get to the which this Genesis Starliner.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Sorry,
Okay,
so can if something's like that again, just speak up, mate. I didn't see it until too late. Sorry. All right, next question.
Yep. So Monster AV has a statement, I think, related to the Spirit, which is the scanner. Merent visually use the scanner as identification, but why use the bomber as a decoy for a scan ship? Yeah, so you might use a. Yep. Good question. I don't know.
This sets a weird precedence to make it look like a bomber ship has a scanner on it, but it's not really a scanner, and it could just be us seeing something that's not there. But as I said, the fact that I thought it was a scanner and at least one other person thought it was a scanner, and that's only 2 people I know of. I haven't even asked Algared if he thought it was a scanner. I haven't asked any of you if you thought it was a scanner. So if there's at least one of you out there that's thinking it's a scanner, there's probably 100 other people that thinks it's a scanner, and that's the problem.
I thought it looked like a scanner. It had the same language, so. And I think that's the problem. It has the same language as a scanner, so you assume it's a scanner. So
yeah. So like we said, different shape. So, yeah.
Give it a different shape. If round things like that are your scanners, give it an oval shape just to say it's agreeable. Let's see. Can almost at your question now. Ben, how many snubs will fit in a Corsair? Is the question. So. How many snubs will fit in a Corsair? None. Well, actually,
how many fit in the Connie in its cargo bay?
Yep. How many can fit in a Connie?
What is it, 3 or 4 or something like that? So I guess
ships.
Essentially you could
snub ships.
Put that many Merlins. Yeah, how many? You've probably done it, knowing you. You ever tested it?
I've been able to get one in.
So you can definitely get one.
In a standard Connie. Well, think about it. Connie was originally built, but cargo bay in a Connie was originally the hangar for the P-52.
Yeah.
It was changed because the P-52 was too wide or didn't quite fit that size. Was one thing, and community was saying, this sucks, you've got to vent the whole ship to get it in. Personally, I think had it kept where it was, we'd have had an air shield across the top. So we could have looked there, watched the ship be lowered and launched and not vent the whole ship. But yeah. So certainly one, but it didn't really fit. So I imagine one if you're lucky. You might get a few dragonflies in there, but that would be about it. Stream Elements says
that's a bot.
Okay. Yes. Okay. SA Inforunners question. EOL, we get variants on the Corsair. Will we get variants on the Corsair?
I think we answered that earlier. So
and he did it with a he, so he's trying to be funny. Seven Hills Industries question: Is the Corsair?
Is the core? It's a cargo liberator. Is the Corsair a cargo liberator? Yeah, it's bad English, but I get what he means.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah.
Is it a pirate ship for liberating cargo? No. It's worse in that regard. I would say no. It's worse than a caterpillar, because it doesn't have any tractor beams.
I actually think it would really benefit from a tractor beam.
It would benefit for a tractor beam, which would make it a ship for liberating, better suited to liberating cargo from other ships. But I think that
I also said you could probably get away with just having a hand tractor beam inside that. It's a more manual. It's a more manual process.
Look, and people used to do that with the cutlass when we were doing Xenothreat missions. They'd stand on the back of a cutlass and hand stuff.
Hey, I just had an idea. You could actually have the cutlass use its tractor beams to push the cargo into the back of the Corsair.
You could, but that means using more than one ship. But I
Well,
just think
generally
the fact
generally
that it doesn't have a
but that's generally how Drake ships work. They work in tandem.
Yeah.
They have kind of, so I don't know. I'm trying to think in a Drake mindset. You know, so
yeah, but you got to remember the Corsair's designed under the new Drake, so they're trying to get out of that nasty, horrible, piratey frame of mind. And I think the Corsair certainly does break from the fact that even though the inside kind of still has fairly rough and ready and Spartan interior, it certainly is still a significant markup from any other Drake ship we've got. It's got toilets, it's got private rooms, it's got, it's luxury. It's luxury.
Well, it is for Drake, isn't it? Like, you kind of hit the nail on the head there. We look at the Caterpillar, we've got the Herald. It's all shared bunk beds. There is no individual rooms, right? And the ironically funny thing is the Connie is more Drake, because of its bunk beds than this is.
Drake. Yeah.
So it's quite funny.
It is funny. It's one of the things I think I know we've talked about it numerous times.
They should have just made this RSI and then go, we're doing a rework to the other one, and Drake decided to pick up the plans for the Connie, and it's now the Drake Connie. That'd be a good laugh, actually, just to make Chris Roberts becomes pirate Chris Roberts. Well,
it's Pirate Roberts is obviously Sandy, because we know Sandy's a pirate because she wants to be able to. And it was interesting when we were talking to Sandy, the reasons why she was a pirate. She didn't want to be locked down to one place. She wanted to be able to go where she wanted, and that was the pirate life for her. Let's see. Mongo Vamo has a question. Do you think the Retaliator will get module to allow for bombs? They did talk about it ages ago, so yes.
Yep.
Mongo Mo has another question. Do you think the Tally will? Yes, it will get a bomb module.
Wait.
Same.
Wait, do you think they're? Oh yeah, no, they did. Yeah, sorry, I thought I
Same
said
question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Nader Pritz has a question. Do you think the Odyssey having one minimum crew holds any truth to it, or just a lie on the matrix of lies?
I think it shows that people can go outside the ship and do work outside the ship. So you have someone go out in the prospect, or you have someone go out in a rock out the back. So it's like the ship gets you there, and then you go out and do some stuff.
Yep. I think one thing we have seen is crew sizes do seem to be dropping. So the original crew sizes do seem to be 12, 15 people. The Idris was basically your medium raid. Your Javelin was your big raid. And we saw with the K module for the Idris that effectively reduced the number of crew because it reduced the number of manned turrets. Because it turned them into automated turrets. So if you've got 5 less crew, that's 5 less people you have on the ship. So they certainly are reducing the requirements of crew. Will that remain a thing? Don't know. I can see it staying there. If it was an Origin ship, I would certainly say yes, because one of the key things I used to say about Origin ships, certainly with the 890 jump, was Origin ships, because of the components and automation they use, actually use less crew. So Ben M has a question, unless you want to add any more into that.
No, I agree.
Okay. Do you think the Genesis Starliner hull would suit an AC-130 style gameplay, large broadside cannons?
Actually, I did think about that. Like, what are the other variants you could have for a Genesis Starliner as an aeroplane? We definitely know there was a military troop transport variant, didn't we? But that's the only.
There was a troop transport, there was a presidential...
Presidential and a vehicle one, wasn't that the other one?
Vehicle one. There was also an E-Warfare one.
Really? Yeah, I'm going to need to go looking back at that. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, pretty certain there was an E-Warfare one for so one with souped up scanners and all the other stuff. So yeah, there were a few.
But do we need an AC-130? So essentially, you're looking at a almost like a bombardment vehicle, and they've kind of said they don't want any planetary bombardment, so that makes it in atmosphere bombardment. And I start looking at things like the bombs, the bigger nukes, the cluster bombs, the torpedoes, the guns that we already have on turrets, is there? We'll put it this way: you take, what's the size of the gun on that? Is it a size 7? So isn't that just the Ares or the Inferno or?
But the AC-130 basically has its Gatling gun out the side, and it basically straffs the ground with its Gatling gun.
But you get what I'm saying? Like, is there any need for that? And I just don't see the need. Because that thing also had other things in it as well, and I just think there are other ships that already kind of do what it does.
The other question it asked today, would it be cool? And if it would be if it would be cool, then yes, there could be a variant. Is it needed? That's answering your question. No, it's not needed because we've got other ships that feel. Would it be cool?
Because quite honestly, you can kind of do it on a Redeemer, even if you think about it, or even the Corsair itself. You know, yes, the turrets are smaller, but like 2 size 5 guns from a Redeemer, if you're circling around like that, which is what you do in the Redeemer, the 2 turrets, top and bottom, turn and shoot. So I'd say the closest is the Redeemer. And maybe the Perseus, that might be the other one that could do it like that because of the 2 turrets. Do you know what I mean? So I'd say Perseus Redeemer kind of covers that role, but you know.
So, moving on. Monster AV says, aside from thickness, light, medium, heavy, do you think, well, for different types of armor like Origins, Graphene, Glax armor, will have any impact on being more effective versus energy or missiles, or is it fluff? I know that one of the armors for the Hornet Ghost, I think, it basically absorbed, it was basically stealth armor. So, yes, I think there will be some that is fluff, and I think other stuff will be no.
I think it is.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Drastically going to change this game more than most people realize.
I imagine things like Origins Graphene armor enables it to have a thinner armor or a lighter armor, but have a higher quality. And I think that's how it'd still be light, medium, heavy, but the different types of armor would actually determine whether it's the weight of medium but the effectiveness of heavy, that type of stuff. Because we know armor weighs. We know that's why the Idris M is, slower than the Idris P, because they gutted the Idris M, and one of the things they took out was the lowered, unarmored it and took the weapons out so it could go faster. I know that's not the case now. I know same with the Starfarer G and Starfarer. The Starfarer G carries less cargo. Why? Because it's got armor and heavier weapons. So,
and one of the things we've talked about is people go, but why is it physically the same? And it's because what they'll do is, technically it is just a texture to us as gamers, but what it'll be is that armor weighs more. So in atmosphere, in space, no different. And you may be able to fly down to the planet with the Starfarer G, but if you have the Starfarer G and the Starfarer, and they both try to take off with maximum cargo, the Starfarer G is technically heavier, so it may not get off the ground. It may need at best an SRV to drag its ass back in orbit.
Yep, and that's the way we see it. That's how we've kind of rationalised how it would be. Is that speculation? Yep. Could it be different? Yep. But at the moment, from what we see in game, we don't think it will be.
They actually did make a post on that years and years ago.
Yeah.
If you want me to go find it, I'll never be able to find it. But they did. That's how it works.
And they did talk about that, didn't they? They even did talk about the weight of the cargo being the case. So
yeah. So to give it another example, that would be the C2 versus the M2. So that's why the M2 has less cargo on its stats, but it technically can carry exactly the same. It's just that the armor changes how it works.
Yeah, so we've seen that. We saw that type of thing with the Idris, the Starfarer, the C2. Yeah, so all the way down the line. A couple more quick questions here, hopefully. So Monster AV said he was referencing Romus to that question earlier. Prisoner 1000 says, have moderators delete repetitive questions? Yeah, that could be an answer to the dull questions. But it doesn't answer the silly questions that get upvoted.
Downvotes fixes everything. It doesn't need to be moderated. We can do it ourselves. We are adults. We will choose out of our peers what stupid questions and what are not. And the other thing is, let's be honest, there are good questions on that front page, but are they their best top 10 questions? And I would argue they are not.
Yeah.
And that's the problem.
It'd be nice.
The best 10 cannot get to the top. And I can tell you right now, and I can prove it. I've got there when those questions have been dropped right at the start, and I got mine on the front page, and guess what? It got answered. But if I've ever been there before and it's not on the front page, it's not answered. So that's how I know I'm kind of roughly right. And anyone that's got a question on there, they'll tell you, right, it just stays there. It doesn't leave, because once it's on the front page, other people automatically upvote it up.
Yep. And, if you can get them off the front page and another one gets up there, it's a better question, it'll rise up the ladder, because people will go, ooh, that's a really good question.
But generally speaking, once that front page is filled, you got no hope. I don't even know why they run it for multiple days. They could run it for 24 hours, and that's all you'd ever need.
Fill up the front page and then answer it. Because I want to give a sense that every question could be answered. Next question from the Prison 1000. I see questions by people who have back for years ago asking the same stupid questions. Yes.
If I see another "it fits, it sits" question, or what is it, like what fits inside this question, I'm going to bloody scream, because all they have to say is it holds small, medium, or large vehicles, and your question is answered. And they generally say that now. So when they came out with this, they said it literally holds smaller vehicles like the Cyclone. Yep.
But can it hold an Ursa? No, because Ursa's bigger than a Cyclone. Like, use your bloody sense. Yeah. Okay, Sam I am. Okay, Mr. Zeus. What big ships are you hoping to see come next after the BMM is done or being worked on? Any. What about you, X? I don't care.
What was the question again? Sorry, I was trying to read.
What big ships? So, what big ships are you hoping to see come next after the BMM is done?
The Polaris was
any. I don't care.
The Polaris was next originally planned after the BMM, so that I'm just that's not what I'm asking for, but that's what I'm expecting.
Yep. Didn't they mention that at some point the Polaris would be next?
Yeah, they did. That's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. But I'm gonna be honest with you. The later something comes, I prefer it because every ship we've seen that comes later, it's better than the one before. So the Redeemer came after the
Russia ship. It sucks.
Yeah, so the Redeemer became after the MSR, and it's got all these improvements. And then, we'll get the Corsair coming out this year, and it'll be an improvement on last year's Redeemer. And there's 3 ships that came out at the same time, 2 years apart or 3 years apart, whatever you want to call it. And you can see that there's a progression. Yep.
100%. Okay.
Just real quick, I am going to cut off the questions because we are way over time now. But we've only got about 6 minutes or so left anyway. But there's literally another question just came in. But there is a whole page of questions that we have to kind of get through. So yeah.
Okay. Def Factor has a question. Who is the architect of the Matrix of Lies? CIG.
If Algared had hair, I would say he looks just like the architect from the Matrix, but he doesn't. So
I do believe that Jake does kind of try and keep it up to date. But the Matrix of Lies is a combination of all the details that comes, and I get the feeling it's constantly changing as they review stuff. So
yeah, it's probably community team driven. I'd expect. But yeah.
Yep. Mad Mike says, "I want one of those Tavaran floating fortresses as a vehicle." But basically, as I understand it, the Growler. But I don't know of any other floating fortresses you're talking about. But from memory, I'd have to go back and read my Tavaran stuff.
It's a lore thing, obviously, that I am not aware of.
And I really like the Tavaran lore, so I think we were doing the lore podcast the other day, and the last one we're doing, and we're talking the different races, and I gleaned like 20 odd pages of Tavaran lore. And we don't have the Tavaran language yet. And when they've done the languages, that's like 80, 100 pages get added. So there's little on the Tavaran compared to the Banu and the Xi'an at the moment. But it's not as if there's nothing there. You've just got to troll through every article to find it. So, yeah. Moving right along, Robert Case says, who would even ask that question? Who would want it? Good grief. Yep. don't know what the question was that someone would ask that we don't want, but yes. Hamak Vaki, same question at Inforunners.
Mad Mike's giving you a follow-up thing there. He said the ones that use the retaliator to destroy. So that might help you when you go and look for it later on.
Yep.
Yep.
So, on Robert Lee, Haverick saved a question. Nightbot, Snap has a question. They say Snap Schneid said, why after 10 years of being released does half of the almost antique features of the game still not work? Because they're still developing a lot of the ground tech. Unlike Red or Cyberpunk or other games where we've got a game to work on, we're building the stuff to go with. And yeah, stuff doesn't work, but it's still, I still think it's on par with AAA games that have been released that have got stuff. The stuff doesn't work in other games. So why does it give CIG a pass? No, but I think, we often want to hold CIG to a higher standard than other games. And I don't think that's necessarily fair to hold CIG to a higher standard than we hold any other game publisher. When they're upfront and saying this is not finished, we're still working on this. Where other games will say this is finished, it's awesome. Oh shit, it's broken. Let's put out a patch. So yeah. What are your thoughts?
No, I just agree. Can we go on to the next question if that's okay?
Yep. Snaps goes on to say only seeing new and newer stuff installed. If you're talking ships, well, the older ships, again, we think the longer they leave it, the better it is. They will build the smaller ships first because they're easy to do, and they do bring out bigger ships occasionally at times as well.
Can I
60...
How about I go into rapid fire mode here because I can probably do it a bit quicker than you. So, Gratling61 goes, do we know anything about the Lynx rover, like size, capacity, crew, other than it fits in the Connie? It was on the roadmap. No. They've removed it. I think it'll come back around when they have time. As we said, it basically is a merge between the S and the G12. Would you agree, Algared? Yes or no?
Probably. We don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
We know it fits in the Connie. That's it. Yep. We know it's a luxury version.
All right, Euro the Smoke asks, what can fit in the STV? How are players currently using this in game? It carries 2 crates. It's got a bit of storage capacity. It's kind of good for bunker missions at the moment. It's meant to be targeted at racing though. So yeah. Robert Vos asks, the question was about the tractor beam on the C1. Yep. They should stow on top of the ship and then show it as it back of the ship moving cargo. The question was in Spectrum, but didn't get enough upvotes. Yeah, we'll see that. You just proving our points.
That'd be typical.
The Prisoner 1000, Robert, I've had the question pretty much all tractor beams on the ships to get the cargo. You would have to, so that's one for not us. Fishy asked question, wouldn't the A1 bomber be more like the real life B1 bomber, but more of the speed of the A2 comparable to real life? Yeah, so I think that's what you're getting with the A1 over the A2 is you're getting a smaller ship gaining speed, but you are losing the power of the bombs. Because quite honestly, they could have actually made that ship to have one A2 size bomb.
Yep.
If they wanted to.
Yep.
But they decided not to. So there's a variety between the two. Because if that, I guarantee you, more people would use that if it had a singular A2 bomb in it, because it's just as powerful, but it's quicker, But you got to balance it. It's a game thing.
Okay, question for us both. Yep. What concept would we like to see with when more systems have been added, like game systems?
Sorry, I've lost where we're up to there. So
we're up to Hammer VKs because we've just got past Giganators.
Yep.
So what concept ship would you like to see with more systems added?
What concept ships would you like to see with the more systems being added? What concepts would you like to see with more systems being added? Well, I think we've almost got one. Okay, so what was the one we got last? The Legionnaire. But see, that's technically just a modified. We're getting into the point now where they're not really putting new systems in. They're doing modified versions or hybriding of things.
Yep.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw original gameplay ship, and it's been...
A refinery, the Expanse was the last. kind of.
That's the last one actually. You are dead on the money. Yeah. So could we expect more? Yeah, absolutely.
But are there any new gameplay loops at the moment? I can't think of any really.
It'd be complete guessing, wouldn't it? At this point.
I suppose the one we did talk about was, the farming type stuff.
We did that. The livestock stuff. We did talk about that.
Stuff. But that kind of falls into just standard cargo in a sense. So
there are professions that don't seem as fleshed out, and like, for example, I think science is a very broad profession.
Yep.
Like you said, you can get a plant-based science ship, you can get an animal-based science ship, you can get an ore-based science ship, you can get a general-based science ship, you can get a medical-based science ship. So it's how detailed do they want that to go?
Yeah. So Animus has a question. They say, do we need to remove or separate in-game lore and advertising from a pledge advertising? It's too easy to an excuse for items not meeting expectations. Yes.
In short, yeah. I think you kind of really want to keep it factual.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to purchasing options.
Oh yeah. Like I know my first purchase was Connie and Aurora. Why? Because they could swap parts. I didn't realize that was just in-game marketing.
Yeah.
At the time.
Mr. Stunner, thank you for the 5 gifted subs that went up to Can. So our mod got a sub. Shino Bittrip 87, Starjup Ender, nice to see you, Ender. John Bixby, nice to see you as well. And Captain Exploder. Captain, I actually checked out your video you did, by the way, the other day. You have a very
it's interesting.
Southern accent, I think is what I'd call it. But you were very frank. You would actually get on with us Australians quite well, sir. Because
go on.
No, I'm done.
It was interesting that Mr. Stunner's thing came up there because his subs came up because his comment was the next thing in chat, which was that poll question. LOL.
Can you notice how Australian Can looks in the chat now with all the yellow and green? I just want to kind of point that out. But
yes. It's good to see, Can. Love to see you flying the colours there, mate.
Yeah. For the Aussies.
Snop and Sniffer. Yes, the questions are Rufi Solaris, Australian Spectrum touched on part of the problem. I think they wanted the ability to download questions, and as we said, that was part of something that they did by design. Arriva Smoke. Would you count discovery that the rocket launcher not being sold in the stores but found in a form of exploration? So would you discovery is finding stuff.
Well, so they obviously you got to think about how they test stuff, right? So there are actually things that just show. So they were trying to test prisons, so they dialed up the crime rate. So no matter what you did, you got a crime rate because they wanted people to go to prisons to test it, but they never turned it off. They wanted people to test the looting system because they needed it tested. So they basically just took all the good shit that we love and chucked it in boxes. And it's like, if you want it, you got to go get it. Here, boy, fetch. And that's what they did. And that's what we have to do. So they're making us play the game so we can test it for them.
Yeah, I think kind of the biggest thing for exploration is not necessarily that, but the historical, the artifacts, the old stuff, the metals and that you can find as you go around.
Yeah, but I want to be able to put the artifact back together and form Voltron, but it doesn't work that way. So I'm kind of disappointed.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Might be able to put it together, will you?
Maybe it's a slave collar for Paul. We put the relic together and it controls him and he can't do anything.
Makes him fly a Redeemer.
Yeah, yeah, I love that. There's a lore piece there. Agrid, you have to write that. All right, next question. Wait, just so you know, we've still got 3/4 of a page to go, but we're trying to get through all of them. So I've got the cutoff line there, right? So there's 4 new questions. I'm sorry, we just can't answer those because we already went an hour longer than normal, and we are now half an hour past that. So we're now an hour, and this is literally 50% extra stream for free. But I'm not that we do it that way. But if it was on Inforunners now with 50% free, that's how it was.
That's right.
Yeah. Anyway, next question.
For the price of 1. Brandon Flynn, do you think Quadrant 42 will be co-op at all?
It was, and they removed it. Next.
I think it was originally, but they removed it. Fishy2951 says, isn't the AO Bomber the more speed-orientated variant comparable to real life? Yes. Brandon Flynn answered that. Architect, would you have a video that you can link? Sorry, would you have a video that you can link to your new player friends that answer the question of? Yes. So
that's the question I asked. Yeah.
Yep. And he's saying yes. Well, do we have one at the moment? No, but we do have our beginner's guides.
Actually, that might be something we have to do in the Discord too. What would those 100 questions be?
Yep.
Because again, we've been in this for so long. One of the things, so me and Badgers recorded a tutorial series. We've got to do the last video, but Badgers had a lot of work stuff. But once we get that done, we wanted to release it about this time. So we really actually do need to get on to Badgers for that. But one of the things we struggled with is what is the stuff you actually want to know as a new player? And we went right back to basics. It's like, we ran into a guy, it took him 45 minutes to get out of the first room. He couldn't get out of his hab because it never told him to press F.
Yep.
I never would have ever thought of that.
My nephew would have had a similar problem. I can remember a nephew saying, how do I get up? Where am I? Oh, you're in a little hab. Okay, you got to go to the door, press F, you know, that type of thing.
So it's really hard to put yourself in a new player's shoes to go, what are the 100 things I'd like to know? And obviously those 100 things would be different for everyone. So you have to tailor and it has to be really generalized, those 100 questions. So what we might do is do that as a community. I might even get Can and Lemming, the mods, to open up you know, these are the 100 questions that we should think they be, and as a community we'll go through and work out what they are, and then me and Algared will just go through and ask them. But you know, 100 questions is maybe we have to lower it. Maybe it's too long. I don't know, maybe it's 50, but we'll work out how many that are required. Yeah, we'll work it out, and we'll do that, because it'll obviously be helpful.
10 for the Inforunners.
Maybe. All right, next question.
Next question, Hawk Outdoors. What do you all think of Crusader making a turn in direction in lore before the game releases? Is it a good or bad thing?
I think this is just an added on to that, don't you? They've kind of already made the pitch, and they're just doubling down.
Yep, they've changed. They've made the changes. They're just doubling down.
Because
is it a good thing? No.
Well, ironically, why didn't they change the name sooner? That's the other thing. They called it the Ares, and why didn't they call that the Phoenix? Or I don't know, pick the Gecko. Why didn't they? You know, they picked a warship name from Greek mythology, and Ares was also a Titan. I'm just really annoyed that it's not a Titan suit, but anyway.
Yeah. Mad Mike says, do you remember the pyro from 2019? That's a good example for bad example of bad communication. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, yes, it would have been nice if that hadn't been a big plug, but it was. This is our best guess. We will get pyro by that date.
We've kind of answered the next one.
Didn't work.
Do you think CIG should release a concept alongside the Q&A before? Yeah, I think Q&A should come at exactly the same time, because they obviously have those questions in advance, and they're things people want to know. Again, informed purchase decisions. That half of why this channel exists is because of the way they do things. We want to help inform you guys, so you are not buying junk.
Yep,
that's simple.
And we've made that argument for years, that the Q&A should come out at the same time as the concept. At least it comes out now before the sales ended. It used to come out after the sale, which was a real sucky thing.
Didn't they do that with the Odyssey? It was like the last day or something like that. It was really bad. It was like it was You
know, and some ships used to come out after the sale had ended. So so at least they're now coming out early is a help, but it still needs to be improved, I think.
Moleman07 on Twitch, who's a first-time chatter, says, but that would most likely hurt sales. Yeah, exactly. That's our whole point. They're protecting their own butt. Protecting their own butt.
That is so cynical. Like, they would never do anything that would be so underhanded as that. But yes, it's something we agree with. But yes, Dan Groper, you seem to have a big uptick in Twitch recently. Is this taking away from our YouTube or people finding you? No, I don't think it's reduced our YouTube at all, has it?
We are down now because time's winding on and
Yeah.
we've gone past our normal viewership. So I think we were about 150, 160 today. But yeah, we did have more people on Twitch. But we've only fairly been doing Twitch for a little bit. And I will say
Yeah.
every stream, just like every stream on YouTube, is getting a little bit bigger every week. So yeah.
Yeah. We're certainly be about where we were last week for Twitch.
Yeah,
but we've kind of stayed pretty stable.
Yeah,
so,
we've kind of found the longer we go on, though, people probably get sick of us, or they move on to other content creators as it moves on to the peak. So initially, you kind of just have us to pick from, and as you get more people, the numbers dwindle. Yeah.
We're holding 40 people still, and Paul's online now.
There you go.
So, yes. Okay. Giganator has, I posted a question, didn't reference, Monster AV. Do you think the modularity will be more military sense when it's intended to be changed for each specific mission, or more for longer term tail-end mission gameplay? Wow. I think he's talking about the bigger ships, and I think yes. I think for those military ships or those big ships, those modules will be things you would be wanting to add or take out based on the missions you're intending to do. But I think for some of those big ships like the Javelin, I think the modularity is going to have to be done by a shipyard job, just like we expect that with the Endeavour. So it's not something. It'll be a bit like the American frigates. They built their frigates that they have the modules in, and if I understand correctly, they found that was a bigger hassle because it meant more dockyard time. So they tend to, even though they've got the ships with the modules, they tend to have their ships with specific models that they use all the time. If I understand correctly, so yeah, I expect dockyard time will be a killer for modularity. Shinobi trip.
Yep.
Doesn't the Starfleet viewer have landing pads in the list you can add to put your ships over, or are they currently sized, or are they accurately sized?
Yes, you can. But no,
okay.
I don't use it that way. But yeah, I guess I technically could.
But I think that was a question to the modularity or the metric sizes of the pads question, or at least related to that. Shinobi Trip. No, sorry, Mr. Stunner says, or Mint Stunner says, in my opinion, they should have made the C1 Spirit a medical ship. Then each of them would have given a unique role in ships. C1 doesn't really seem to be complete to compete with the Cuddies.
Yeah, so I think if you actually made it a medical ship, it would, at this early stage, it would tread too much. I do eventually expect every ship to have like a direct competitor. So there'll be a prospector that's made by Drake or whatever, you know what I mean? And it might even get to the point, if the game goes long enough, there are multiple competitors in exactly the same size category. But you got to think, at a game at release, do you want to make 2 Cuddy Reds essentially? No, it's far more fill out that entire grid before you start doubling up.
Yep. And Mad Mike's come back in chat. He said when he was talking about the Pyro, he's talking about more of a demo we saw in 2019 being totally different to what we see now. And I think that's just nature of development.
Yeah, I think it's got better though, don't you? Not worse.
Yeah. Well, I think it's got better.
That even from last year when they showed off the space stations and stuff, and that final shot this year of that space station and just how everything was moving was amazing. It just craps on the space stations we got in Stanton right now. Like it just absolutely chaotic, but it just had this ambience about it and color to it that's just like, I want to go there and I want to explore like that. And and the beautiful thing is, that tech, whatever they've done there, is going to end up being put back into Stanton as well. So 100%.
We'll see the stations change in that regard as well. So yeah. Fishy says, do you think we'll get more nostalgic feeling for Jimmy? Yes.
I think it's talking about Jimmy from
Yep. I think Jimmy will save a day. I couldn't be surprised. Jack McCleary sending a message, Jimmy, save me. Yep.
It could be something really cool. Like it's a whole, like Jimmy takes his helmet off and it's actually like a chick called Jimmy and she's like got blonde hair or whatever, or redhead or something like that. And she takes over the whole thing. And they got a whole new actor or something, that they could take it over with. Or maybe Jack's retires and it's someone new, There's so many ways they could take that. Like
Jimmy takes his helmet off and it's a mini-me of Jax.
it's his son. Yeah. Jackson Jimmy, yeah. So yeah.
Yep.
Anyway.
Looney Tunes 1136 says, I heard a guy saying the Corsair will have 1 size 3 shield. I've only seen information about 2 size 2s.
Same.
Do you know any more info? The only information I know is it said it had 2 mediums. If I go back to the
That's what I
Jump
remember.
Point. So let's have a look at that Jump Point article. So shields for it are down as being
I'd basically say whatever information you find on an official site is probably what I would believe until I see it in game.
Yep.
And just so you know how quick things can change, there are literally, and I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there are literally ships that have the component where the components go.
Yep.
And I'm trying to think of one that was more recent. I think it was like the Eclipse or the Saber or something like that. I remember it was the first place I saw it. And it was like originally the ship had 2 shields, but so when you go to look at it in the component bay, they've just taken one out and the other thing's empty.
Yeah.
So they haven't even gone back and eventually they'll probably go back and change that so it's just the one. But yeah.
Yep. I'll have a quick look and see if I can find it, but I can't see.
The Corsair has a size 3 large shield because they said in a video it was only updated because the Connie got updated because of the flight models and things, but it's impossible to find because it's a video comment.
Yep.
Yep. In terms of systems,
Someone knows where that is. Link it in chat. We'll talk about it.
the Matrix of Lies says it has 2 medium.
Yep.
So that's what the Matrix of Lies currently says, but that's all we can tell. Unless we go and dig up the video, but will they say anything different? Next question, Mad Iba says, does the shape of a Spirit ship's change remind you both of Star Citizen Imperial transports?
Yes. He's talking about the Corsair looking like the Lombarda shuttle, so yes.
No, he said the Spirit ships.
Oh, wait. The shuttle.
Does the shape of the Spirit ships remind you?
It reminds me of the Normandy from Mass Effect. So yeah. I hope I haven't permanently lost.
I hadn't thought about that. I hadn't thought about that for the Spirit ships. Thinking of that. We're up to Araxa. Araxa says, do you think 318 will release in December before the holidays?
No,
I would like it to.
I'd like it to, but I don't think so.
But I agree. I'd like it to, but I don't think it will. And if it does, it'll be a buggy mess. Question from Bad Hog. Yep. Where does the BMM end up in price? Same as an 890 or Kraken?
750 is what I expect, because then you can't CCU out of it.
My absolute extreme price is the same price as in 890 territory. I don't see it going Kraken size, but so I'm the outlier for the expensive side. Most people seem to think probably 750-ish.
Yep. Fishy asks, question, do you think we'll get a gadget that we can attach to a container to make it hover? Yes, they've kind of talked about stuff like that, like little platforms that hover at the very, very least. Mad Mike asks, didn't they once make a post where all ships are supposed to fly as if they had full cargo? Yes, that is correct.
That's currently how they fly at the moment.
All ships in game at the moment fly as if they've got full cargo. So the more sluggish it is, obviously the more cargo it can kind of hold.
Jump says, my most hated question was, will the turrets be controllable by AI blades? Yes, that is the most hated question.
Yeah, and that is the last question, by the way, for today. There are other questions there, but I cut it off before then.
Yep.
So,
3 more questions in there. All the rest are, there's a couple of other Twitch questions in there. But that's it. We've got through. We survived.
All right, so I'm going to send Twitch off over to Paul Arini.
Oh.
And I'll be doing the same on YouTube. But thank you for everyone for joining us. We still have those questions from last week to get to. But yeah.
Believe it or not, we didn't get a chance. We planned to, but life was just too nasty.
Yeah. So goodbye to everyone on Twitch, and we'll catch you next week.
Take care, guys, and thanks for being with us.
All right, and everyone on YouTube, thanks for joining us. Don't forget to like, subscribe, all that type of thing. If you want to go, that's on Patreon. As I said, the show this week will be with myself, Space Tomato, and Level Cap as a casual conversation with Level Cap. But me and Algared might even see if we might be able to get onto those questions, Algared. Might do another one, but we'll see.
Well, maybe I would do that.
No promises. So he's been Algared. I've been Execute. We'll catch you
And we're
next
out of
time.
here. Take care.